I was like, isn't this the way, isn't it spelt wrong? I didn't know patriot is actually a different word. That means giving a, you know what's funny about it? It's that they're both the same, they both sound the same. They're both patriot. One of them is to defend your homeland, and the other is to give it away. Why would you make the same word spelled differently for the exact opposite thing? Oh, I'm a patriot. Yeah, look, I googled it. Yeah, I know, and so this means to like transfer control over. But remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! He's less than a month older than me, plays TM chess, MC, listens to funk. I showed him what to listen to and he loves it, and he's too scared to play FNAF, but he listens to the music. The moment I'm trying to make a new PFP. Oh, a new profile picture? Ah, hello Callie! How's it going, bro? If you stick around long enough, Callie, till the end of the react, you might get to listen to yourself sing alongside me. Are you excited for that? Important to let the stories out of your mind and come back to them when you can, because then you won't forget about them. So, you know, abandoning one project to get a project out of your head is not necessarily a bad thing. So the way I'd say I'd do this is like the Winry Ed thing from Fullmetal Alchemist. The way that Hildebrandt treats Husai's armor once she becomes his main crafter. And it's like, clearly you can tell she has some sort of connection to the armor itself, right? Like, she's putting her whole spirit into it, right? And maybe we can do that as like high quality gear. Like, the more invested you are in the product, the better the product can be. So you want crafters that are truly invested in the materials and objects that they're making. No! Careful not to die. True. Well, we killed him either way. I wasn't sure if one of the... Whoops. Is one of the things to, like, only one death? Is that, like, the standard for these? Like, only one death? Oh, nice! Nice! Oh, fuck yeah, that was a fucking epic. That's what I tried to do earlier, guys. Fucking shit. Trying to fucking clip it. I got thrown off and it was... Oh, well, there we go. We beat him. We beat him, guys. Holy shit, there's a Ligarius down. Remember, you guys are fucking amazing. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. I know today was kind of bullshit, but hey, that's what it is. You know, we don't win them all. We lose some, but hey, at least I'm here. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. I have Eggy's comment burned in my brain about you scratching your dick on screen. when did Iggy say that? That sounds like something Iggy would say when you were sleeping. That's fucking awesome. Can't confirm it happened, but I saw a comment. That's where it's like, I don't want to do something that's content, like extended content related, unless it's like, it's not the amount of points it costs, it's the amount of people that want it to happen. Talks, I found someone else who streams about using Grok. Oh, who book? And there's another thing, people don't like me because I use AI. Using AI as if it's another mind to bounce ideas off of is how I treat AI. Just like another person. Because you never, and people say, oh, you know, all this stuff about AI not being good. I'm like, yeah, but I could go up to my niece, I could ask these questions to my niece, and she'd have no fucking idea. You could do the exact same thing, and same with like, yo, what's good, everyone? How's it going? We back at her again. It's another day. It's us. What's up, Callie? What's up, bro? So you claimed first then, Yuri? As always, being on top of that shit like no tomorrow, right? Well, I'm not on top of my shit, though. What's up, Callie? What's up, everyone? How's your days been going today? Getting into good chapters, so I'm more motivated. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. So you know what we're gonna do today, guys? I have it all set up. We're gonna read my chapter. And I'm gonna show you guys how bad I actually am. This fucking woman. Is she a Karen? Is she a Karen? Or is she... Oh, this one. Yeah, I've seen this one. Epic anime stances. Yup. They're all realistic in a way. Three, two, one, go! I saw this one, Callie. See if it's still on here. I'll be here somewhere. I don't know if I can find it. That does misspell her name. Well, I guess I can't find it. It was an Shy Lily eye tracker. Fucking hilarious shit. But yeah. Totes! That's what it's all about. Let's get high. Let's get high. Are you ready to enter the... Oh, did anyone watch the Super Bowl today? What was the Super Bowl like today? Were there any announcements in the Super Bowl today? No? Oh, I didn't think so. I think some other people thought something differently, though. 3, 2, 1, ho! What's up, Callie? Started editing today? Oh, fuck yeah. I read 11 chapters today. Damn, Callie, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's more chapters than I read in a day, even including Yuri. Because even if I read everyone's, if I read Relic, Shadow, Turner, Yuri, Callie Fish book. Rick. Blessed. Yeah, but it evens out, right? It evens out across, like, some people have long... Oh, Meow? Meow? One more. Come on, we can do one more. Queen! Ah, there's another one. Queen! How's it going, Queen? What are you up to? Doing better? All situated and, everything like that? I freaking missed you! Yeah, we all missed Queen, but as long as Queen's doing good and Queen's got, you know, got herself settled, I mean, it's all that matters, right? If you have to pull away from the stream to make sure you make your life better, that's what you should probably do, right? Ah, Queen's back! So, Callie, which means now you gotta dump League and you gotta go back to Marvel Rivals. Debating if I'm gonna start drinking early. Is it that bad, Turner? Is it that bad? How about, Turner, today I'll read... Announcement. True. Wait, I can't pin that message? I was gonna pin the message, but it's like, it's an announcement, but I can't pin it. It's still not set up, but I'm hoping it gets better. Well, I'm hoping I can facilitate, hoping, you know, get your mind off of it for 10 minutes or so. But Turner, I'll read my story first. When you're reading next. Oh, okay. I was like, I'll read my story first, so you can be like, yo, what the fuck? How is it this bad? I'll be like, I told you. I told you, but this is true. This was a year and a half ago, right? So, I mean, I think I've significantly improved over the last year and a half. Not just like, oh, now I can do better sentences. Oh, now I have a larger vocabulary. Oh, now I know how to do, no, it's like, I literally know, like, I just come at writing at a completely different angle now. Basically. I haven't started rewriting 11-12. I got to chapter 7, recording the audiobook narration. Oh, fuck yeah, Turner. I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it and compare it to, like, mine. And see how much fucking better you are than me. And then maybe I can hire you to do a video, and then we'll get 100k fucking views, and then the YouTube will pop off, and then you could be my official voice narrator. I mean, that's like $200 a video right there. Not putting that much effort into it. It's not necessarily putting effort into it. It's if you do a really good job, you don't have to really put effort into it, right? You need to lock in and make shit that makes you go, I'm fucking insane, I'm throbbing. I just need to speak it out loud because I've noticed that reading out loud alerts me to issues. Yeah. The best thing about like reading out loud is for sentence variance and pacing. If you feel you're running out of breath, then the pacing is too fast. If like it's just dragging on and you're like, okay, well this is like continuous 3-word sentences. Like I'm not even using any of my breath. It's too slow, right? You want a nice pace where it's like you're getting out of breath. Okay, break. Oh, you're almost out of, nope. Okay, break. Yep. Oh, look at that. Oh, big battle scene. Oh, you're almost out of breath. Okay, break. Oh, no, not quite yet. Oh no, the big climax. Oh fuck. Where's Smokey? I don't know. Smokey's been like, I know he's had some RL shit that he's had to deal with, so he hasn't been around as much. But he's popped in once in a while, you know, and you were blue a lot. It talks, you're a nerd. Here, he sent me a script to read. What is this? Send me a script to read, only a couple minutes. I'll record it and put it in Discord. Okay, we got this. Damn it, I didn't get to it fast enough because I was scrolled up. Thanks, Queen. Because I insulted him! No, I wouldn't ignore you if you insulted me, Callie. I would definitely not ignore that. Anyways, 3. Are you ready, Queen? We haven't done a sync toke in a while. Because I don't think anyone else here smokes besides me and Smokey and you. 3, 2, 1, toke! Beta-alanine and citrulline malate. I missed the troll man. I know, right? Smoke, but hey, we got a couple of other people that make it interesting too, you know? Before it was like we only had Smokey. Now, you know, Fennec, Void, not too bad. Relic isn't too bad sometimes. Fish was doing well up until yesterday, and then Fish had like a freak out yesterday. No one can top Smokey's trolling. No one can, because everyone knows Smokey's not doing it maliciously, whereas it seems after a while people are doing it maliciously, and they're just like circumventing the rules, and then it just gets so bad they can't help but like go all ham and say the N-word like 20 times, and I'm like, okay, I have to ban you, that's TOS, man. I don't care, but I have to, right? Whereas Smokey just says 1488. That's the subtlety of Smokey's trolling. Wait, what am I good at? Queen is the best. Callie? You're good at focusing the attention on yourself. Going to take a bubble bath soon. Oh, fuck yeah, Turner. That sounds epic. Alright, well, should we get into Yuri's book then? 3 more chapters of I Hope You'll Have a Horrible Life. Because, I think shit's about to go down in this chapter, man. Like, he is in a... He's gotta smoke meth, man! If Yuri, if he doesn't smoke meth, I'm gonna be pissed, okay? Turn on the cam. Yeah, Yuri, turn on the cam, go have your bath, and we'll watch you from a distance. How about that? Guys, pay attention to me. What have I missed? Oh, you've missed a lot, Queen. You've missed a lot. Well, so basically this book is a 14-year-old who's supposed to take over the world. And he's like a psychopath douchebag piece of shit. But he's like really good. Mass, vomiting, and nausea coming right up. Oh shit. Oh shit, that's never good, Turner. You don't want to chug the alcohol.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
Guys, oh, did the chair redeem work? Yay! No, you wanted me to turn on a cam for a bubble bath. Y'all gonna vomit your guts out. To be honest, alcohol is impossible to consume once you have a few years of alcoholism under your belt. Oh, I believe that, Yuri. I'm differently attracted. It's okay, Turner. I'm differently attracted.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Conventional beauty doesn't work on me.
I know you can.
Oh, the stretch. No one does the stretch. Say something good about me. Focusing the attention on me is not a good trick. Queen, hi, how are you? Hi. Callie. You read 11 chapters today and you went back and did some editing. Dude, you know what I did today? Fuck all. So you're ahead of me, bro. And what am I gonna do today? Fuck all. So yeah, I'm like so far behind on Stoner Girl Evolution, but it'll happen eventually, right? I can't rush it. With all the Diablo stuff I've been doing, I just like my juices are gone, you know? Creative juices are used up. There's nothing left in there. The noggin's empty. The echo is real. Just a little fucking monkey sitting with his cymbals, just like
Nice try, better luck next
ding,
time.
ding,
Fat
ding,
ass.
just
Get back in
infinite
that
fucking
chair, you
echoes
lazy
in my
ass
head.
streamer.
Nothing left. Callie. See, I'm gonna... Again, guys, look, it's not me. Look, it doesn't have the volume button thing. Because between the time I went live and now, Botrix has crashed and kicked me out. That's why there's no option here. You're using the extension without logging in. What do you mean, bitch, I'm not logged in? What the fuck do you mean by that? Because this has been happening so much lately, it's like, no, guys, look, I actually fucking turned it on. It just kicked me out of the website. And it always, it's like it does it at like 6:38. It's like every day at 6:38 it kicks me out. So it's like, I think I'm ready. I think I'm good. And then if I click here, see it says nothing. And then I'll click it again. Voice messages. Okay, now TTS is on. I need a new TTS program, man. No, 4 hours in the last week. Like, oh, accumulatively. I don't know why Callie can't just say I worked out 3 days this week. With like an hour to an hour and a half exercise. I think that just gets across a lot smoother. But hey, Callie's not about getting it across smooth. He's about getting it across in a very, his own way. Callie doesn't conform to your language standards. I need to start doing my stretches again. I really should. I'm turning into a fat fuck. How long your chapter is gonna take? Do I have time for a bubble bath? Oh, Turner, I'm gonna read my chapter before your chapter, so you probably have time for a bubble bath, bro. It's what, 45 minutes to an hour? Easy. Easy. My chapter is always short. Why are you... Wait, am I yelling? Yelling! This is yelling! You don't know what yelling is! I mean, I do kind of have, like, the mic and everything set up so it feels like I'm talking in an auditorium. And that's kind of how I purposefully set it up. Like it's a echoing auditorium and I'm talking, like, on stage to, like, a bunch of people. That's kind of how, like, I have the sound set up. Inept Preparations, Chapter 15, Adoration, Chapter 16, Rituals and Regrets. I don't know, everything is loud. The next two chapters, kind of short for me. Ah. Yeah, your chapters tend to be 3 to 5K. This chapter's 4.3K for my chapter. I'll do that too. It's like they go up and down, but that's also for the pacing, right? Sniff, sniff. I love that. Sniff, sniff. And I'm like, either someone's getting some hanky or someone's doing some drugs. Strawberry cake and no homo. Those are great chapters. By the way, you never finished your sentences yesterday and it stuck in my head. Wait. Fuck, what was the sentence? Oh man, I remember this because I was like, I wonder what'll happen if I just don't say what I'm gonna say and see if people infer what I was about to say. To see how bad people would think it would be that they would assume that I would say. I know it happened, Callie. I just don't know what exact sentence it was. Alright, this is Yuri's story, chapter 24. Once school was over, I got on a bus in order to buy the stoner a new phone. You were like, we split on the pavement. It was in my interest to get him one in either way. You can't deny that the destruction of his was a product of my impulses. I'm willing to spend money on your book and not... Relic? Well, it's one of those things where, despite the fact that I think that Relic is a better writer than you, Callie, I haven't read Cinder yet. So comparing the 10th Mark to Student Body Sonata's potential, Student Body Sonata, I think, could be a just like how the 10th Mark is a top 20 seller on Amazon for the specific category that it is. I think if you put yours in, like, I don't know, some sort of niche fantasy category, yours could easily be a top 20 seller too. But I think people will resonate with your writing, and people will, like, see your writing as something that's not standard, like it's a deviating path. And I think it's something that's so interesting and out there that it's something that fantasy readers don't know that they're missing. Does that make sense, Callie? So, like, where Relics is good, the market is saturated with occult fiction, right? But the stuff that you write is so off the wall, so odd, so interesting, that it falls outside of the normal of what people think fantasy is. And I think people are missing that in their lives. So that's why I'm willing to drop money on it, because I think it's, if done properly, yours could actually go super far for the audience that you're looking for. And it's a really deep, dark, especially if the ending of the book is Despina turning against death itself and becoming death itself, and basically punishing everyone and bringing all the souls back to life to, like, live out basically zombie existences for her own benefit. And it's kind of like she's gone from this innocent little girl twisted into this, and I'm really playing heavily off of the ending of Expedition 33 here, with Mael staying inside of the world, knowing all of the secrets, but no one else does, and just pretending that she doesn't. Whatever script this, it's practically incoherent. I can't read it. So that's never good, Turner. But that's the reason why I'm willing to spend $3,000 to put my money where my mouth is on your work, but I'm not willing to do that for anyone else, Callie. Turner, you gotta lock in. Oh, is that the one where it's like it's supposed to be all fucked up because the main character is drunk or, like, fucked up at all points in times? So it's like a really difficult read. It's like your main character is a functioning alcoholic. It's like, holy shit, that is hard to fucking write. It's my psych ward experience. Oh shit. Shit. See, and I think that's another thing, is Callie's, like, because Callie is schizophrenic, his brain works in a different way. So I think that wiring allows for the creativity that he has to resonate with people on a level they just don't expect. I've been to a psych ward 13 times. That's an interesting number there, Callie. 13, eh? Damn, Callie, a final boss. I've been in one 2 times. Callie goes so many times that the nurses want his dick. I'm gonna make Scotty send me a Jill Booma script to read. Oh, do you want my Jill Booma script for the video I haven't made yet? I can send you my Jill Booma script. And you can tell me what you think about it. Want me to just DM it to you, bro? Where do I even have you in DMs? I don't even know if I have you in DMs. Oh, actually, an easier way is I can put it on here, because it's just gonna be way easier to do this. Okay, tab 67. There you go, Turner. That'll give you the Google Docs. That's probably the best way to do it. They asked me to look out for one of the patients because we were close. Fair. Even though I was a patient. Isn't that bad practice, Callie? Whether it's illegal or not, it sounds like that's just bad practice. No matter how much you trust the person, like, that's just asking for disaster, right? Because you're giving away all of the, like, responsibility, right? Like, you're trained to hold have the shoulders of responsibility. When you put that on someone who's not trained, that is just asking for a bad time. If something does happen, you're fucked. But we're gonna have an ad in a sec here, so we're just gonna chill. We're just gonna chill, and then, you know, that'll be out of the way. My first experience, psych ward experience, was a solid 8. Second was 2.5. Like, tell the nurses if anything out of the ordinary happens, not actually take care of her. You're like, hey, if anything happens, I'm out. She starts having a seizure, a freak out, and for some reason she was, like, obsessed with me. It's because you're amazing, Callie. Because you're amazing in all of our eyes. You're everything we could have ever seen if we could only live a life. I don't know why you tell me you love me, but I don't. I mean, what? Oh, I'm just using it for clicks, Callie. I mean, what? Where the fuck is this ad at? Where does ad be at with the ads? I don't know where my ad be, but I will say that's an ad. So when we have ads, I can tell you about my ads, and when my ads go for you, it will be when they are at my ads. Tell you what to do. So I tell my ads, but they don't listen to me. So now I tell the ads to tell you that ads are bad. Oh yes, fuck ads. I mean, what? I got more ads. You don't need ads. I'll tell you why ads. You got no ads from me. I'm free from the ads. There's no ads on me. I'll tell you that I can see the greatness in these ads. I don't know where they come from, but I'll tell you where they're going. That's somewhere where you know you're gonna wind up when you go buy my ads. So make sure you get your ads ready to go. Get your ads up in here. Cause I can't provide ads that tell you what you should. Twitch not good with day ads. They do what ads be. I tell you what ads don't, cause that's what I don't see. Who knows about ads though? It could be you. 3, 2, 1, 2. Alright. I'ma shave my head and fix my beard, yo. Callie, that's the reason why you have to be buff. Because buff bald dudes are OP, but like bald skinny dudes are not. So yeah, shave your head, have an epic beard and be buff, and yeah, and then have your voice, Callie. How do you not have a harem already? I don't understand. I'll build one for you, man. All you need to be is the faith, and they'll come running. You need to do a hot tub stream, or like gym workout streams. You need to like stream your shadow boxing, Callie. Then you get all the hoes coming in. When school was over, I got on a bus in order to buy the stoner a new phone. We split on the payment. It was in my interest to get him one, and either way, I can't deny that the destruction of his was the product of my impulses. David, you're genuinely the perfect piece that I've been desperately looking for. A man that has nothing to lose. Someone that digs the grave of his own future by flooding himself with temporary euphoria and dopamine. I did stream shadowboxing. When? And you didn't tell me, Callie? I need to see you moving around. Like that's like chicks streaming yoga, man. Like that's the same equivalent. Later today, I have to go to a cat cafe with Abby, knowing how my meetings with her usually go. And he's like, he don't give no fuck about going to some cat cafe. He just knows she wants to go to a cat cafe, right? Unless, like, he's gonna have, like, that one weakness that everyone has. Weakness for cats. But he said he's never had a cat, right? I'm trying to remember. So I'm like, and she doesn't have a cat either, right? Because you've never mentioned an animal at her house. What if I did it in a Spider-Man suit? Callie, you did it in a Spider-Man suit with the, plague mask on, and then you do the mask reveal at the end of the stream. The face reveal at the end of the stream. Yep. So you're also building anticipation with it. But I feel like it could be that evil guy who's sitting there with the cat, like Dr. Evil, you know? Like, you're so evil to humans, but it's like, oh, it's a Mr. Kitty. Come here, Mr. Kitty. Oh, yeah, look at that. It's a Mr. Kitty. Tomorrow's my Friday. Hell yeah. Yo, Ahab, how's it going? Welcome back, my man. What you up to, brother? How you doing? I'm glad every day is... Actually, technically, up until, like, last week, every day has been Monday. Just rushing to get shit out and, like, meeting your fucking deadline. And I'm like, you know what? I'm done. I'm over it! I'm slowing down! And here we are. I'm not fucking passing out. Finished a book I've been meaning to finish while working. Just been working a bunch. Oh, fuck yeah, Ahab. Now on to the 4th book! Oh, yeah. I gotta read it! Let me read it! Let me read it! How far did we get into yours? I don't remember how far. We got a couple chapters, didn't we? I can extrapolate that it could develop to an excessive waste of time should I get things done first and only then go out with her. That said, isn't meth really expensive? How can someone in middle school get something like that? Rich parents? Then why'd he push for a cheap phone? Bus. Because he's cheap! Don't you know? Rich people are cheap people. That's why they're rich. Toxic Valley Chapter 11 was where I got super confused. Is Chapter 11 Nell's hands? No, this is Yuri's book we're reading right now. Rich kids aren't cheap, though. Yeah, but I don't think he's, like... you know, I think he's like... He's probably a scammer. And he's probably a drug dealer. So he probably sells drugs. That'd be my guess. How do you know? Did you ask that? Scene. Ah, true, Ahab, true. Oh my god, true. So guys, this is the most fucked up part. So Epstein was responsible for 9/11. Epstein was responsible for the 2008 financial crisis, I was gonna say, not only Paul Ahab, he was the reason for 4chan, period. He was the reason for 4chan, period. Like, 4chan was created so they could create Pol. Right? It was like via a proxy. Epstein's also responsible for microtransactions inside of video games. Guys, I don't know about you, but that covers all the bases of pretty much the new shadow government. The next thing we're gonna find out is that they're putting human food product in our food, which I would not be surprised. Oh yeah, 5% of all the meat you eat contains human meat product. I wouldn't doubt it. He's pretty much responsible for everything that just sucks. Yeah, watch him be responsible for enshittification. Watch something come out where it'd be like, it's like, do you guys know what clipping was? Like the reason why, like, change has, like, the notches on the outside? Because people used to, like, clip off and, like, melt down the outside of coins and make coins smaller and smaller and smaller. And so basically, like, the invention of enshittification that's basically gone into absolutely every aspect of existence. Every country is suddenly curing cancer. The second USA leaves WHO. Yeah, I believe that, Yuri, because didn't we cure cancer in like 1928? And they're like, well, we patented it. And every time there's been a cure to cancer, someone's patented the cure and then basically locked it behind a shelf. Like, as far as I know, there's like thousands and thousands of cures to diseases that are just locked behind bought patents that are locked in shelves. Like, at what point in time can you just know, like, literally, Nestle tried to patent water. Imagine if the law just let Nestle, there's like, who cares, you know, if they want to patent something, like, at what point in time do we say enough is enough, no, you can't fucking do that? I think it should have been when Warner Brothers was like, we're patenting the Nemesis system. The entire patent system should have been like, whoa, no, hold on, take a step back, nope, you can't do that, we're shutting this shit down right the fuck now. Right the fuck now, we are shutting this down. Didn't happen with AIDS too? Yes, Ahab, it happened with AIDS, it happened with polio, it happened with, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. We basically cured everything, but we can't use the cures for it. You're right, the world, as we know it, should end. Well, it's the idea of living in a simulacrum. It's a simulated world where everything that we know is actually fake because of, like, a grocery store, right? That's not how you actually get food, right? It's a simulacrum. The internet isn't the actual commerce of things, it's a fucking bunch of echo chambers. Not the most corrupt, the most powerful corrupt country, maybe. True. Redeem Scotty Shotgo, how's it going, meow? Welcome, welcome. Sup, yo, what's up, Raymond? How's it going, my man? Have you got a new essay for us, bro? You got a new essay for us? But yeah, no, so I'm just like, what's the next thing that's gonna come out? What's a really big thing? Oh, I know. Okay, get this, guys. Epstein is responsible for us not having fully globalized legal drugs. Like, for not just, like, it's actually not the cartels. It's actually Epstein that's stopping all drugs from being legal, and addicts being treated as victims, not criminals. Yeah, but Captain, the more corrupt countries are open about it, and we pretty much know the full extent of the corruption, whereas US and its allies hide things so we don't even know how bad it actually is. And think about this, guys. This is only the tip of the iceberg. And there's always another conspiracy behind it. There's something worse than this. That's why they're giving us this. Think about that. There's something worse than pedophilic, child-eating, baby-eating Satan worshippers. There's something worse than that they're doing. Think about that. That's what really fucks me up. Yeah, exactly. I wish we were at least open about it. Also, cool how we can't investigate or convict people who eat babies born from a great branch. Yeah, I know, right? Like I said, this is so severe. I would literally say this is the one time where it's so bad, we're actually gonna say anything to do with Epstein is you're gonna have to prove yourself innocent. We're gonna take the entire law system, we're gonna flip it upside down, and we're gonna use this as one exception for this, because this shit is so fucked up that anyone who even has any contact with him, we're instantly putting you in jail. And if at any point in time you can prove that you're innocent, we'll let you out. But this shit is just too big for us to play fucking innocence. We need to sacrifice people. That's the only way. We say, sorry, shit, guys, you're the pinky and we're cutting off the head. I'm sorry, you're gonna die anyways. And I think that's how far we have to go if we actually want to stop, like, the fucking Illuminati and shit, right? You have to use their own tactics against them. It sucks, but what else are you gonna do? Sit here and take it? That's my opinion. Alright, actually, we might be the most corrupt if the ranch shit is real. We aren't powerless. I don't think, or we're just too complacent to do anything about it. And that's the thing. Guys, I don't know about you, but I don't know if China and Russia are doing these things. Right? Or North Korea. Like, they're just evil for being evil. They don't have to worship Satan and sacrifice babies to prove that they're evil. They're just really, really bad people that want power and control. And they're smart enough and have the resources enough to accomplish that. But hey, you never fucking know. Never leave anything out, right? You know, because you never know what happens to those people that disappear in China, right? I mean, I think the same thing is happening. Like, I'm sure there's like shit happening to kids and stuff like that in China and in Russia, but I'm like, I don't think it's for the sole purpose of Satanism, right? I think America tops it, at least like the Western world tops it with all of it stemming from devil worship as opposed to just stemming from a natural bad human behavior, right? And I think that's what's the most grotesque part about it, is it's not just, oh, these are awful, terrible human beings. No, these are awful terrible human beings that have a purpose. Most other people are just animals and have no purpose to what they're doing. Like, this is agenda purpose. Like, this means you're confident to know a faculty of mind of the consequences of what you're doing. Whereas, like, other people are just animals that don't really truly understand, right? I think no one will once convenient. They'll get someone that they don't like or isn't useful anymore, I bet. Fucked up thing is, this is just what we know. Think about what we don't know. Exactly, Ahab. I like to think the bad guys in Russia and China looking at bad guys in the US, dude, what the fuck, dude? That's like from a movie, dude. Agreed, Raymond. Like where, when all of this came out and China is just like, okay, we're reaffirming that pedophilia gets the death sentence. Like, this is fucked up, guys! We're supposed to be the bad guys! What is this? Like, there's gotta be a meme of that, of Putin and Xi Jinping, like, sitting there, like, at a bar with, like, sulking, being like, I thought we were the bad guys! We need a second revolution. I think, see, Ahab, you know what I think? You know how, guys, do you know how we change the world? I'll show you in a picture how we change the world. Because right now, we have this. Okay, why didn't it copy it? Oh, it copied the whole thing. What the fuck? No, give me this. I don't know. It's not letting me copy it. Oh my god, this is so retarded. Can I not copy it? Okay, well, I guess I just go like this. Do you guys see where I'm going with this? Now imagine like the entire circle's full, right? But all of these are like tiny issues. This is like... Oh my god. But do you see what I mean, right? Like, if we all came together, instead of being, like, picking these tiny little niche things, if we all came together and just realized the actual problem is the system, and this is the system. And this is how big the system is. The system is bigger than any one of your individual small movements. But the root cause of all of these small movements is the system. All we have to do is stop ignoring the fact that we're being split by all these small deals and get together to defeat the fucking system. Then we would have a political revolution of change where we actually vote someone in for policy to change the way that things are, right? That's why I said, what would you guys vote for Mr. Beast if in 2028 he said, I'm gonna become president, I'm gonna ignore every single law, and I'm gonna fix the country. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to do what you guys want me to do. And we're gonna hold polls on YouTube about what people want to do, and that's how I'm gonna run the government. Because the laws are clearly there to protect the system, so all I'm gonna do is what the people want. And if the people want this, well, that's all that matters. And they're like, no, you can't do that! You can't do that! I'm like, well, why not? If the people want it, that's all that matters. If 51% of the population want slavery to come back, guys, I'm sorry. But if 51% of the population votes for slavery to come back, we're gonna have slavery again. That's how the world works. It doesn't... The law is not based upon morals. The law is not based upon ethics. The law is whatever you want it to be. If the most amount of people vote for it, boom. I mean, if what fixes it is them dying, do we really have to wait? True, Ahab. Is it Kant who said, if the truth kills them, let them die? Raymond, you probably know who said that. I think it was Kant. It might have been someone else. But just in my mind, it sticks out as Kant. You can't kill them yourself, so yeah, you have to wait. That's the biggest problem, is we can't kill them through the system, so we have to change the system in order to kill them. And again, I think killing them is going easy on them. We need to put them in work camps and literally work them to death 22 hours a day for them to like manual labor jobs. I don't care if they're 85 years old, we work them to death in work camps. Killing them, just like executing them, no, that's too easy. That's them getting off, right? We want to work them to death in work camps, and they have to pay us back by working for us and being our slaves. That's justice, in my opinion. You gotta go Old Testament on that shit. And a forced breeding program for them too, even if they're male, you gotta find the biggest dude. Yeah, no, Ahab, we're gonna implant a womb inside of you, so when they rape your ass, it actually gets you pregnant, and then you have to shit out a baby. But it's like not an actual baby. It's just like a mass of flesh. So it's like we're not actually creating life. We're just creating like a tumor inside of your body that you eventually have to shit out. Because we don't want to traumatize the babies, right? We just want you to have to experience what other people went through to teach you a lesson. And then we show that to everyone and we say, this is what happens if you do this shit. And you'll go, okay, I was going to do it, but now I'm not going to, right? Well, I changed my mind on that one. Yeah, that's how I think about it. And to me, if the entire world doesn't come together over the Epstein files, we never will. We're too far gone. We're too far gone. It's sad but true. I think it's a baby, but it's a full cooked Castlevania wall chicken. Oh, I bet we will forget about this in a month. Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. Remember, guys, where's the chart? Nothing ever happens. Period. That's the way the world works. Sad but true. That's why I'm not a social justice warrior. I'm like, I could probably go out and shout in the streets and go make a bunch of noise and go do my own thing. I have resources. I'm not a broke-ass little bitch. I have means, I could find ways. But I'm like, why the fuck would I do that? I want to sit here and play video games. Fuck the world. I don't care. It's not my problem. I didn't make the problem, so I'm not going to be part of the solution. And I think everyone thinks that, and that's what they're relying on. Unfortunate, but again, true. Wait for the internet to shut down then. Okay, Ahab, I agree. If we lose the internet, if the internet goes down, it's going to be like the pyramids. How did they build the pyramids? Well, they didn't have the internet. What else were they going to fucking do? Of course, they found out how to build the pyramids. Like, you need to give people purpose in life, right? Like something to do, to occupy their time, to give them pride, to give them something to do, right? That's a huge part of it. Once people actually start interacting with each other again. Yeah, and they realize the internet is a bunch of bullshit and echo chambers, and everyone is actually really just on the same page. It's not a Democrat versus Republican. It's not a party line. It's about policy and how you want to see the world. Like when they make a bill that says, oh, everyone will get free healthcare, but it also releases everyone from prison. Oh, you voted against healthcare! Oh, why would you vote against healthcare? It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, at what point in time do you just realize that they're just, they're just saying, oh, that's how the system is, as a means of just saying, oh, that's how the system is. Bruh, if we didn't have the internet, we wouldn't know 1% of the corruption that goes on in our native and foreign countries. All gotta remember... No, Yuri, I mean, like, if right now, this second, the internet shut down worldwide. I think that would be the only thing that actually got a revolution, because people wouldn't have anything to do. Yeah, Raymond, I agree. I think World War III is actually going to happen if the citizens of the world, as a whole, lose the internet. It's going to be so... You have no idea how bad it's going to be. People do not know how to function in the real world. Revolution would start over no internet. People would want it back. Exactly, Yuri. That would be the reason why people would revolt. They would find out why the internet was down, and they would turn the internet back on. And if they couldn't, they would find a way to get people together to create an entirely new internet, and then they would go back to being drones. It's like killing the internet is like killing the queen ant, and all of the ants rush to the queen to like avenge her. Like that would literally be what would happen if the internet went down. It'd probably take a week until people realized that like the internet was not coming back. De-establishing an entire city is easier than you think. Oh yeah. Because there's no logistics anymore. And imagine, like, phones are down, too. You can't phone people. There's no internet. All logistics for, like, every company in the entire world is just instantly gone. No one has any idea what's going on anymore. And people realize how much we rely on the fucking system. Drive a car into a power plant. Fuck it. Yup. And the other thing is, could you imagine if it's not just the internet, if all of electricity goes out? If just every power plant in the entire world, all electricity is just gone. And people are like panicking, trying to get the most amount of battery out of their phones, trying to connect to the internet, but the internet's also down. Shit would go Mad Max super fast. Yeah, I don't even think it would take a week. Like, look how fast people riot over shit. I think within a week, we would not be civilized anymore. We wouldn't even know what the word civilized was if electricity disappeared overnight worldwide. Just, oh, it doesn't work anymore, physics changed. It would literally be the end of the world. And I think that's the only thing. Either the loss of the internet or the loss of electricity, that's the only thing. We could lose the loss of our water. We're already at that point where it's like we barely have drinking water. Are we rioting? No, we don't give a shit because we can drink soda. As long as there's an alternative, we don't care. The second we lose our electricity, oh, the world is over. The world is so fucking over. Which I think is sad. I think it's absolutely sad. Which is why, like I think it was like a couple years ago or so, maybe people are even still doing this, but the idea of like moving off the grid, buying your own land, building a cabin, having your own resources, or just having like a backup cabin that you go to and it's like you hunt, you live off the land, you kind of learn how to do it, you do this like 2 months out of the year, it's like your getaway from society, right? It's like, I think that's actually like super healthy and shit. Not necessarily just disappearing off the grid forever, because, you know, that's a little bit different. But, you know, just having a space to be like, you know what? I'm getting out of these fucking microwaves. Fuck this shit. So, wait, does this mean... Hold on, guys, wait. Does this mean that in 10 years from now, all the people that are like tinfoil hat conspiracists, I mean like full-on tinfoil hat conspiracists, like they've built a bunker underneath their house, they have like 35 years worth of supplies, they're like fully self-sufficient on their property and stuff like that, like solar panels and stuff like that, like they got like the water source. Are they the true Chads? Right? Like, are they gonna be the ones that, like, in 50 years from now, they're the ones running the fucking world? That would definitely be, that would be something. Three, two, one, toke! Writing an essay against racism, and among the things I quoted talk about Africa Adio. And I think that without the internet, the entire developed world would very quickly become like Africa Adio. I'm not familiar with that, Raymond. Like, I've never heard that before. I think no internet would be that bad. Well, Ahab... Oh, after like 20 to 30 years? Oh, yeah, no, it's just, it's gonna... I'd say after 6 months, Ahab. After 6 months, people will have figured it out. Right? And then the longer it goes on, the more people... You guys know a volcano killed, like, all but 1K people. And we came back. Oh, 100% Ahab. Definitely. I'm sure that's happened multiple times. Think about the series of evolution that... From a single cell organism to ours, how many times that species had to survive to make us. Take us losing our porn and TikTok. We'll be right back. Need to cream tattoo. Sounds good, Yuri. Sounds good. It's a documentary. Ah. Kind of like how we, like, Idiocracy for the West. How it's like, you give us another 400 years and we're gonna be the most stupid apes on the fucking planet. Like, literal gorillas will be smarter than humans because we've, like, bred ourselves into being retarded. But it's like apes aren't smart enough to be stupid enough to breed themselves into retardation. Right? I think that's the best way I could describe it. But my thing is also, man, I wish I was born in, like, the 20s. So I always say, Ahab, I was born a century too late. I was born a century too late. Oh. You know what's another really good one? This is a good one. So this is when this is either you can believe this or not, right? But, like, this is the power of humanity. It took only 66 years between inventing the airplane and landing on the moon. 66 years. The height of human engineering. Fuck, post it. World War I is better than pseudo-cyberpunk world. Post World War II, maybe, actually. Like the 1960s in America. Like, you've recovered from the war, the economy is booming, everyone's having a good time, alcohol is prolific, like, everyone's just partying, having a good time, no one gives a fuck, everyone's living their best life. 1960 to 1975. Poor Turner, gonna return after his bubble bath, explosive diarrhea, in court session, just to find out you're only 2 lines into chapter 1! Do I have enough time to go have a bubble bath? Yeah, bro, you got enough time to literally go have a nap. You go to sleep, come back in 6 hours, and I'd probably still be reading this shit. Raymond knows how it is. Then you guys haven't even seen me read Raymond's, because at least with your stuff, like, it's only me getting distracted. With Raymond's stuff, it's also me stumbling over every fucking word, trying to pronounce every name, and yeah, it takes like 20 seconds to get through a word. I'm basically the master distractor. I mean, you did say the word that got us into a whole new conversation. Right? I mean, it is what it is, right? Bus was surprisingly empty for this time of the day. It's an hour-long drive, yet... Oh my god, the fucking 5-hour essay reading! Okay, guys, lock in. We got a big essay here today. Put on your thinking caps. Lock in! Guys, this is a raid, okay? You get achievements and we get gear equipment drops, okay? The drops you get from this... No, okay, guys, you have to understand that how the drop system and experience system works is you either... The knowledge that you had is reinforced so you gain more experience in that knowledge, or the new knowledge that you gained. The thing is, there is, for everyone, it is based on how much you pay attention, on how much loot you get. So the more at the end you can say that you learned through this is definitely like going to a sleep concert. Oh, that is a good idea, Raymond. Yes, very much so. Is that like, is that like a, you'd go and there is a node and then you come back and you're like, what happened? I don't know. Because I was there, but I was not there, you know? Like, you can see me there I am, but I am like not there, if you know what I mean, right? It is not the same thing to be like that. I'll tell you right now, they did not need to do what they did, but that is okay. I'd love to order a phone online, but the stoner refused to wait for the delivery. Understandably. Honestly, it's simple to live without one in this day and age. Calm down, I'm not giving you the last 3 digits of my bank card, Indian scammer. Do not redeem, I just need the number from the back of your card and your email, good sir. And then, do not redeem it, or okay, we will make sure that the money goes through. And when you pay the $500 transaction fee, then we can give you the $13,000. That will go straight into your account. All we will need is the direct deposit information so that we can put the $13,000 into your account, sir. Does that sound okay? Oh yes, thank you very much, sir. Okay, thank you. Remember, do not press the redeem or we will have to go. Did you press, sir? Sir? Did you press the redeem button? Sir, now we must... This is making my vagina so wet. Guys, do you think it would be good content to fake scam people to see if you could get away with it, to like do it as like a warning thing of being like, hey, by the way, you know, I'm a scammer and you just fell for it, so I just want to let you know that, yeah, scam people, but like you just don't take their money, right? No, you can get in trouble for that, I think. Well, you just wouldn't take their money, like you wouldn't use the information that they gave you, right? And you just be like, yeah. Or if like when they agree to give you the information, you say, wait, stop, no, don't give me that information. This is a test. Well, that's the thing, right? I'm in Canada, so there's laws against it. If you're in India, that's the difference. How do you prosecute someone from India? You basically need to be like extradited to the country that you caused the fraud in. That's the biggest problem with the scams, that they're not in the country. Canada is essentially India too. You are not wrong, my sir. You are very much not wrong. Clean Indian equals Canada. India. Clean India. Wait, do you think... Have you ever been to Vancouver? You think that Canada is clean? Oh my good sir, you do not know. Oh my. Okay. You keep living that dream. You keep living that dream, good sir. Oh, in comparison? Oh yeah, no, 100%. In comparison. Lock in time to read. Okay. Then a couple of people got on the bus and this girl, with a faintly timid expression, went and sat next to me. Why the fuck is she sitting next to me? Whoa! There's plenty of empty seats. Why'd she sit here of all places? Cause you're 6 feet tall and handsome and she wants your dude.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
She looks like either a late teen or a young adult. I wonder if she's assuming I'm someone close to her age. She's like, hey, You wanna go to a party? I got these drugs. Now we're talking! He's got 2 bitches on his dick! Actually this isn't half bad. It's slightly stroking my ego. Upon the realization of what was going on and the idea of what I could do to her, a grin befitting a friend jumped onto my face without taking off its shoes. Had the woman glanced at my face for a second at that moment, without a single doubt she'd immediately get engulfed by this creepy, sadistic, and downright demonic expression I'm unwillingly showing. Who's that pastor? Who's that pastor dude?
I miss my sexy librarian. You can put those sweet sight setters back in place, slut.
You know, they call him like a demon. He's basically like a demon. He's like 90 years old. Women on dating apps. I'm antisocial and shy. Then you scroll down and their whole ass is out. Yeah. True, Ahab. True. Or it's like just like massive underboob. It's like, alright. Yup, sure. Yeah, you're definitely shy. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Would she then sit elsewhere, or would she ensue sitting here out of awkwardness of changing the seats? It doesn't matter. It was my stop. Yet, I ensued staying on the bus. I had completely suppressed the mischievous smile moments after it stole a spot on my face, because I changed my expression too, a faintly uncomfortable one. You could see her occasionally glancing at me with worry because of it. Then, I just loudly enough to be heard. Sniff, sniff. Subsequently, I, still with a slightly uncomfortable expression, stood up. I had the window seat, so I made sure she could see my face and just walked past her to take a different seat. Her face. Bitch, you stink! Oh, what is this? Woo! Oh, that's too funny. This guy's such a fucking dick. I love it. It's like, well, that's what you get for sitting beside a fucking 14-year-old, bitch. Like, what did you think was gonna happen here? Not everyone is, you know, not everyone is complacent, right? I mean, too many people would want to get into her pants and they wouldn't be willing to make a scene. But nah, this guy's just like, ha! They'd be like, woo! Okay, Jesus, alright, it's not me. Woo, okay, alright. Woo! So loud the whole bus can fucking hear. Oh my god. The things you just can't do in real life because... I mean, I'm a dick, but like... Dude, that's so... Like... That's something... Yeah, okay. That's something I would do if I was 14. That's like the biggest caveat here. Is this guy is just a kid. He's just a douchebag kid, right? He doesn't know... Well... He does know better, but no one knows that he knows better, and that's what he's using to his advantage, which I love the most. Because it's like, hey man, some people are just fucking evil, and they are born that way. They just want to be that way. They just get the it's like the people that steal for the thrill of it. Like when I worked at Walmart, right? There were like 3 or 4 people that you know these people are rich. They don't live in town. They have like massive houses. They have lots of property. Like, they drive really nice vehicles, but they'll steal, like, $600 worth of groceries just to feel the thrill of it. And when they get caught, they just pay for it. It's like, there's no consequence for it. It's fucking retarded. I mean, to be honest, he's limit testing so much. Almost every chapter. I mean, it's true, right? He's seeing how much he can get away with. Because he's already done something that's, like, so bad in his mind that it's like, he's like, well, I'm basically going to jail and my life's ruined already. So, why not just keep doing more fucked up stuff, you know? I got nothing left to lose. Turner, you're back! Guess how many chapters we've read, Turner? Guess how many chapters we've read, bro? 0.25. You know what? That might actually be accurate, because we've read 3 pages. So yeah, that might be about accurate, a quarter of a chapter. And his chapters are tiny. Told you had plenty of time to take a bubble bath, Turner. Alright, 3, 2, 1, toe. I know you and I know Yuri. 3 whole pages, damn. Busy talking about cooking and eating babies. Well, yeah, we're talking about people. I mean, to be fair, guys, like I said. So, standing in line, standing in line, right? Standing in line at Subway. Me and my buddy talking about Dragon Ball Z. And then we're talking about working out. And then we're talking about protein. And then we're talking about the best kinds of meat to eat. Chicken or beef. And then the conversation turns to, you know, the only reason you can't eat humans is because of heavy metals. At least if you don't eat the brain. Like, if you don't eat the brain or the spinal fluid and stuff like that, right? You don't get Kuru, and you don't get, like, all the fucked up shit that comes with eating the prions in the brain. And that goes with other animals, right, too. Like, eating the brain of animals is bad. You don't want to do that. But you can't eat babies. Because babies have a really low heavy metal, like, dilute in their body.
You're a fraud.
Thank you for following! Happy the Hound! How's it going? Welcome, welcome!
700 septillion.
How is your day going today?
Thank you for following
What are the
Harold
nutrition
Pound
facts
_
of a baby?
I hope you are enjoying the stream.
Captain Ahab, those I don't know. I do not know the actual nutrition facts on eating a baby. Happy the Hound, are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome, I'm Intoxication. And here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills. We are currently reading Yuri's book. I hope you'll have a horrible life, which is a douchebag asshole 14-year-old trying to take over the world because the devil told him to. And yeah, it's everything you would expect it to be. It's absolutely, authentically, unapologetically brutal, and I love it. And of course, like, can you get absolutely fucking jacked off a baby diet? I don't know, Ahab. That's a good question. Like, what's the protein count on this, right? Like, I always assume writing a fantasy shifter romance. Oh! If that's the case, you might like this. Echoes of the Sacred Territory. It's Miss Shadow's, it's not, the second book is more romance, but this one starts off pretty brutally. It's a shifter series as well. Main character is a werewolf, well, a shifting wolf. It's pretty damn good. I need to shit. Does anyone want to talk about politics for 10 minutes? True, Yuri. I mean, I could talk to Happy and see what he thinks about it, right? I mean, way to get introduced to the stream, right? I mean, right off the bat, you're like, okay, this is the vibe, this is what's gonna happen, this is how we are, right? You know? I mean, I am trying to, like I said, like the new story that we're writing for the Diablo series is like, we want to make a story that's just as, what's the word? Like, just as dark and fucked up as Diablo, right? So it's like my characters already shoved the soul stone to their head, they've already been tricked by people, right? The whole thing is like angels being turned, and then we're gonna trap them, and we're gonna torture them, and we're gonna torment them for all time. I gotta start on my medieval fantasy sci-fi epic. We're at like transitions. I love that. Like, what you find, it's like a sci-fi story that finds a medieval planet that has magic on it. Dun dun dun, and then it starts spreading magic to the rest of the world because of, like, quantum mechanics allow things that are understood across time and space. So it's like, now all of a sudden magic has just always been a thing, but it's not incorporated into anything, like it never existed, but it always has. It's like, oh my god, just kind of hard to figure out how it's gonna span hundreds of thousands of years. Well, that was also my sci-fi, because my sci-fi was gonna be, so it's like, humans leave, right? So, like, it's like, humans leave Earth, they go out into space. Hey, Scotty, where's that file thing? Wait, you mean my Google Docs? I think it's still on my Control-V. No. The Scotty files? Oh, yeah. Wait. You don't want the Scotty files. That's not a good time. Is this what you're talking about? Jill Booma, the one I'm supposed to narrate a portion of. Yeah, okay, this one. And you can do just like the first paragraph if you want. Or like because this should be like 30 seconds, 45 seconds or something like that, right? You don't have to worry about the intro, just the trials. Be turning into nightmare mode, right? Yeah, so basically humans leave Earth, but they leave like all of the old technology behind, right? And then Earth develops a new sentient species. Would you like to see what I've ported in Google Doc from pen and paper? I would absolutely love to, Happy, if you want to join the Discord. You can either post a link in the chat, or you can go into the Discord, and we have the beta reading section. If you want to drop it in there, if you want other people. I don't like how the Scotty file sounds. It does sound too close to another word, Raymond. It really does sound too close to another word, right? But, you know, it is what it is. I need a toque, though. Problem is, I want to follow a character that lives through it all. I mean, he wouldn't be the only character, but he would be pretty essential to the plot in the world. And that's why you have something like, imagine like an alligator, right? Who's speaking this first paragraph? It's, okay, the entire person narrating it is an angel. It's like an angel doing a retelling of Jill Booma's, or like reading Jill Booma's diary, right? This is like the diary of Jill Booma's life being read by an angel. How do you pronounce Tyrael? It's Tyrael. Tyr-E-L. Tyrael. And the other angel's name is Cassio. Yes, Teon. Teon. And of course, there has to be a point in the series where people fight using Toyotas. Because that's the sickest vibe. Toyotas with fucking, like rail guns on the back of them. Rocket launchers. One's got like a tank turret. Like just the top, just the top turret of the tank. It's like a one-shot wonder. You shoot it once and then it kills the fucking pilot. Or the driver, because it literally shoots through the entire fucking trunk of it. So you don't want to be in the truck when you fire that thing. It's a one-use wonder. Just like, it just reminds me of, I wonder if I can get the clip. Oh, where's the actual, like... Does this have the full car chase? Ah, no, where's the car chase? Because they're literally, like, on Toyotas in Team America, like, chasing after them out of out of Afghanistan or Iraq or whatever the fuck they are. Toyota trucks fighting fucking crazy flesh automatons, dude. Fuck it. Are you talking like Transformers level, Ahab? I'd like to somehow make it not suck that the only reason the world is kind of a medieval era is because of another country forcing technology stagnation. Technological stagnation. Sent? Hell yeah. Alright then. We'll, we can be happy up next, because, you know, that's only fair, right, Turner? You don't want me to read a chapter today, so we'll just skip over that, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Also, Space Caveman was an idea I had. Ads! Fuck! Ads! Guys! Not ads! Fuck! I was so close! But ads had to come up! There was nothing I could do about it because I got you by ads! How did you ever have to take on my ads? I took on your ads with my ads for your ads, so you know what my ads are! I don't know, though, because I've never seen my own. Can you look at yourself and see yourself and know your own ads? I don't know. Have you ever seen your own ads, or do you only ever see other people's ads? I don't know, because I don't see my own ads. Could it be that my ads are here to be seen by me, so I know my ads? I don't know what ads these be, but you could tell me what I need to see about my ads. Do I need to change? Do I need more? Are you comfortable with the ads that I spawn upon you? I don't know, because I can't see what ads you see. It's not my fault, guys. They don't let me see what ads I serve. Could you imagine if I got to pick what ads I could serve to you guys? So we'd get like imagine if category dictated what kind of ads you got. If you were in the writing and reading category and it gave you like Amazon Kindle ads. Like wouldn't that be a smart thing to do for Twitch? Guys, should I like call up Twitch and be like, you guys are dumb, you need to do your ad shit like this? Cause like, wouldn't that be like you're in the gambling section, so you get ads for you're in video game section, you get ads for video gaming, you're in the just chatting section, you get like basic commercial ads. But like in the reading and writing section, you should get like Amazon Kindle ads, like Barnes and Noble ads, like workshop ads for like different editing things. Like there's so much you could do with that, right? The AdSense on Twitch is so like stupid, and then the AdSense on YouTube is so lenient, it's fucking retarded. You're on the ASMR section, you get Jerkmate ads. Yes. Take all, guys. If I could, I would get sponsors from Bad Dragon. Okay. Because I would actually have their product to test out. P.S. This is a short port to Google Doc. It's not complete. Yep, no worries, Happy. It's all good. I'm an idea person, so I'm all about what kind of idea you're trying to get across from the story. So, it's kind of how I judge the story is, what are you trying to tell me with this story, right? Like, what's the purpose of the story, you know? What are you trying to purvey to me? Like, clearly this book is saying, at least so far, you know, kids will believe whatever they hear, and confidence is a true key. Like, he believes that the devil told him to take over the world, so now he's trying to take over the world. Slowly but surely. And he's like doing the whole, like, bad dragon. I did not expect that. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't gamble, but I take steak sponsorships, but, like, of all the sponsorships to take, Bad Dragon would be the best one because I actually use their products. So, yeah. Bad Dragon, I totally expected that. Exactly, Ahab, exactly. What kind of stream do you think you're in here? Welcome to the dark side of Twitch. Pretty much anything fucking goes here. We all just try to have a good time. That's what it's all about. Baby eating or not. I mean, what? Anyways. It was roughly hidden by self-consciousness, just like I expected. I went to take a seat closer to the back of the bus. It was perfect. I could see her clearly from there. Moments later, I could see her quickly smelling herself. This girl was undeniably pretty. I couldn't smell her whatsoever, as much as I sat next to her, so the irony of the whole farce is nothing short of comical for me. And that's another thing, it's like, I love the way that he does things, where it's like, yeah, you could do all these really stupid, fucked up things, but it's like, his humiliation game is on fucking point. I have the entire history of the universe for my idea already thought out. I mean, pretty much same here, Ahab, for my main Final Fantasy story. P.S. I'm a furry, and I also fell out of my chair. Nice! Hell yeah, Halfy. We got a couple, Fennec is Therian, but Cute Muffin, but then again, his account's banned because Australia did the whole no under 16. So all of his, because he's 15, all of his accounts basically got banned because he's underage now, which is kind of bullshit. He's also a streamer. Now he can't stream. He plays Trackmania, chess, and Genshin Impact. But I think also Connection Line's also a furry. I'm not a furry, but like I like furries, right? Like you know, the dynamic, right? I don't know. It's something about taboo. It's just kind of, but it's not, right? It's like the fantasy of it. So I also love about being like a writer, right? I'm not Therian, but I know some. Yeah. Like you do whatever you do, and then I just do me, right? So I'm like, it's all good. But I'm a bottom, so it's like, you know, half the time, like, I'm not, you know, I don't even see you. You're just doing what you do, right? Meanwhile, I'm like, holy shit, Sniff Sniff, that's got such a brilliant chapter idea. True, Yuri. I'm cleaning up the breathing sounds. Ah, I see. Yeah, that's a thing, Turner. I'm not, the world was pretty much an infinite landscape until, of course, some group of people and otherworldly shit fucks it up. Yep, that's pretty much what happens in my book, too. They literally pull the Monarch literally pulls the moon out of the sky to try and destroy all of the Beastmen. Because he spent like 100 years trying to eradicate them, but there's just too many of them. So he's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna bring the moon out of the sky, rewrite the entire landscape, kill absolutely everything, and restart from scratch. And he still doesn't kill them all. That's how life sustains. 2 lines every 30 minutes to get this shit done in 10 hours. Good fucking, let's fucking go. True, Yuri, that's just how it goes sometimes. Maybe we only read 1 chapter today, Yuri, because, you know, it is what it is, and we can come back to it later and read more chapters once we get everyone out of the way, just to make sure that we get everyone out of the way. You know? Damage I dealt her self-esteem will probably haunt her for years to come. I wonder if she'll consequently obsess over being clean, overusing a bunch of smell products. Nah, it's fine. People leave around this time anyway. Fair enough. That's fair. That's true, right? It is pretty late for a lot of people, and we're all old men, right? We gotta get up in the morning. It's Sunday. Gotta go to work. Fuck. She had the confidence to sit next to me, albeit timidly. Now she'll have the confidence to sit next to herself, selfishly. I, Johann, a complete stranger to this person, stole from her what most likely took countless years to build. I do need to go to bed soon, but not yet. True, I have. That said, having to consequently walk for a while, the supermarket was a pain. Oh wait, I skipped one. My bad. As much as this was utterly callous, I felt a sense of relief and confidence after it went so smoothly and, as planned, rubs me just the right way knowing the destruction of someone's self-esteem caused my confidence to jump up. A story that has yet to be told, a cave person in a world with magic dungeons. How would that society develop? True, Sean. True. Like, instead of, like, hunting and gathering, they just used the dungeons as the way to hunt, and they, like, eventually found the spawn points and everything like that. They built their entire society, and then one day the dungeon stopped spawning, and they have to, like, figure shit out for themselves. Dude, I'm planning this book in my head right now. Because I work both mornings and closing. Yay. Does anyone put smut under beta reading? I don't know if anyone else has, but I do write smut. I write quite a bit of smut. Let's actually check and see, because, like, smut is the only thing that sells. Ah, for fuck's sakes. It kicked me out of Kindle. I don't know which one this is. Hold on a sec. Hope this is it. Audible did a funny thing where it reset all my progress on my books. That's fucked up. Let's see how we did. Hey, look at that. We made 25 cents so far. We've had 38 pages read since the beginning of February. Considering the book is only 38 pages long, that's not bad at all. All from the United States. Yeah, this is Bondage, Water Sports, and More, a collection of explicit encounters. That's my main smut. In the stream suggestions channel for you. Alright, we'll have to listen to that eventually, Turner. Helps me just the right way, knowing the destruction of someone's self-esteem caused my confidence to jump up. That said, having to consequently walk for a while, the supermarket was a pain. Once I got there, I noticed a bunch of police officers. Has there been a crime or something? I had an idea where the world of dungeons, but nobody ever went into them. Instead, they would only kill what came out of them, but by killing them outside the dungeon, they gained nothing. Not even a carcass. Then our main character, transmigrates and is furious with them for wasting the monsters and not helping the dungeons. But how would they eat if they don't get anything if they kill the monster and it literally, like, disappears, Sean? How would they survive? If ever I write something and get GRRM rich, I'd pay animators to do an adaptation. Fuck live action. Agreed, Ahab. I would absolutely get it to be animated, because live action is just so ridiculously hard and so expensive to do compared to animation. You just have to know what you're doing with the animation. But yeah, it's so true. Well, it doesn't concern me. I bought a bunch of energy drinks. First I make it into a manga. Like my goal is to get it translated to Japanese, send it to Square Enix, and say, hey, can this be the first official canon Final Fantasy book? That would be my dream. And then the idea would to take the book and turn it into a manga. And then release it as like the first official Final Fantasy Square Enix endorsed Final Fantasy manga. That is my dream. That is the goal that I am always trying to work towards. Right? I think the more digestible part of the universe I'm coming up with is the series set on Earth. The species for mine, because only the main character is human. You've got the avians, insectoids, octopi. Like, good luck doing that in real life, right? The king of Earth is literally sun god, also the son of Lucifer, because I'm cringe like that. Like my emotions. True, same here. Same here. I bought a bunch of energy drinks, a mint candy, and a phone for him. The plan was to give it tomorrow, since I already had the plans for today. I drank all the energy drinks on the way to meet with Abby. In that story, they kill the monsters so they won't run rampant. They barricade the dungeon. When the main character shows up, having read enough stories to understand what a dungeon is, grabs a spear that was discarded for being too far gone, and runs just inside the dungeon to kill a goblin, and stuns everyone when the goblin drops a dagger and a copper coin. Fucking idiots! I mean, like, to me, Sean, you know what that is? That is like people, and I know it's bad to say, that is like people being so stupid that they died of heart attacks or died of fright during an eclipse. Because they thought the world was ending. Or the people that freak out for like a blood moon, for like a lunar eclipse versus a solar eclipse. Also, the moon has crusaders on it fighting nasty ink blank demons. Not in a racist way, they literally are ink, like ink. That is cool. My book is about a shifter who grew up among humans. And is he like trying to learn the shifter life? So he's like going back into like shifter society, but it's like maybe he is treated a different way because he grew up with humans. Or do the humans know that he's a shifter? Does the world know? Hot lady crusaders. You know what? I'm gonna pull a relic here, Ahab. I'm gonna pull a relic. Can you generate me an image of some super sexy, badass, female, scantily clad crusaders after their epic battle against evil? They won. And this one really trying to give us some titty here. I mean, I guess I was hoping for, like, you know, they'd have like the Red Cross and everything. That didn't really turn out. That really didn't turn out the way I was thinking. Like, you know, it is what it is, right? Sometimes it just doesn't work. Humans don't know about the Fey realms. Ah, okay. Scantily clad. Nah, she's tin canned the fuck up with a big ass fucking mace. I had the idea for a teen boy who was a foster child and always teased for his horrible BO. Only when he turns 13 does he learn why he has such bad BO, because that's the first time he shifts into a were-skunk. Interesting. Were-skunk would be fucking so scary. Werewolves would get fucking bodied by a were-skunk. Hold on. What if it was like a mink mixed with a skunk? So it has the ferocity of a mink, right? But I don't know. Are mink smell sacks worse? Are smell sacks on minks worse than skunk? I actually don't know. Shifters in my book are faking. Ah, cool. Were mink. Skunk, not skink. A skink isn't a stinky, and its ability to lose its tail makes it... were mink would be fucked. As far as I know, mink are one of the most aggressive animals on the planet. Like, they're anger incarnate. But their pelts are also the softest. Like, softest... I think they have, like, the softest pelts in the entire world. I'm not sure if it's, like, just top 5 or if it is #1. But, like, mink fur is, like... It's literally stroking the furry wall. Wereweasel would be borked, too. Weremole. Werehyena would be the toppest tier were thing. Well, that's like a werenole, right? We were talking about this... Sean was saying this yesterday. Like, a werenole would be my perfect bride. My perfect waifu, because her clit is basically a pseudo dick. So she would actually, like, get pleasure from pegging me, right? So I think it'd be a win-win for everyone. Werebadger. Badgers! Badgers! We don't need no stinking badgers. Who would win, the badger or the skunk? Then, quickly after visiting my own place, while I was going towards her place, little shifts from a few days ago, again, said something. Werehyena female giving birth out of its girl penis. Their death rate is like 80%. Free idea for you smut writers. I mean... She got a big dick this time. Does some urethral sounding, just to like you know, loosen it up. Damn, that's a deep question. Does the spray beat the rage of the badger? How much does the badger get like undone by smell? Right? Like, could the badger live up to the smell, or if it like smelt right in its face, would the badger just be like literally incapacitated because of the smell? I think the spray only intensifies the rage. It's like if it was blood rage before, now it's like death rage. Cry, Yuri, let me lick the tears from your eyes. Look how close we are to the end of the chapter, too. We're like 3 paragraphs from the end of the chapter, and I'm still stalling. Again, I said something. I looked around, and yet again people were around. I was obligated to let it pass and not do anything in spite of being mocked by a bunch of children. Chapter isn't even 1,000 words. AI says the badger can't handle the spray of a skunk. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, what about a werebadger? A bit ironic, knowing that I did just what I did just earlier today. I guess this is what they call karma. Ultimately, however, I'll chop off their nails and drive them to the graves. It's a matter of time. They aren't going to get away after doing something like this twice. While going towards Abby's place, I thought of just the idea. These brats are only here during the day, which makes it virtually impossible for them to be alone. Even threatening them wouldn't be realistic, since adults could notice, and the risk of that just isn't worth it for me. In that case, there's something, just something that would be truly, as thought slowly materialized in my head. Yet again, the sadistic grin took over. Scatman! Wait, the shifters are like humans until they link with a spirit companion. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Hilarious. One of the main characters in my book is friends with a wolf, but no shifter. Except the wolf isn't exactly a wolf, but still not a shifter. Oh, wait, I'm checking to make sure that you actually redeemed Scatman, because I'm not seeing it here anywhere. Because I was about to pull it up, And then I was like, wait, I'm gonna check and see if you actually redeemed it. Okay, you did. I was behind on chat. You did. You did. Okay, fine. You did. I didn't see it. You did.
I'm a scat man.
Predicted that Seattle would win because I don't want them to. True, Sean. Stupid bull fireworks. Also, nobody knows what a wolf is because it's an alien planet where, yes, there's humans, but there's a reason, okay? True, Ahab. I can't be too nice to you. You gotta assert dominance. True. That's why you let him go first, Turner, and then you fuck up his entire read. And the magic is split between two types.
Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Anything I go first, I get blessed fish or political talk. Blessed fish or political talk. Scatman is the jam! Misty Ray, good evening! Yo, what's up? How's it going, Misty? Welcome, welcome! How are you? Scatman is the jam, indeed.
Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man.
I'm okay. I was doing a beta reading with one of my stories before stream ended in another channel. Ah, well, welcome, welcome. You are a writer, I take it then? 900-word chapter to 2 hours. Scatman canceled the store for like 500 points. I am. Hell yeah. What kind of stories do you write? What's your genre? What's your hook for you being an author?
Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother can love.
Right now, we're working on a political historical romance. Ooh! That sounds cool.
Do not go to the bathroom.
Wait, is that your set? Wait, did you? Oh no, never mind. That's just because it ended. Yeah. I love walking through a bookstore and just seeing great porn everywhere. Hear me out! Hear me out! I mean, it's fucked up, I agree, Ahab, but sex sells. What time period is it set in, Misty? Starting chapter 11, but I'm stuck. Ooh, I hate it when that happens. What are you stuck on? Is it plot? Is it character? Is it, you backed yourself into a corner? China, 1500 to 60. Oh, that's dope. Basically Ming Dynasty. I think you would get along with Book really well, Misty. She is like huge into that. All of her stuff is set in around that same time in China, but it's the Qing Dynasty, QI or like whatever. I didn't bring up books one. Maybe it will say what kind of dynasty it is. I'm not seeing it off the bat on the top. It was like the Qing Dynasty or something like that. I'm on Q. Maybe not on this one, but yeah. She's huge into like Korean stuff. Uvenor light magic, dependent on the spirit companion's type. Like a character is linked with a black ice wolf. Ooh, that sounds epic. The boring parts between when things happen. You know what's the best thing to do with that, Misty? you sacrifice a summary, right? Or you make it so you inject something in that's like foreshadowing that makes it. The new tech might be posting paragraphs from the novel in the chat. If you're doing readings, I'd be happy to share for you to see. Hell yeah, we're just about to read Haffy's story. Magic in my universe is either blood magic or magic you get by alignment with a god, which is incredibly rare. I mean, you said China, so I won't read it. No offense to the culture, but the names piss me off. Can never keep them straight. I hear a name and I think it's male, but nope, it's female. Same the other way around. Not reading more of mine today? No, I said I would read more of your chapters because I wanted to be able to get through everyone today, Yuri, and we just spent so much time on your chapter. You know, I figure we could go back to it afterwards. Tried to keep my names simple so that it wouldn't be too hard to pronounce them. Yeah. And then Denver Dark Magic that requires a form of sacrifice. Ooh, I love sacrifice. I love grim dark, Happy. If it's fiction, you can do whatever you want with it because tangents and bold, that is our motto here. True, Sean, it is. Sure, I prefer you reading it when less people are here anyway so we can actually talk about it. I mean, I try to talk about it. I don't think that has to do with anybody being here.
You're a fraud. Where's my toke?
I mean, it's true. I'm packing it right now. Loki, don't worry. I'm packing it right now.
Thank you for following Miss Taria. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Wait, I went straight up asked my Korean friend. I was in like middle school if he saw 4:8 aspect ratio. What the fuck? I don't even understand that, Cat Mayhab, but we were both being horribly racist to each other, so it's okay. Oh, because his eyes, because Asian eyes. Oh, because, yeah, okay, I get it. I get it. But thank you for the follow, Misty. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Today is a little bit of a busy day. I thought today was going to be a slow day, and then all of a sudden it's like, holy crap, everyone's coming out of the woodwork. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Always feels good to be able to spread the word about other people's works. Ads! Fuck ads! I wonder how long Fish comes back acting like we should be overjoyed that he's forgiven us for not caring. I don't know if Fish will ever come back. Fish was kind of being a bit of a, you know, hell yeah, surprise picks, ads, dad ads, dads, dad is an ad, dad is an ad, dad is an ad, it's ads on ads with an ad, for ads with ads, for ads, the ads, you are an ad, don't tell me what ads are for, you be what you are for ads be what you are for ads, TurboTax, plus gamble, please, gamble, please, it's all the way to the corner. Firehouse subs, State Farm. The ads are real. I'll add my ads, I'll add you. The only ads I care about come from me. Fuck these ads. Firehouse is pretty fucking good. I don't know what Firehouse is. Is that an American thing? 3, 2, 1. I know State Farm's like an insurance company, right? 3, 2, 1, toke. Riskies and Twitch Turbo. Good old Twitch Turbo. Biology. What the hell is that? In the voice of New Yorker gooning about bodegas. I mean, I'm Canadian, so some of that kind of goes over my head. But anyways, here we go. This is Happy's story. The new Shifter King, The Shifter Chronicles, Book 1. Levi was on one of his nightly strolls through the woods to calm his nerves and escape from the streets, knowing his respite will end when he returns to the streets, where no one is trustworthy, and you have to fight for a little food that's out there. The tranquil walk ends when Levi sees a wolf glowing like the moon itself, and the force shifts towards it, which tilts its head to guide Levi through the woods. Okay, guys, nobody talk. We can only talk if it's Yuri's stuff. Levi's breath thins and cracks as he questions the wolf, asking, Do you want me to follow you? The wolf's eyes glow brighter in reaction to Levi's words. Levi hesitantly follows the wolf. I don't know why that wasn't underlined. Great time to join stream. Pro Leo! Yo, what's up? True. It's always a great time to join the stream. We're always doing something, right? Welcome, welcome. How are you? What are you up to? How's your day going? We are currently reading Happy's stories, his introduction to a shifter tale. Want to read my 124k word Yuri with horrible typos? I would absolutely love to, Pro. I'll start from the beginning and I'll work my way through it. 100%. I'm all for that. It'll give me inspiration for writing my own smut. Working on my second novel. Fuck yeah. Hey, I saw you earlier. That's what I say when I see a few other guys at the urinal. Said Yuri, didn't you? Gotta do it all on stream. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Is it really, really, really graphic and in-depth? Because yes. Yes. The last smut we read was Meow smut, and it was Pokemon smut. Between a Pokemon and a human. They only kiss once. It's like Amish God-fearing Yuri. So it's like Edgemaster gooning. They think the kind of relationship where they burn countries down instead. But they are married. Okay. So, like for instance how Goat, Pokemon, and Human, that's some lolcow smut. Justin RPG smut. Yup, well, I mean, that's Meow smut. I mean, I said I would choose probably a slug cat over Pokemon, though. What? The double text? I don't know. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I was gonna say like Goku, where it's like he's got 3 kids, but he doesn't know what a kiss is. Music bumping, by the way. Why, thank you, Pro. You can thank Blessed for that. He told me this channel. It's called Altos Rocks. AI-generated violin and, like, classical piano music. We have sax and violins. That is, like, the music is the foundation of the stream because it's, like, the puns and the jokes, right? Sex and violence, sax and violins. That's a joke, though. Lolcow Pokemon smut would be way worse. I mean, fair enough, Ahab, but I'm sure there's stuff out there, right? I'm sure it exists, because Rule 34, if it exists, there's porn for it. Did you finally finish your chapter, Yuri? I did, Turner! We're now reading Halfy's chapter. I got super high once and wrote a Dexter and Jack the Ripper fanfic one time where he goes to hell to obliterate serial killers from the universe. Oh, bro, that sounds epic. That sounds epic. Looks like I retyped part of it twice. Oof. Ancient text, actually. Wolf's eyes glow brighter in reaction. Oh, Leah hesitated and follows the wolf towards the edge of the clearing. The wolf's eyes, maybe? One of his nightly strolls through the woods, escaped from the streets, knowing this respite would end. Okay. So like right here, little food. Yeah, so this seems like this was a copy and paste error with an edit. Think I'm gonna go to bed soon. We'll see how I feel after this bourbon. Alright, sounds good, Turner. Did you read the Jobuma story? Have you seen the comic strip of that guy turning into a diaper? No, but we do have anime that's like, I got reincarnated as my little sister's panties. So, instead of a dark passenger, he has a bright passenger. And instead of saying, tonight's the night, Dexter says, today's the day. Oh, that's crazy. I love taking that inspiration, right? I read the first paragraph and recorded a demo voiceover. But so what did you think about it, though? Did you like it? Tranquil walk takes a turn when Levi sees a wolf glowing like the moon itself. The what if Dexter teamed up with Dexter from Dexter's Lab? Okay, yeah, so hesitantly he follows as it leads him to the edge of the clearing. There, the chapel comes into view, its pale form glowing softly, moonlight woven into its fur rather than cast upon it. The wolf moves with quiet interest, head tilting as it studies the ruined spire, as though the place has changed since it last saw it, or as though it is seeing it for the first time, just as he is. I just read it aloud, it didn't read for comprehension. Ah, I see. Chapel leans against the sky, broken uneven. Spire is split down the middle, jagged and raw, the stone torn apart rather than torn away. The wolf lifts its muzzle towards it, ears pricked, light rippling faintly along its shoulders. It does not bristle or growl, it only watches. Figures crouch along the outer walls. I didn't plan that, but I planned a pro bowling arc, and the final twist was that his son reincarnated as Trinity. I mean, fair enough. I'm still struggling with my unbridled hatred and running low on distraction points. No! We got plenty of stories to read to distract you, Turner. It only watches. Figures crouch along the outer walls, stone beasts frozen in tense poses. Wolves, bears, great cats. Their features are blurred by time, but their shapes remain unmistakable. The wolf pads closer, circling one of the statues, its nose hovering near the stone as if testing a familiar scent long since faded. Levi hesitates, then follows. Inside, the air is cooler, heavy with dust and silence. The pews lie broken and scattered, thrown aside with careless force. The wolf steps slightly among the debris, its glow brushing over the splintered wood, tail swaying in idle curiosity. It pauses, sniffing at the floor, then looks back at Levi, waiting, not urging, as though checking that he is still willing to continue. The new Shifter King, the Shifter Chronicles. Oh, this is just because this is, I'm guessing part of, like, just copying it, so I'll skip that, because that's page 2. The walls are scored with deep gouges. Scoured? I don't know. Long and uneven. I can't read, by the way, I'm retarded. Carved higher than he can reach. Levi slows, lighting his chest, tightening his chest. Yeah, I can't read. The wolf studies the marks too, head tilting, one paw lifting briefly before setting it down again. It seems puzzled rather than afraid. At the altar, the wolf stops. A single symbol is carved into the stone, a rough circle split by 3 deep slashes. Moonlight from the broken spire catches in the grooves, making them gleam faintly. The wolf steps closer, light pooling around its paws and lowering its head as if in greeting something ancient. It does not touch the altar, but it does not shy away either, leaving Levi standing on a threshold of the unknown. A werewolf smut fantasy called A Tale of Knots and Claws. Oh my god, Ahab. I mean, just put it straight out there, right? It's what they want. Give them what they want. Hear me out, guys. It's not bestiality if it's fiction, okay? We all love the bear sex scene from fucking Baldur's Gate, okay? Let me eat some fucking cake. Maybe wind sighing through shattering stone, maybe branches creaking like old bones. But instead, he heard a voice, sharp, thick, almost amused. You're staring like you've never seen a wrecked building before. He whirled, breath catching, because the voice was alive, not the hollow hush he'd been bracing for. A woman stood several paces down the ruined nave, hands on her hips like she owned every cracked tile beneath her feet. Her hair was a wild sweep of dark strands. Her eyes were bright, too bright, intense in a way that made him feel like she'd already sized him up and found him wanting. Fennec! The Seahawks win the Super Bowl! Look it up right now, Scotty, please! Yay! Yeah, Sean already said, but how's it going? Welcome, welcome, Fennec. What are you up to? Wild Fennec arrives. 18 plus distraction point. Plus 18 distraction points. True, Turner. Do we need to get Fennec into voice chat? Oh, well, Yuri's done it now. Yuri's done it now. My villain arc starts today! Whoops.
I'm a scat man.
They're my favorite team. Wow, they're Sean's not favorite team, Fennec, but congratulations, they won the Super Bowl. Huzzah! But the world didn't end at the Super Bowl today. Do you need hugs, Yuri? Fuck you, Sean. True, Fennec, true. Fuck you, Sean. Give me your points, not hugs. I mean, you guys could duel for points. Three, two, one, toe!
As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man.
I don't have enough points for that. I'm under 2K. That's what you get for wasting them all, Turner. You're supposed to goad other people into using their point. And then you save your points for 10K for you going next in line. That's the smart way to play. I'm gonna make you shut up. He was reading some of my book. Yes. I'm reading Happy's story right now. In tote, because I'll do it. Oh, well, Ahab beat you to it. Ahab's got plenty of points.
I'm the scat man.
3, 2, 1, toke!
Where's the scat man? I'm a scat man. Repeat after me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. I'm the scat man. Sing along with me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. Yeah, I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man. I'm the scat man.
Ooh. Alright. That was a nice little break there. By the way, you said y'all read later today, yeah? Well, I mean, we still got 4 more hours or so, Yuri. 5 more hours to go. I drew this emote myself. Oh, that's cool. Hell yeah. Why is there no Septic 5 Awesome Redeem where you have to watch the entirety of Septic 5 Awesome? I don't know. No one suggested it. If you don't know what Septic 5 Awesome is, good for you. Keep it that way. Yeah, I don't know what Septic 5 Awesome is, but it sounds really bad, Ahab. It sounds really, really bad. Not gonna lie. She wasn't afraid. Honestly, she looked angry at the world for being dull. A massive wolf stood at her side, not the moonlit one that had led him here. This one was darker than shadow, like the night had taken solid form. Frost glimmered along its withers, cold shimmering like a living thing under its sleek black fur. I love the description of that. So vivid. Night incarnated into a living being. Glad you asked. It's a guy sitting in a septic tank with scuba gear. And yes, he does in fact dive down. Do you think we could delay him all the way to 1 a.m. before he finishes this story, Yuri? It's probably possible. But, like, you would really have to go hard. Because at some point, like for instance, like what Yuri said of just, like, if you're just gonna, like, put your book in the chat, once I realize that that's what you're doing, I'm not gonna read your chat. We've had that happen before. Where someone wanted to skip the queue, so they just kept putting their chat in, and we're like, no, that's not how it works. Like, you can keep doing that, but I'm not gonna read it. That's not how it works. If you try to circumvent the, situation, I know what you're doing, and we're just gonna override it. Right? Like, if you're like, my chapter is 100k words, I'm like, okay, I'll read for like an hour, and then that's it. You know, I know what you're trying to do. We gotta fit everyone in, guys. We gotta get everyone in, okay? And I know everyone doesn't have time to sit here for 8 hours, right? So, it is what it is.
Holy shit. A white mob?
It's a white mob! Oh no, guys!
One sec, chat. Just logging into my softcore character to practice killing it.
True. And then somehow I die on my softcore character, but I'm so bad that dying on my softcore character makes it so my softcore character becomes a hardcore character, and I can't play it anymore. I'm like, what? It's not even hardcore. It's like, yeah, but you're just so bad, we just don't want you to play the game anymore. It's like, fuck. Why'd you ban me? Because we know that you're doing self-harm by playing the game. Oof. Oof. That's hefty. Didn't look curious. It looked ready. Levi opened his mouth. Nothing came out. She lifted her chin. Yo, Blessed, what's up? Not much, man. We're reading Haffy's story. It's a shifter story. We're like just near the beginning of it. What are you up to, though, Blessed? How's your day been going, good sir? What you at? What you doing, my man? I am doing self-harm when I take down an entire rotisserie chicken. An entire rotisserie chicken, Ahab. That's intense, man. Dude, I could eat, like, half a rotisserie chicken. But, like, and I could eat a lot of food. But, damn, a whole chicken. Fuck, man. That's a lot of chicken. Dude, I could crush an entire Tis chicken. That's crazy, bro. I'm like 5'6" and, like, 120 pounds, dude. That's like a tenth of my fucking body weight. Says you ate the white meat. The only thing I do with the white meat is I take the white meat and I turn it into stew. Who the fuck wants to eat the white meat? Ugh. You shred that shit and you put that in soup. Or stew. Or sandwiches. Or stir fry. A full rack of ribs? That's easy. I could do 2 sets of ribs. I could do 2 sets of ribs on sandwiches with other condiments. Like with like lettuce and pickles and like tomatoes. Like pulled pork, rib style. Absolutely devastated full rack. And some mac and cheese. Yeah, Ahab, I'd have like a salad on the side and shit. Like... I'm like, should I go throw some ribs in right now? Extra large, full rack. We're talking like this long, like this thick. We're talking like 4 pounds of meat. Like you put all that meat together and you got like a fucking basketball of fucking meat. And then you devour that shit. Been good. Second day of exercise. 10 minutes walk, dynamic mobility, joint work, and static stretching. Then a good shower, dinner, and a nap. Oh, and of course, worshiping God through Bible reading and prayer. Of course, blessed. Wonderful. Keep on track, brother. Bring us to the light. Come home, my son. True. She lifted her chin. Short ribs are fucking amazing. Like, what would you fix for a full family? 2 racks of ribs, 4 rotisserie chickens, like 8 potatoes, a block of cheese, a block of butter, like 4 celery stalks, probably 8 carrots, a loaf of bread, maybe 2 loaves of bread, or like buns. What else? Oh, ham. You have to have like 3 full, like you have to have a honey ham, a black forest ham, and a smoked ham. That would be like a family gathering for my house. Asking myself if I have it in me to study some software developing. I have had some moments of clarity of self-awareness. Why the forest gotta be black, man? What the fuck? It's just the way that it is, Ahab. It's just the way that the skin looks, right? It's just the skin is black. There's nothing wrong with it being black. I'd eat black people as much as I would eat white people. I mean, what? I mean, the only one I haven't had is Asian dick. I've had Asian pussy, but I've never had Asian dick. Do you think politicians have a preference? I bet you could tell. I bet you if like, you know, you gave them blind and were like, which one is this? I bet you they could tell which one was which. One's a little bit more meaty and gamey, and the other one's like greasy. Right? Of course white people are fucking greasy. Like, oh shit, here's George Bush, bring out the Arabian baby. Everyone likes special toppings on their pizza, right? True, Ahab, true. You lost? She said, not unkindly, but with that edge of someone who didn't bother sugarcoating anything. His head throbbed. The wolf by the doorway, the one that guided him, had not reacted. Still glowing faintly, still watching. But this pair, they didn't regard him like an enigma. They regarded him like a puzzle they were about to solve. He forced a nod. She snorted, almost laughter, or maybe disbelief. That's a yes, huh? Levi felt heat rise in his cheeks. Not shame exactly, more like embarrassment he couldn't quite explain. He wasn't lost, not really, just disoriented. Never had he walked into a ruined church and found someone critiquing his posture on arrival. The ice wolf shifted beside her, and Levi felt something tighten in his chest. Not fear exactly, but a prickling awareness, not a threat, an appraisal. She turned those bright eyes back to him. So, she said, deep voice crisp, what exactly brought you... Okay, I'm actually gonna do the voice. What exactly brought you to this charming pile of history? Levi swallowed, conscience flickering with that strange pull of the wolf's moonlit glow behind him, like a reminder that he wasn't completely alone, even here, even now. Levi hadn't realized how quiet the chapel had become until Jade spoke again. She was standing near the altar now. Stop, Scott! I can only get so erect before I get dizzy. True. Levi hadn't realized how quiet the chapel had become until Jade spoke again. She was standing near the altar now, one boot braced against cracked stone, eyes tracing the symbol carved into its surface. The black ice wolf lingered at her side, breath misting low, frost spreading in slow, deliberate lines across the floor. "You picked a hell of a place to wander into," she said. Levi frowned. "You know what this is?" Jade glanced back at him, one brow lifting, sharp, assessing. "I know what it is." She tapped the altar with two fingers. The sound rang too loud. "This is where the twin gods tore each other apart." The world settled uneasily in its chest. "Twin gods?" he asked. "Solana and Venturon," Jade said easily, like naming storms or seasons. "Goddess of the shift, god of the pharaoh." She straightened, energy coiled tight beneath her skin. Wolf's glow deepened, ice crawling further outward, reacting to the name. The new Venetron loved the beasts, Jade continued. Loved them so much, he didn't just watch anymore. He meddled, took sides, whispered into blood and bone, pushed shifters towards instinct over balance. Her mouth twisted. Chaos, dressed up as freedom. Levi's gaze shifted to the gouges in the walls, the shattered pews, the way the stone itself seemed scarred. "This is where Solana stopped him," Jade said. "Right here." The chapel felt smaller suddenly, the air heavier. Levi could almost imagine it, power filling the space, stone screaming under the weight of it. "He fought her," Jade went on, voice steady but edged. "Didn't stand a chance. You can't outmatch the one who governs change itself." She nodded towards the symbol carved into the altar. "So she sealed him, bound his essence beneath this place, trapped him in the ruin of his own devotion." Levi swallowed. She sealed her own brother." Oh wait, that's him. She sealed her own brother. Jade met his eyes. There was no softness there, only certainty. "She had to," she said. "A god who chooses the earth over the balance becomes a tyrant eventually, even if he thinks he's doing good." Behind Levi, the moonlight wolf shifted, its glow flickering faintly. He felt it then, a tug, deep and uneasy, like the place was listening. Jade noticed. Of course she did. Her gaze flicked past him to the pale wolf at the doorway. Ads! Fuck! Okay, I need to refill my drink. I will be right back. Oh, diets ad. Yeah, I got a sick diets ad too. Then sour cream. What the fuck, sour cream? Soon I'll be a programmer and wear the socks. You know, the programmer socks. You must know them. Then Gun to Plush ad. Then Duncan. Man, Twitch has no idea how to serve their ads to people, man. No wonder they get no monies. They get no monies! 3, 2, 1, toe! Matcha green tea sucks nuts. Girl drinks suck. Women don't know how to drink alcohol. Just down the gullet, bitch! Always trying to make it taste good. That's not the point! I think drinks that taste good should be illegal, and you should have to deal with the downsides of the taste of alcohol in order to get drunk, because less people would get drunk because they wouldn't be able to stand the taste, and then you'd have less problems. And then you just keep doing that until no one drinks anymore. Problem solved. Because I think if you could remove gambling or drinking, which one do you think is worse? I honestly think drinking is worse than gambling. I fucks hella tough with fruity, gay-ass alcoholic drinks. I don't care. Oh, me too, Ahab. Have you ever heard of, what the fuck are they called? Palm Bays. Palm Bays. Yup. This was the shit that I drank. Fucking Palm Bay grapefruit. Pink fucking can. Gambling is worse because I don't like it as much as drinking. I used to get so fucked up on Long Island iced teas and whiskey sours. Can't believe people stop making alcohol taste good. They just bootleg good stuff. Nice thought, don't bother. Can't drink yet. 1 year away. Oh shit. I had my first beer with my dad when I was 14 at a family reunion. But I didn't smoke weed till I was 19. Used to drink Irish coffee on my way to school senior year. That was fun. And have never drank more than a sip of anything and spat it out. I was pretty much a fucking alcoholic at one point in time. But I mean, I think so was everyone else around me, right? We were all just partying all fucking time, getting drunk all the fucking time, spending all of our money on booze and weed. Well, I would buy food because I don't buy weed, and then they would buy weed, and then eventually I was buying weed because I smoked weed then, eventually. But yeah, that was pretty much it. I thought I was being smart. Nope, that shit stank like liquor. Yup, like hot chocolate and bourbon. Yup. Her gaze flickered past him to the pale wolf at the doorway, then back to Levi, sharper now. And if you're wondering why you were led here, she said, tone dry but intent, it's because sealed gods don't stay quiet forever. The black ice wolf's eyes gleamed. And Venetron, Jade added, has always been curious about mortals who listen. Levi hesitated near the altar, the weight of Jade's words still settling on his chest like cold stone. The moonlit wolf stood silent in the doorway, but the black ice wolf at Jade's side watched him too, its breath like frost drifting in shallow clouds. My mom mixes Mountain Dew and vodka. That's a good combo. That's a good combo. But I would also just take bong rips before leaving too. I mean, fair enough, right? It is what it is. Jade sighed, watching him too, its breath like frost dripping in shallow clouds. Jade shifted her stance, gaze fixed on him as though she'd already sized him up and found the puzzle missing its key. You look different, she said, not unkindly. Not someone born into this world of gods and moonlit wolves and ruined chapels. Levi blinked, unsure where she was going with that. And then she continued, sharp, straightforward, like she never wasted breath on fluff. Shifters have a scent, she stated, as though that explained everything. Distinct, not like humans. Earthier, wilder, almost like forest rain and animal musk wrapped up together. She wrinkled her nose a little, as if recalling the smell even now. Humans usually never notice it until they know what to look or smell for. Levi's heart thudded. He knew that smell. He'd grown up surrounded by it in a way he hadn't even understood at the time because he hadn't known about shifters then. I forget if paganism is a religion or just any religion that isn't Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism, or Islam. Paganism is any religion that worships basically like nature and like the real world, but doesn't have like a deity. That's my understanding. Like, it's like you worship the earth, you worship the sky, you worship the water, you worship the land, you worship the trees, you worship the animals. But it's like you don't have like a unified singular god or spectrum of gods that dictate how the world works. You just worship that world. Like a lot of holidays were made up to convert pagans slowly over time. Oh, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true, Ahab. I believe that 100%. 100%. Because almost every single religious holiday started as a pagan holiday in almost every single religion. And it's like you can pick apart the ones that you can tell were like integrated versus the ones that were like original to the thing, right? Like look at like what's a good example? I guess they'd be like ones that we don't practice anymore, right? Which is like, again, kind of fucking weird. But then there's a lot of like orthodox ones, right? And it depends on like what part of Christianity you're looking at, right? Because like Catholic versus Protestant, and then with all the Protestants you're looking at like, you know, all of the pescatarian, what's another one? Jehovah Witness. Oh, what's another one of the... Come on, I can do one more, man. Catholic shit is so much cooler than Christian shit. Catholic is the original, right? In terms of what's fucking radical as hell. Well, I mean, the Vatican is literally its own country. I think it's one of the only religions, it might be the only religion in the entire world that has its own country. A religion that has a country. Think about that. Just the aesthetic is fucking mint. Oh yeah, they're dripped out as fuck. The Catholic Church, except Christianity, has crusades, which is sick. Crusaders. Yeah. True. There's a you know, each side has their own cool thing. We should make like an RTS that's like religion. So it's like Age of Empires, but it's, and like Age of Mythology, but it's like Age of Religions, and it's like modern day, but it's like just like all of the different religions like fighting each other, and they all have like their special perks and stuff, and you basically got to convert the rest of the fucking world to your religion. You think that would go hard as a video game? I made an entire world where we destroyed all of the Muslims, not any other religion, just all of Islam. In this one, I destroyed all of Christianity, and in this one, I destroyed atheism. Because atheism is in and of itself its own religion, right? Catholics and had Templars. Knights Templar sword right behind me, right? They had the drip, bro. They had like the backing, the money. They weren't fucking around. That shit was real. He only knew strange instinctive things, the way people recoiled from him sometimes, how certain animals reacted before he spoke, how the scent of forests and wild places clung to him even in the city. Humans didn't know about shifters or gods or moonlit wolves guiding people into ancient chapels. They barely knew what was real at all. That doesn't sound familiar, he said carefully, voice low. Jade regarded him with a tilted expression, like she was weighing something. It's what happens when humans don't have video games or internet. They become cool as hell. We do some pretty badass shit when we're not just fapping to furry porn on the internet. It's because you didn't grow up around shifters, she said. You can live among us, see us shifter, follow our pack calls, yet still miss what's under the surface. Levi opened his mouth, then shut it again. She wasn't wrong. Yes. Didn't have gooners in the 1100s. What do you mean, Ahab? No, that's a lie, Ahab. They absolutely had gooners. They absolutely were fucking gooners. Right? Like, they absolutely knew what the fuck they were doing back in the day, right? They absolutely knew what the fuck they were doing. France was a country of gooners. Oh, man. We've been doing this since the beginning of fucking time, dude. We literally have, like, boobs on, cave art. Like caveman art. Like, we've been imagining that shit since we first seen that shit. Hits, man. We'll never get over it. So gooners are the purest form of mankind, basically. Yes. They're the true people. The true inheritance of the future. That's because you didn't grow up around shifters, she said. You can live among us, see us shift, follow our pack calls, yet still miss what's under the surface. The true survivors. Yeah, because we're going to be the ones who come out on top. Because when everyone else is blowing up the world, we're just going to be sitting there gooning. And when everyone else kills everyone else, and then the internet goes out, we finally leave our houses, we'll be the only ones left. Levi opened his mouth and shut it again. Yo, who's we? Gooners! Me, Smokey, Callie, Blessed, Relic, Connection Line, I don't know Happy enough to say if he's a gooner or not. Oh, Meow's definitely a gooner too. Meow is 100% a gooner. Levi opened his mouth and shut it again. She wasn't wrong. He'd spent years moving from place to place, sleeping in alleyways and backyards, blending into crowds, learning how not to draw attention. The ellipses made me think they wanted to be included. World of humans, it seemed simpler, safer. No magic, no gods, no hidden beasts, just survival. You grew up with the humans? Jade asked, eyebrow quirking. Her gaze was sharp but not mocking. He felt warmth inside and rise in his cheeks. Embarrassment, because part of him didn't want her to see that truth. Yeah, he admitted, voice low. No pack, no home, just everywhere and then nowhere. She didn't look surprised. If anything, she looked curious. Humans don't know about creatures like us, she continued, gesturing vaguely around the ruined chapel and the rings of deep-carved gouges. I full-on used the word yif. I'm a furry gooner. What furry isn't a gooner? I don't know, Ahab. Are you really a furry if you're not a gooner? I don't know, man. I think you're just faking it. You're a poser at that point. If you haven't tried to draw your own hentai, then you're not in the club. Those fursuits come pre-soaked in cum, for fuck's sake. Oh man. Most would dismiss it. All is superstition or ruin of the old wars. Her tone wasn't bitter, it was actual, like she'd been stating this sort of thing for longer than she'd let on. Levi glanced toward the moonlit wall at the entrance. It stood quiet, ears alert, watching this exchange as though it understood more than Levi did in that moment. You're thinking mersuits. Damn. True, Yuri, true. Are you a gooner, Yuri? If you're a furry, you're definitely a gooner. Software engineer making $2 million a year. Oh, on top of selling commission for furry art, Ahab, making like $800,000 from that. You don't carry that scent in the way others do. You learn to mask it. That's why you weren't noticed until now. Levi didn't know whether to feel relieved, exposed, or uncomfortably intrigued. He swallowed, realizing that this wasn't a casual conversation. It was something deeper, something that grazed at the edges of who he was and what he had never been told. What's up with money and sexual deviancy? Money buys you freedom. And sex sells. So they kind of go hand in hand. Furry one is okay, of course, but the baby eating is fuck. See, I wouldn't care if, for instance, the world was like the current version of Eyes Wide Shut. Okay, it's a sex ring, but you're all of age, you're all consenting adults, you're all just chilling. But the actual Stanley Kubrick film, the idea for Eyes Wide Shut was definitely far fucking different. Working on a doctorate in computer science. Nice, Haffy, nice. I guess what's up with money and illegal sexual deviancy? Because you can get away with it. Money allows you to get away with it, Ahab. I'm fucking psychic or some shit. I don't know. But Ahab, if we found out that all the babies that they ate were either incubated or taken from other countries, would we care as much? What if all the babies were Indian? I said every furry is a software engineer, and Happy confirmed my racism. I mean, it's more of a stereotype, Ahab, than a racist thing. Yo, I bet they would taste so fucking good, Yuri. Could you imagine an Indian curry literally made from Indian babies? That, like, they've been fed for, like, 3 months, nothing but curry? No, Ahab, I think the fact is the different races can all be furries. So I think that's what makes it different. Right? Aliens gonna look at our planet and think we're disgusting baby-eating rascals. No. Yuri. Wait, Yuri. You don't know the actual truth? Wait, guys. Guys, I'm gonna spoil reality for you here. Okay, there's two camps, right? And both of these camps are basically overlap. Demons, angels, interdimensional beings, aliens, ascension, non-physicals. They're all the same thing. I mean, do they race swap inside the suit? I mean, species swap, of course, but... If everyone eating babies literally creates peace on Earth. Well, that gives me back, Ahab, to that question of would you let the 5 most, like, heinous people in all of existence, become literally divine figures to have world peace. So, would you accept the baby eaters if they made peace on Earth? I would. I'd be like, well, shit happens, right? At least, fuck it, we have peace. I will literally do anything to get peace on Earth, including killing all but one human. Because there's basically nothing I wouldn't do to have world peace. Because I think that's just the most important thing is the outcome. Yeah, if they're doing all that work to make peace, they should be able to munch. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Unfortunate, but that's life, right? You have to make sacrifices, and at the end of the day, it is what it is. Like, for instance, if you knew having world peace would make you go to hell, and you knew heaven and hell were real, would you have world peace, or would you stay as a fucked up world but go to heaven? Because I'd go to heaven. I'd leave the world the way it was, and I would not want to go to hell. That's my line. Like, what if instead of making the world shitty, what if Epstein actually made shit really fucking cool? Maybe we wouldn't be so mad. No, Ahab, because we were talking earlier, he's connected to, microtransactions in video games. He's connected to 4chan. Reddit. Are werewolves in hell? I think that depends, Haffy. Are the werewolves, do they go, like, are they sentient while they're in wolf form? And if they kill someone and they don't have sentience in wolf form, is that really, like, a sin? Because they're not doing it out of intent, they're doing it out of nature, like killing an animal, right? Like, killing an animal isn't a sin. Evil Epstein is born and he makes video games cost less and microtransactions illegal and only has consensual sex with his wife. But what if the truth is that everything is just a psyop? Like an instinct. Yeah, so if they didn't do it maliciously and out of, like, want to hurt someone, I think that's kind of the main point of sinning, right? Is the detriment of someone else's life. The truth is, everything is just a psyop. Yep. And it has been ever since the mud floods. Oh, you don't know about the mud floods? Wait, do you guys not know about the orphan trains? Oh no. You guys need to edumacate yourselves. You really need to go to edumacate yourselves. I would... Dude, that would be crazy if the Mudfloods, like, theory actually was fucking real. Do you want to know the only reason I think the Mudfloods are real? See if I can find one. Building. Not seeing it in any of them here. Damn it. Why can I not? I'm just gonna say old building. Damn it. I can't believe I can't find a picture of it. Wait, is this have it? No. So you know how there's like places that have like arches halfway into the ground? Wish I had a werewolf boy girlfriend. That would be epic, Kathy. You could ravage me on the full moon because I'm a werewoman and I turn into a woman on the full moon. It'd be perfect. Okay, I guess I'll just draw a diagram because I can't find a picture of it. But it's like, okay, so imagine this is the city street, right? We'll do gray. So this is the city street level, right? And then you have your building here, right? And then on your building, you have your 2 levels, right? And on your second level, you have, like, the arching windows like this, right? And then on the bottom floor, you have this. Actually, and then right here is like the door, right? And going to the door is like, oh my god, I can't do it, but like a staircase, right? Like there's some sort of staircase going up, right? The werewoman would be horrifying. Your augments begin to make no sense and you become focused on past events that don't matter. You start saying literally anything negative is trauma. You know the difference between werewolves and lichens? Aren't lichens more, like, they can't turn human. They're not shifters. They're just like wolf people. As far as I know. Right? Oh. Ads. State Farm! Or like Gate Farm. Which is similar to Ram Ranch. Ram Ranch! Just a bunch of cowboys in the shower. Body odor ad. You stank! The computer can tell you can stank. Makeup. True.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch.
You're killing me,
Do not
Ab.
go to the bathroom.
You're killing me.
Have another toe.
2, 1, choke. True. Thanks, Smokey, for that. So, the theory is, this is where ground level used to be, and the rest of this building is underground, right? So this is actually the second story, and there's another story underground. So the theory is the mud floods basically raised the ground level by like 6 feet. So the first level became the basement, and the second level became the first floor, but the doors weren't quite at the right level, so they had to build staircases to go to the doors. And basically the idea is that all of modern cities in America were built in the 1900s after the mud floods to repopulate the planet with orphan trains. Doesn't have to be a mud flood. This is just what happens. Our time continues. No. But Turner, the whole point is this happened over the course of 10 years. Right? Like, the entire Earth's surface raised by, like, 6 to 8 feet. Over the entirety of, like, Europe and North America and everything. It's just like there was, like, the landmass just gained 8 feet. Okay, where did the raw Earth come from? Well, that's why it's a conspiracy theory, Turner. Basically, the idea is that massive deforestation... Okay, largest trees ever cut down. So these are the kinds of trees that they used to cut down. In, like, you know, let's say, yeah, like, this is like 1892, right? So they cut down all of these trees. And what happened is when it rained, there was nothing to hold the ground down anymore. So basically everywhere flooded with these massive landslides because they had removed, like, basically all of the foundation by destroying and uprooting and deforesting all of these trees. Mud floods is what happens after I crush some breakfast burritos with hot sauce. Redwood National Park. Yeah, shit like that, right? Like, this is like standard 200 years ago, right? When AI does this, we call it hallucination, not conspiracy theories. True. But there are people who do hallucinate, too. Redwood National Park is a good title for a werewolf smut book, too. That's... Yep, okay. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it, Ahab. And as the moonlight glinted off of ruin-scarred altar and the two wolves stood on opposite ends of the ruined chapel, Levi felt something stir beneath his ribs, an instinctive sense that his moment was only the beginning of a story he didn't yet understand. The atmosphere in the ruined chapel shifted. The dust and silence was punctuated by a sound that didn't belong in the woods, the heavy, rhythmic thud of combat boots on damp earth. Jade's ice wolf didn't just watch anymore. It bared teeth and shimmered like frozen glass, its breath misting in shallow clouds. Jade herself went still, her eyes, the ones that had just been critiquing his posture, narrowed toward the jagged, split middle of the spire. "They're late," she muttered, though her hand drifted to a hilt in her belt. "Or maybe they're just getting better at hiding the smell of oil and iron. Or the Redwoods are a group of knights in my soon-to-be-hit smut fantasy, A Tale of Knots and..." I forgot what the title was. Yeah, me too, but it was A Tale of Knots and something. "What you writing about now? Yo, Necromancer, what's up?" We are reading Haffy's story. It's a shifter story. And the character is just learning, basically, I think, and starting to understand that they're a shifter. And that they're special, and that they're not human. And that they're just unlocking an entirely new world. It's quite fascinating the way that it's all going down. And now I'm wondering if they're being hunted by humans. And now they're going to have to run away because there's like a certain faction of humans that are hunting shifters. That's my guess. Sup, I always stop by when there are no good streams. Well, you know what that says to me, Necromancer? I need to make my content better so that you come here no matter what, because my stream's the best. So I just need to make better content. "Who?" Levi asked, his heart already tightening his chest. "Begin to hammer." "The ones who think the goddess of the shift made a mistake," Jade said, nodding toward the altar. "Hunters. Humans who spent too much time in our woods and decided they didn't like being at the bottom of the food chain." At the edge of the clearing there, the moonlight woven into fur usually rained a harsh, artificial beam of light cut through the trees. It didn't glow softly like the chapel walls. It was cold and invasive. 3 figures stepped into the light. They didn't have the earthier, wilder scent Jade had described. They smelled of chemicals, suppressants, and old blood. One of them held a device to his face, his eyes scanning the air as if he could see the very trail of forest rain Levi had knowingly left behind. "Target confirmed," the man called out. His voice was flat, lacking the amused or intense spark Jade possessed. "We have a stray, no pack scent, no home markers, just raw instinct." Levi realized then that while he had spent years blending into crowds to survive the human world, these humans had spent those same years learning exactly how to peel that mask away. The lead hunter didn't hesitate. He leveled a rifle at the doorway where the moonlit wolf stood. "Move!" Or "Move!" Jade barked, shoving Levi toward the shattered stone behind the altar. "Where are we going?" Levi gasped. His breath thins and cracks as it had when he first saw the wolf. "Away from the ruins of the old wars and into the only place that can't track us by sight," Jade said, her black ice wolf letting out a low, vibrating snarl that sent frost spreading in slow, deliberate lines across the floor. She grabbed a hand of his jacket. "We're going to Shiftura." Levi stumbled over, broken and scattered. Pews behind them. A muffled whip echoed through the chapel. Not a sound of a bullet, but a pressurized canister that hissed as it hit the stone. A thick gray mist began to roll across the floor. Smelled of ozone and sulfur, designed to mask the very force scents Jade had just taught about. "Shifter versus a shifter, who would win?" "My shifter is a bigger dick than your shifter, even though my shifter doesn't have a dick." "That means you don't have a dick either, bitch, so fuck you." "Does that mean we scissor?" "I mean, what?" Ozone and sulfur, designed to mask the very force scents Jade. "I've been taking a break from writing." Yeah, it is what it is. Oh no, shitter. Oh, a shifter versus a shitter, my bad. I can't read! Why would you make that inference that I would be able to tell the difference between those two letters? Captain, of course I'm terrible. Last week I burnt out. Hey, I burnt out last week too, Necromancer. I haven't done a video in like 3 days. I've written the story and done the voiceover and got the B-roll, but I haven't done the video. Head pats. It's okay, Scotty. Do you need another toke? No, I need food. I'm starving.
Water.
Fuck.
Do not leave your seat.
I need to go get some chili. That's what I need. We need to watch a Mr. Ballin video, and I need to get some chili. That's what I need. But if Pal and Misty are still here, I need to read their works after I'm done with Happy's. So, you know, we still have more things. I order you to get food. I can't yet. Until we have no one left in queue, I can't go grab food. That's them's the rules, man. I don't make the rules, I only make the rules. And I don't follow the rules, I only enforce the rules.
Probably racist.
If you don't eat chili right now, you're probably racist. Well, I mean, I do have this. Are you really gonna make me do it? I have this leftover chili from last night. Spoon down! Really gonna make me eat that? Are you really that? That's like Smokey trying to get me to put boiling cheese whiz on my face. Remember last time you made a vast word, big world building for your story? Well, Necro, I've just had a lot about my story, right? Like, are you talking about Stoner Girl Evolution or the Final Fantasy story? We're doing a Diablo story now. Do you know how long I let pizza sit on the counter before I finish it? Ahab, I used to work at a pizza place, and I'd get free pizza, and I'd literally have pizza in my room for like 3 or 4 or 5 days, and I'd still eat it. Just go throw it in the air fryer. Good to go. Throw some Parmesan on it. Good to go. Yeah, pretty much. 3, 2, 1, toe! Yep. Absolutely. Just rip it out of the box like an animal. Last time, you were talking about how the world government is run. You mean the monarchy? Or the 2 kingdoms? Like, I don't know, Necromancer. I have so many stories going. Was it about the tree, or was it about the isekai? My ideals come from D&D world building. Yep, same here, Happy. We're currently doing a Star Wars D&D, the 2 kingdoms. So the religious kingdom versus the technological kingdom. The ideological differences and the fact that the 2 leaders are like best friends. They don't want the countries to be at war, so they're trying to make the war a proxy pseudo-war where they pretend that they're fighting each other, but they don't really try to fight each other, but they still have to kind of fight each other so that people are satisfied that, you know, they're putting in the skills. Yeah, that's Stoner Girl Evolution. We're on chapter 7 of that one right now. I'm going to go get food. Sounds good. I mean, we're very close to finishing this. We're like so close to finishing Happy's story. But yeah, get world building for D&D and stuff like that is a great source for like continuity and keeping things together and like extrapolating larger and larger scale. You're never as close as you think you are. Sometimes I see you working on different things. I'm always working on something different, Necro. And then I'm reading other people's work. I do a lot of variety thing, hence why he's a gooner. Well, I mean, I have to like, it's an 18-hour day, but 14 hours of that 18 hours is gooning, right? They're trying to blind our noses, Jade yelled over the hollow hush of the chapel. The moonlit wolf glowing in the moon like it's set in, like, the moon itself didn't fully. It turned its head towards the dark woods behind the ruined spire and began a steady, rhythmic lope. "Follow the light, Levi!" Jade commanded, her energy coiled tight beneath her skin. "If you stay here, you're just a puzzle they're about to solve. In Shiftera, you might actually find out why... the gods of Shift sent for you. I'm not a gooner because I'm a pervert. I'm a gooner because I'm committed." True, Ahab. I'm a gooner because I can't finish things. Levi looked back at the stone beast's frozen in tense poses, or the deep gouges in the walls. He ran, his heart thudding. I love it so far, Happy. Anticipation beats surprise. Giving us the information in a small excerpt right off the bat, and then not alluding to any of it leaves us in this massive gap of like, okay, we know that the world is bigger than what it should be and what it's being told, and there's this whole battle going on, and then it's like the immediate battle now is like, oh shit, humans versus shifters, and it kind of like there's like the A plot and the B plot, and you're like, the B plot overtakes the A plot right now, but the A plot overall is going to be those like two goddesses fighting each other, right? And the one that's locked away and trying to be unleashed, and it's like something about that. So it's like a further religion, more communities, the separation of humans, like everything gives you a picture that there is more, and it's just like teasing towards you. It never throws something in your face. It just says, here's a little bit of information, here's a little bit of information, here's a little bit of information. Oh, you want more information? Too bad. That's just how it is. Oh, but here's a little bit more information about something else. Right? I love that. An ending on the chapel is like brilliant. Because it's like what the character is paying attention to, right? It's like they're being called to that place. So I'm definitely sold on it. You know, if that's chapter 1... Do you have anywhere where I can buy your book? Is it published, or are you still working on it? Because I try to buy everyone's books if I can. I can show them off behind me here. I need to get a light for this though, so you can actually see them. Right? I need to put up the other board so it kind of goes across. Still working? Nice. Well, then I'm hopefully, as I read it, you know, I can give you some sort of insight that will, you know, help you out in some way, right? I try to give actionable advice about basically critiques and stuff like that. But as far as this goes, I don't really have any critique. Like, I'm not like a words, I'm an idea person, like I said, right? And the idea that you're sending me is like, there's a bigger world, there's a reason for this character being here, this character has been summoned, this character doesn't know anything, but they're gonna be like the savior because they're the one who doesn't know, so they're the one who can break all the rules because they don't know the rules, they're not set in their ways, it's like having a blank slate. It's like, I can see so many paths spanning off from this, so I'd love to see which one you choose, and if one of them is the one that emerges from my thought pattern of what the possible story could be. But if anyone wants to be next in queue, or are we gonna have food halftime break? Are we going for a halftime food break, Mr. Ballin video? Oh, we gotta do Turner's sound. Hold on, we gotta do Turner's sound. Here it is. Okay, so this is Turner reading... Where is it? I was trying to write a dark love story and the world is ending crap. Also tried to put a lot drama, but I can't do that since movie plays can't that long of a screenplay. I don't care about the sound so much. I just made it up with your script. Well, I want to hear it compared to me. So I want you guys to tell me which one you think is better.
The trials of this new land have brought me to a sense of foreboding. That something is wrong with the world. Something is wrong with me. Dreams have taken me of late. Even Jamali is setting a further distance. The shadow of my heart is growing. The very land seems to suck the virtue of my soul. Pleasure from my bones, the elation in my mind. Then the nightmares were broken by a voice. Tyrael. He spoke of a new power rising in Sanctuary. He is almost in a panic. The gates of heaven have been breached. reached.
The one I probably have the driest
weapon
puss.
emerges from the sacrifices of the angels. It has brought new cause to this war. Only now the rules have changed. The angels have returned to sanctuary. I was told to go to depraved monastery at the edge of the Daomi Highlands.
Okay, so that was Turner. And it should be this one. Okay, so there's the intro. So now this one's me. Got me a sense of foreboding. So this new... The trials of this new land have brought me a sense of foreboding. That something is wrong with the world. Something is wrong with me. Dreams have taken me of late. Even Jamali is setting a further distance. The shadow of my heart is growing. The very land seems to suck the virtue from my soul, the pleasure from my bones, the elation from my head. Then the nightmares were broken by a voice. Tyrio. He spoke of a new power rising in Sanctuary. He's almost in a panic. The gates of heaven have been breached. A new weapon emerges from the sacrifices of the angels. It has brought new cause to this war, and now the rules have changed. The angels have entered Sanctuary. I was told to go to the depraved monastery at the edge of the Teom Highlands. Yeah, who do you like, what did you guys think was better? Narrating means a lot of extra information typically. A lot of feel and anticipation comes from the narrator's voice. Yeah. Yeah, you really need to know the book. Yeah, that's why being the one who wrote it and reading it helps a lot. And when I'm reading, like, your guys' work, it's a lot harder for me to get into that because I have to anticipate as opposed to having the pre-knowledge of, like, okay, I know how the story is, so I know how the narrator is going to be right now. That's it for me. Hey, I made it later tonight. Cool. Hell yeah, Sean, just one step at a time. 10 minutes at a time, and you'll be back on your normal schedule like no time, right? Turner had some changes in his speech that convey emotion a bit better, in my opinion. I thought so, too. That's, like, my biggest problem that people say is, like, I'm either way over top with the emotion or I'm not enough. I need to find, like, a middle ground of, like, being able to do this. Also didn't know who was speaking to make it darker. Like I said, it's just someone, it's a random angel reading Jilbuma's diary of fate, basically. Like the angel that retells history, right? And it's like telling Jilbuma's story. But it's like first person from her perspective. Knowing how the characters would react is also hard as shit to do. Well, I mean, it's Assassin in Diablo 2, right? How hard is it that, you know... Need some voice acting drills or something? I don't know. Yeah, for sure, right? That's why I only get 2 views on my YouTube videos, because my narration is shit! Absolute shit! But hey, let's do a comparison, right? Let's do a comparison. So, this is what it was before. So this was 11 months ago. But omnipresent whisper. Oh, shit. Contextual data, historical insights into the ears of delegates from the ethics of influence. In the year 2045, the United Nations General Assembly Hall stood as a beacon of human progress. its walls shimmering with holographic displays that translated speeches into every known language in real time. AI assistants, invisible but omnipresent, whispered contextual data and historical insights into the ears of delegates from across the globe. The world had shrunk, woven together by a global network that allowed instant access to information and immersive experiences from every corner of the planet. Yet beneath this veneer of unity, the age-old struggles of power, influence, and ethics simmered, threatening to boil over. Prime Minister Zara of the Republic of Eldoria approached the podium, her heart pounding like a war drum. Sometimes I go on YouTube looking for drills and how nation nestled in the shadow of giants had long been a model of social equity and cultural preservation. Its economy, a delicate balance of state-managed industries and community-driven enterprises, had thrived under Zara's leadership, earning her nation accolades from the World Bank. So that's what it used to be, and then let's go to my newest video. Let's just pick a random point in here. Not deceased. Harvested. The code had selected him. Proximate genes, seamless conduit. His eyes flared open. The sound is fucked on it because of the thing. Hold on, let me redo it. Walls smeared with viscous residue, handprints pressed into gelatinous ooze, and crimson veins threading through the plaster like invasive growths. Call it in! The leader snapped into his communicator. Another containment breach. Subject's apartment compromised. The landlord hovered outside, babbling about unpaid rent, weeks of silence, and strange odors seeping through. I rasped a wheeze, finding dark humor in the fact that the bastard would probably bill me for the door. A beam pinned me burning. I was in theater and stage actor and how I do narrations. Hands seized me and dragged me into the light. Smells assaulted my senses, rot. My voice is not very tonal. Bile and synthetic decay. I choked as bile rose weakly. Easy, Warren. One soothed frantically. Containment protocol. Others advanced with rifles ready. No! Wait, I put an out-of-date version. You gave me an out-of-date version to read. Oh no, ads! Okay, I'm gonna go grab some food since I guess no one stepped up to put their stuff out. I will be right back. All right. We are back. Still no one for anything to read, so we'll eat this, watch a ballin', and then I want to read my story. Chapter 1 of my book. Just got back with food, hell yeah. Get chili with rice and cheese on bread. Oh, well, on toast. Yes, after my story, Yuri, then we read 2 more chapters of you. Rather hear other people's stories? Well, if Necromancer, if anyone else prompted their stories, we could do that, but no one... You sent the fix. What's the difference, Happy? Like, is it longer? Oh, because it never ended. This is the... I thought that was the end of the chapter. Should be right here, right? Okay, and it starts here. Leave, I didn't look back. Yeah, okay. Tomorrow I'm taking a long walk to refresh my mind. True, Necro. Okay, well, let's watch a ball and we'll eat. And then we'll finish Happy's story. Then we'll read my story. Then we'll read Yuri's story. Chinese death village keeps claiming lives. Ooh, okay.
Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. And today, I'm going to share 3 stories that all demonstrate that. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3, even 4 times a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to beautifully and meticulously detail the like button's car. But when you take possession of their car, just fill it with water and then leave. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. Late at night on October 26, 1968, a 72-year-old woman named Ethel Harris was sitting in her living room in Toledo, Ohio, when her phone rang. And the first thing she did when it rang was looked at the clock. It was 10:30 p.m. Like, this is not when people called her. And so, worried something was wrong, she got up and she answered the phone and she said hello. And on the other end of the line, somebody said back, "Hey sis." And Ethel immediately knew who this was. It was not a sibling, despite the greeting, "Hey sis." It was someone that was very close with her and her husband, Dawn. In fact, this person who she was speaking to was Dawn's best friend, a 59-year-old man named Lee Epps. And for decades, Lee and Ethel and Dawn had lived next to each other. They were neighbors, and basically every day they were at each other's houses together. I mean, they were super duper close. But Lee had eventually moved to another town, and so they didn't see each other as much, but they did get together a fair amount. And also Lee, very
he will never recover,
would call the house and just check in. And so Ethel's thinking, okay, it's a little bit late, 10:30 at night, but it's Lee, so clearly he's just calling to check in. But before Ethel could really even respond to his greeting of, hey, sis, because that's what he called her, sis, he just kept on talking. It was as if, Ethel wasn't even there. He was just sort of delivering a message. He was like, hey, sis, I'm feeling really bad. Like, I've never felt this way before, and, I really need your husband, Don, to get in touch with me the moment he gets back. And then Lee hung up. And Ethel, after, the phone call died, she was really confused.
Remember those
because,
he
one,
entirely
it
made of
seemed like a sort of
foundation.
normal catch-up call, but he's
What do you
saying
mean?
something that sounded
Oh,
really serious.
foundation.
Something's going on with him.
Yeah.
But
Makeup.
also, too, what immediately stood out to her was,
Aren't all
how
women
did
fake?
you know Don wasn't there at the moment? Like, he wasn't nearby. How could he have just guessed?
But she is
that
a
Dawn wasn't
cosplayer.
home right now, because Don wasn't.
The
He
makeup
was
is
out.
kind of the
He's gonna
whole
be home
point.
soon, but he was
So you can
out.
change your
Tom
facial
said it.
structure
It's
to
like he
match
had
different
This
characters.
knowledge that he was gone, and so it just seemed odd that he knew that piece of information. And so because she was sort of confused by this call and worried about Lee, considering what he said, she tried calling him back. But Lee didn't answer. She tried several more times, never heard from Lee. And then eventually her husband, Don, he came home and she explained to him, like, yeah, I got this weird call from Lee. He said, he wanted you to get in touch with him as soon as he came back because he's not feeling good or something. I don't really know.
You need a college thesis
Dawn's
on
like,
why
"That's
you wear
weird."
makeup.
So he tries calling Lee.
You were just
He
ugly.
doesn't answer. And so at this point, Don, he's like, Ethel, go over it again. Like, what exactly did he say? Like, did he sound scared? Did he sound confused? Like, what was he talking about? And Ethel said, like, I don't know. He just sort of stated that he just didn't feel good and he had never felt this way before and he just really wanted to talk to you, Dawn. But again, he mentioned you were out of the house. I don't know how he knew that. And he said to have you call when you came back. That's really what happened. I don't understand it either. And so because Ethel and Dawn really didn't know what to make of this, and just given the fact that maybe Lee could be in trouble, they were like, you know what, let's just drive over to his house in the other town and just check on him. Just make sure he's okay. So they hop in the car, they drive to Lee's house, and Lee's not there. And so even though it was late at night, Ethel and Dawn really were
Wonder
worried
why
about their
people are
friend,
mad
so
at her.
They began knocking on neighbors' doors to see if
Because
anybody knew
Denham's
where he was.
said that she
But it
didn't
take a while.
respond about the
Eventually,
ice
the
stuff and
neighbors
she didn't
said
talk about
Lee
politics.
actually was at the hospital. And at this,
Because
Ethel and Dawn,
that
it's like
that
their
group
worst
of
fears
people
were
are just
confirmed.
pieces
Something
of
really
shit.
is wrong with their friend. And so they went to the nearest hospital. Which
So I
is
believe
called
Emmy
Mercy
said if you need
Hospital.
if you need if you need a content creator on the internet to tell you an opinion, then maybe you need to get off the internet.
He was dead. And this
Right-
on its
right now,
face was of course shocking news.
More
for
copying
everyone
my
involved.
paper
I mean,
and copying
they
the
did
Google
not
Docs.
expect
Ah.
to find out that
Emma's
their
just
friend
fucking
of
awful
many
person,
decades
so
was,
yep.
abruptly and sort of inexplicably
Yep.
dead. But that was far from the most shocking thing they learned. When they spoke to the medical staff about what actually happened to Lee, they would eventually tell Ethel and Dawn that after some
I just don't like Emmy
complications,
because
Lee ultimately
as been
passed
leaked
away
that
at precisely
she's the reason why they got rid of
10:30
steak and
p.m.
eggs. I was like,
previously.
what?
His actual time of
No!
death exactly
I kind of
coincided
had a
with
feing.
the moment Ethel
but I
got
love
that
steak
phone
and
call
eggs.
from Lee, where he said to her, I just don't feel
Well,
right.
couldn't
Touched the
Asmund
screen
and
before.
Tectone do it without her?
Please,
But,
when
you
your
know,
husband
she's the
Don
appeal
gets
there,
home,
right?
Have him call me. Ethel and Dawn have no way to prove this, but they believe that that phone call was actually Lee's spirit, his soul, trying to talk to his best friend one more time before he passed away.
I mean, I'm mad at Stavros for leaving Cumtown. Who's Stravos? And what's Cumtown? What are you talking about? Got 3 more scenes to convert and port. Cumtown is the greatest podcast ever made. Was it for porn stars? No, it was comedians. I could see why it'd be so great. Wait, so Happy, this is all your chapter 1, right? I just want to know, like, where chapter 1 cuts off at. Back before the Canadian podcast shit now. I don't know, I don't watch any of it. I couldn't tell you. Because I'm not sure if, like, is there more stuff? And where do we end off? Oh my god, of course I did that. Answer him back. I'm gonna listen to your chapter because I'm such a good viewer. True, Yuri. I thank you. Okay. Gonna take a toke, and then after this, whatever the rest that you've put in there, Happy, then I'll read the rest of that, just so I can read while you're doing this. And then you guys get to experience the true power of my writing and my book. Which only people that have been around for more than 4 or 5 months know, because I haven't been talking about it as much since we're doing Stoner Girl Evolution. You're looking at a second split I save when I write. I'm still here. Well, we still gotta read your chapter 2, Turner, at some point in time, after we finish reading Yuri's story. But again, we got like 3 hours, guys. We got 3 or 4 hours, okay? Like, we're good. 3, 2, 1, toke! Turner gonna be asleep. Ain't nobody touching this chapter, I think. 3 hours? I'm already an hour later than I should be, but I'm also trying to unwind with a video game, and I still haven't gone to get my food yet. Be right back, food. Alright. With that, Levi didn't look back at the stone beast's frozen, intense poses, or the deep gouges in the walls. He ran his heart. Gotta be up in 8 hours, so I'm gonna goon to bed. True. I mean, go to bed. True, Ahab. Have a good sleep, good sir. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out. Always a good time, man. Have a good sleep. Levi ran roots toward his boots as the forest thinned. The moonlit wolf, always just ahead, its glow pulsing brighter, warmer, like the heartbeat he could somehow feel in his own chest. The sounds behind them faded. Boots shouted orders, the hiss of weapons meant for monsters, not myths. Branches gave way to a hard-packed road, then stone. The city rose out of the dark like a promise. High walls encircling it, ancient and weathered, banners draped from every battlement in deep red, silvers, and winter blues. Above it all loomed the castle, perched on a rocky rise, its towers crowned with lanterns that burned gold against the night. Snow dusted the rooftops and caught in the carved gargoyles along the walls, turning them almost gentle. Bells rang, clear, joyful, layered over the hum of voices and music. Levi stumbled to a stop at the tree line. The air smelled different here. Warm bread, spiced wine, pine boughs, and burning wood. Life. What is this? He breathed. Shiftera, Jade said, coming up behind him, only slightly winded. Her ice wolf padded to her side, frost retreating as the city's warmth pressed in. Or at least a part of it humans are allowed to forget. The gate stood open, massive and iron-bound, guarded by figures in cloaks trimmed with fur. Their eyes flicked toward the glowing wolf and the ice-black one, and then to Levi. He tensed, instinct screaming at him to run again, to vanish. But no one raised a weapon. Instead, one of the guards struck the butt of his spear against the stone and called out, "The winter vigil continues! Make way!" They passed through the gates and into color and sound. The streets were alive. Garland wrapped every post and archway, threading with tiny crystal lights and shimmering like trapped stars. Stalls lined the square, selling roasted chestnuts, carved talismans, wool cloaks, and small wooden animals that looked a little too real. I'll remember this captain guy came in, made you procrastinate on everyone's chapters for hours left. That's Ahab. That's Ahab for ya. He's almost as good as Smokey, to the point that I wonder if he is Smokey in hiding. But I can't prove it. Some with eyes. And he's like, you know what? I want to make a more serious account that I'm on. So he made that account. I don't know. Music spills from everywhere near the center. Strings and drums, fast and bright. Levi turned in a slow circle, overwhelmed. This is a holiday. Jade snorted softly. Closest thing we have. The Long Moon Festival celebrates survival, change, not freezing to death. She glanced up at the castle and keep certain powers appeased. His gaze followed hers. The castle dominated the city, ancient stone carved with runes that glowed faintly beneath the decorations. Snow clung to its spires, but the windows burned bright, as if the place itself were awake and watching. Levi felt it then. That same tug he'd felt in the chapel, stronger now, focused. Something up there knew he was here. The moonlit wolf paused and looked back at him, eyes soft, encouraging. Levi's chest tightened. I don't belong here. I don't belong here. Back, I found sliders at the back of the fridge. Nice! Fuck yeah, Turner. Let's get it on! Let's go! I don't belong here. Jade studied him for a long moment, the noise of the festival washing around him. Yeah, she said finally. You do. You just don't know it yet. A bell rang again, deeper this time, and the crowd's chatter shifted, attention turning toward the castle road. Figures in ceremonial cloaks began to pull uphill, carrying lanterns shaped like crescent moons and clawed suns. Jade's expression hardened, excitement and tension mixing in her eyes. Looks like we made it just in time. For what? Levi asked. She smiled, sharp, knowing. The night the city honors the goddess of the shift, she said, and the night the sealed god is closest to listening. High above them in the castle crowned with winter light, something ancient stirred, and Levi, homeless boy of human streets, felt the wild inside him answer back. So you put the rest of it in there now, half? Or is that the rest of it? We ready to move on to my story? Because when do I ever get to read my story, guys? I know we do like a video, but a video is a little bit different than a story, because it's not like I pause the video that much. So, you know, my stuff doesn't get dragged out. I'm not going to give any context, I'm not going to give any information, and I want your feedback at the end of the chapter. Okay, I'm going to read my story. Are you guys ready? We're gonna have an ad in a sec here, so we're just gonna wait for that ad, and then we'll go. Does that sound good? We'll wait for the ad. Ad break! Ad, 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 ad. It's an ad, 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 ad with an ad for an ad to ads. Ad is an ad when you do ads with four. Ads are ads. Ads are with four. What does ads be? What are ads? Do I do be what ads? This is chapter 1 of a book. This is old chapter 1 of my book. It's not chapter 1 anymore, but this and everything that... Hoyle Leppa! Yo, what's up, Hoyle? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of stories? Are you... What are you making? We are currently about to read the old first chapter of my book. But, yeah. We're about to have an ad break in a sec here, so good to see ya. And hopefully we'll see you again. And, if you want, you feel free to join the Discord. If you do have anything that you want me to read, beta read or otherwise, or you want anyone else to look at, feel free to drop in there. Just a guy who loves lore and world building. Ah. Well, then you might really like this one, because after I'm done reading the story, I'll answer any questions anyone has and expand out the world. I just want to know what you guys think just immediately from this. Because this is the single most important event in the book. And you don't realize how important it is until later. It's going to be referenced, so like each one of these sections is basically going to be spread further throughout the book. And it's like you're going to get glimpses of it as things go through. Ads! On a scale of 1 to 10, how critical do you want me to be? You haven't known me long, Scotty. I can be an asshole the likes of which you are not prepared for. Oh, really? Grammar. Sorry, had to. No worries, Yuri. Yeah, I know. I purposefully spelled pretty much everything wrong there, if you didn't notice. But yeah, no, I want to be critical of the idea of the story and the presentation of the story and what's there and how that can be improved, what's missing. Because I'm, like, pulling off of my own information, right? As a huge Final Fantasy fan, I basically, like, you know, I know, like, everything about Final Fantasy. So, there's a lot of nuance that knowing that gets lost on people, and I'm like, well, don't you just... don't hate me for what I may say then. I would never hate you. I want you to be critical, because otherwise I will never learn. You asked for it. Yeah, you can call it such a tumbling piece of shit that you're surprised that your eyes haven't exploded yet. How the fuck could you possibly make something so horribly dysfunctionally back and forth? If you know everything about Final Fantasy, tell me where to find the best Final Fantasy porn. Yuri, the best Final Fantasy porn is found on, hold on, let me go onto my other PC. Let me just bring up my other PC for a second here, and I'll show you. Let's see here. This TV takes forever. Come on. Let me just go to my history. nhentai.net. Yeah, nhentai.net. That's where I would go, and then I'd do the Final Fantasy tags. That would be my suggestion. And then you can expand your search out from there, because they have great sources and stuff like that as well. Anyways, shall we take a toke, and then we'll get on with my story. So this is a Final Fantasy inspired story. That's the context I'll give to it. Three, two, one, toke! And feel free to ask questions when something's brought up and you don't know what it is. I'll explain it. Any reference information. Last Final Fantasy I played was 7 through 10. You just need to know that it is not standard. Not standard. Let's just say that. Alright. Here we go. Best is yet to come, I thought to myself as I sat down at my desk. The paper sat staring at me tauntingly. I was always a better improviser than a speechwriter. I drummed my fingers on the desk as I leaned back in my chair. A glint of light struck my gaze. I perked up and looked around curiously. Nothing in the room seems to have been moved. I thought to myself as I reached my hand across the desk and grasped onto the object that was reflecting light. Was there a prologue before Chapter 1? There is a prologue before Chapter 1. There is. I'm not going to read the prologue, but there is a prologue before Chapter 1 that explains why the character is where the character is. But again, this is old. The new Chapter 1 is actually the old Chapter 3. And the inciting incident doesn't get revealed to be the calmed pearl until later. The inciting incident is the riot. But everything that's in this chapter is the reason why the story is taking place. And the information that the main character has just learned. Basically, this is the chapter that you don't see that's the prologue to the actual Chapter 1. Like, the reason why the character is acting the way they are in Chapter 1 is because they're the only person that's seen what's about to happen. A calm pearl. Magical pearls created by a species of clam. It maintains conscious contact with all pearls it has spawned. This pearl was infused with magic that allowed it to act as a visual and audio recorder. I inspected the device and tuned my magic to it. Placing it gently on the desk, I activated it. I asked because the first thing that sticks out that we don't know where the person is. They're in their study. And they sit down at the desk in their study. But you don't know they're inside the crystalline tree. So yeah, there is a lot of setting stuff that could be. Because basically they're inside a giant sentient crystal tree. A tree made out of crystallized consciousness. The fuzzy outline of an octopi with yellow-tinged skin and a spiral line wrapping around his right eye appeared in the frame. The figure fumbled with the camera for a second before releasing it. The drone flew several feet from the figure and the image became clear. At that moment, so did my mind. The green and yellow of his outfit with its fancy collar and long coat denoted him as a thief. My heart was racing in my chest, and I could feel a cold stillness rising from a pit in my stomach I did not realize existed. Torg, I said under my breath, barely audible. I rose from my chair, walking towards the door. I channeled my essence as I imagined a pitch black wall, absorbing all light, impenetrable and demoralizing. I swept my left foot backwards in an arc and raised my knee before stomping down as I hummed the magic into being. The seal on the door activated, locking it. I walked back to my chair and sat down. I waved my hand across the expanded screen, and it began to play once more. I leaned in, placing my elbows on the table and my chin in my hands, readying myself for the unknown before me. A voice rang in the distance, and the camera spun around, raising higher into the air until it panned down on a large group of adventurers. The camera panned up towards the direction of the voice, its gaze set upon 4 octopi standing opposite the group. Guildmaster Husai Sudi, his second-in-command Sid Smolkin, and beside him, the Viceroy. The camera zoomed in on the fourth man who was speaking, the Monarch. "Brave adventurers from far and wide, you have gathered for this most perilous quest. The Guild and the Monarchy have watched over this quest for more than 100 years. None who have ever entered this dungeon have returned. Let this be your last warning before fate takes you in her hands." A loud cheer from the crowd, chanting, "Victory!" The sound of grinding gears and scraping metal roared across the canyon as the great door to the dungeon opened. A boom rang through the silence as the doors stopped. An octopi on the back of a chocobo, his arm raised into the air, revealing his gunblade. The fancy garb he wore denoted him as a corsair. His face was shadowed by his pirate hat. He was leaned over the chocobo, his arm resting on his head. He stared towards the crowd as they shouted. The men fell silent and began to part a path for him. Aetharg pet the chocobo and pointed forwards. The bird began to walk toward the dungeon. As it trotted, it grew speed until it hit a run as it was passing the front of the group. Aetharg shouted, "Charge! Let the name of Tributors ring across the ages! Let the might of Kashyyyk and the grace of Gaia guide us to victory, my comrades!" The screen began to fade as the sound cut out. Static buzzed for a time. I had fallen into memory, recalling that day as if it was now. Who could have put this here? I clawed at my left arm, scratching myself. I tried to calm my mind as I stared at the blank screen. A hiss and the sound of coughing became clearer as the screen faded from black into illuminating several figures in the frame. An avian, his blue and orange rubber gloves with a long red apron and goggles denoted him as an alchemist. His feathers were faded white, his mane a light brown, being braided from the back around both sides and down his chest at the bottom of his gullet, looking like a beard. Gladig said, "I told you not to put the circle in the square hole." Now, once he has an idea in his head, he goes with it because it's so rare he doesn't know if it will happen again. Proofreading will never go out of business, I guess. It's true, Yuri, it never will. Kalmosh, an insectoid, responded, covered head to toe in full white plate mail and halo upon his head, denoting him as a paladin. The men laughed even harder as an insectoid, the decorated yellow and black robe of the half-clock gear helm denoting him as a time mage, walked towards Torg. Nothing a spit shine can't fix, Honmik said. The camera spun towards Torg to denote his armor is scorched and his brow is singed. "See what I have to put up with?" he said into the camera. The audio began to cut out and the screen buzzed static once more. Images flashed, mostly blurry and incomprehensibly swift. The sound of stomping from afar began to trickle into the audio. The screen flashed bright and focused onto a curved semicircle door that swung freely open before the group of adventurers. The door had 3 large alcoves along both of the side walls. Flickering patterns of light could be seen pulsing along the insides. In the front alcove, on each wall, was a hulking mechanical cube that began to levitate off the ground as the lights in the alcove began to pulse faster and brighter. A dim hum reverberated throughout the large hall, light appearing like creases across the cubes. Arms and legs unfolded from the cube and they began to walk towards the center of the room. Jullik charged into the room, the black plate on his arms and chainmail on his legs shining starkly against the colors of the room. He raised his gun lance and fired at the 2 cubes, taking their attention. Kalmosh ran in behind Jullik with his chainsword buzzing as he held up his shield. "Stay behind me! Supports line up for a defensive position!" The center alcoves housed a more biological enemy. The golem's long, lanky arms stretched out as it pressed its hands against the ground, lifting its lofty head up, revealing a mess of what appears to be organs protruding from its neck. Jullik fired more shots at the golems. They shook their massive heads and roared as they charged towards Jullik. The bronze-colored metal plating of the 2-legged mechanical war machines in the third alcove shone against the light of the room as they moved towards the center. Aetharg shouted for mages to sleep them. The aether expanded around the machine, seeping into its essence, the spell cutting off all consciousness. They fell to the floor, limp. Julek ran past the limp machines to gather all 6 enemies together. He turned to face his foes, his back to the wall. He slammed his shield down into the ground and activated the top guard, placing his gun lance in the middle, beginning a full charge blast. Kalmosh pressed the base of his chainsword to his gear shield. The satisfying click made him smile as the shield left his arm and attached to the sword, creating an axe. The shield began to move up the base of the sword to the tip, and once it was there, it locked in place. The rotation of the blade now caused the shield to spin. Kalmosh infused his weapon with earth and elemental essence and swung in a wide arc, shouting, "Spinning arc!" The aether fissured as the elemental essence was drawn back to the soulscape. Julek released his charged blast. The room shook as the cannon sailed through the air. The thundering elemental essence ripped open the aetheric fissures. Seconds later, a volley of earth and elemental essence from the mages collided with the rifts, imploding them. The crushed and mangled remains of the enemies clattered to the floor in their death throes. The screen faded black as a cheer faded into nothing. A frustrated groan as a figure becomes clear to the view, a worn-down adventurer with sturdy chain armor and a great hammer at his side. "I just want to hit it, okay?" "No, Reef, we don't need more of those golems coming for us. Maybe for you, but not for us," Chalcom said. The light blue beret and green fine woven leather chest piece denoted him as a ranger. Laughter teemed through the circle of men huddled around the fire. "It's been 8 hours. I'm gonna hit the sack. Let me know if we get any progress," the Edvert croaked. The black spiked full helm and spiked black breastplate he wore denoted him as a dark knight. His gruff voice faded to mumbles as the fire crackled on. Torg turned away from the fire and began to walk towards a huddled group of adventurers. Vimkel's voice could be heard. The scope goggles of his gray cape with his gray cape and baggy greenish attire denoted him as a gunner. "A is 3 and 4, B is 4 and 6, C is 1 and 7. The sound of clicking could be heard, but the hum of gears swiftly died. "No, I told you, C is 3 and 7, B is 1 and 6, Seklum stated. The light brown robe that fell across his body and the black belt wrapped around it with his dragon mask denoted him as a monk. A kerfuffle of voices argued before one rang out above the rest. "Gentlemen, we need to math this out and calm down. There's no progressing without solving this. Put your heads together in a good way, and if you can't, go over to the reject camp." Nellium, the Alliance deputy, roared over the squabbling men. The loose, style blue cloth garb she wore with the scarfed headdress denoted her as a blue mage. The screen buzzed with the static and the sound cut out. The image of a laboratory of some kind came into view. There were cylindrical tanks filled with liquid and brains in several stages of development. "This one is mine!" Reef shouted as he swung his hammer around his head and smashed it into the glass tank. The sound of liquid spilling over and glass shattering to the floor echoed through the strange room. "Guys, I think we should go back to the group now," Torg said as he walked towards the door. As Reef went around smashing all the tanks, the rest of the group gathered at the door. "Oh, got that out easy," Reef said triumphantly as he paraded to the door. A hissing sound, followed by the sound of skittering, took the group's attention. As they turned to face the destroyed lab, they stared in astonishment as it began to repair itself. The brains that were fully formed at the end tanks, once they were reconstructed, thrashed, and the wires that were connected to them began to fall to the bottom of the tank. Liquid began to empty and the glass retracted. The roof opened and the claw grabbed the brain, sucking it through the roof. Moments later, the wall at the end of the room opened, revealing a golem. The claw took the brain and placed it inside the golem's head. The arms began to thrash as its eyes lit up. "Time to go, guys!" Torg yelled as he ushered the group out the doors. The screen went black as a loud roar faded to nothing. The sound of creaking and the hum of some kind of engine thundered to life as the massive ornate doors of the palace began to swing open. The Alliance rushed into the brightly lit entrance hall where stood 2 winding staircases that reached far out of sight. The room had small alcoves all along the walls. Flickering patterns of light could be seen pulsing along the insides. As the rest of the group entered the hall, the doors began to shut. Static covers the screen as the sound dies out. "This is the last room, comrades. We have survived to this point because of our synergy. Before we enter this room, let's rebuff," Aetharg said as he stood in front of the looming ornate doors. The balcony the Alliance stood upon stretched around the room, leaving only a small gap in the floor at the top of the stairs. Shutal walked to the center of the group. The clearly wrapped white garb and loose cloth leggings with a white cap denoted him as a white mage. He began to cast spells. The shimmer and essence glowed as protecting shell barriers began to illuminate across all of the adventurers. Armoril joined Shutal. The light, bunchy nature of the cloth shirt she wore with the loose brown beret upon her head denoted her as a bard. She began to sing and dance around Shutal, raising the morale and enhancing the physical strength of everyone around. The room was dark as the doors stopped. The Alliance stared into the darkness, caution on the edge. The sound of engines and gears roared through the room as an emerald light began to glow at the far end of the room. It grew brighter, and the glass walls reflected the eerie sight of a hulking mechanical machine. Its gray, plated body had a giant emerald embedded in its chest. This was the source of light that shone across the room at the Alliance. The top part of the body above the emerald began to lift, and a single bright eye on the front came to life. Its 4 legs, with treads for feet, rolled across the room towards the open door. Mounted on its shoulders appeared 2 squares with multiple circular holes embedded in them. Long, thick, wiry, string-like arms protruded from its sides and dragged across the ground. The Alliance rushed into the massive room, falling into their ranks, healers in the back, support in the front of them, followed by the damage mages. In front of the mages were the ranged damage dealers, in front of them the melee damage dealers. Then there stood Aetharg with the tank line in front of him. Julek rushed forward ahead of the other tanks, Kalmosh close on his heels. He fired his gun lance multiple times towards the forward left leg of the hulking machine. The mounts on the shoulders of the machine lit up, and an explosion sounded as multiple projectiles flew out of the holes. Kalmosh and Julek slammed their shields into the ground and ducked behind them, beckoning the rest of the tanks to create a shield wall. Aetharg shouted, "Defense from missiles! Barriers up! Protect the front line!" The support mages began to cast defensive spells and prevented most of the projectiles from direct hits. The machine turns its gaze to the back line. "We have to destroy its mobility! Aim for the legs!" Kalmosh shouted as he heaved Julek from the ground. The 2 men stood shoulder to shoulder as they looked at each other, nodding. Kalmosh rushed for the left foot, Julek for the right. Julek looked back and beckoned the 2 tanks remaining on their feet to rush to the back legs. The sound of thunder exploded as the mages unleashed a thunderstorm of magical essence at the machine. Vimkul aimed his sniper rifle at the glowing eye of the machine. The bullet bounced off the glass as if nothing. He loaded his largest round into the gun and readjusted the barrel. "Going on all in on this. What's a title for if not now, eh? Never Too Far." A light blue, misty aura began to appear around Vimkul as he channeled all of his essence with his overdrive soul invocation and unleashed his shot. The aether tore and fissured as the bullet traveled. The power amplified. The sound of screeching metal and shattering glass filled the room. Julek took his opportunity as the smoke-covered, half-imploded head of the machine groaned and choked as tubes spouted a dark, foul liquid. He infused his essence and invoked his title. He placed his gun lance on his shield and charged for his attack. The fissures flared as Julek fired. They exploded open, and seconds later, the sound of water and sand accumulated as the magic overtook the machine. The essence of the magic smashed into the fissures as they imploded, smashing and cracking the machine's head until it was a crumpled mess. The arms of the machine began to glow and stiffen as they heated up, eventually appearing as swords of emerald light. This kind of writing would do well on webnovel.com. You ever considered that site? No, Yuri. But yeah, I know, it's kind of like lit RPG style, right? But it's like, not really. Gunblade, Chocobo, is that a Final Fantasy fanfic? Well, the idea is to make it the very first Final Fantasy official book. So, all the names and direct references to Final Fantasy will be removed if I can't get, like, the rights to it. Like, they'll be called something else instead of chocobos, right? But they'll just still be basically giant fucking chickens that you ride on. All the tropes will still be there. All of the names of the cities. So, like, Ifrit is the city in a volcano. Shiva is the city on top of a glacier. Leviathan is the city at the bottom of the ocean. Garuda is a city that fell out of the sky on the plains. Valefor is like a hilly area. Titan is the desert. But all of these names, despite being Final Fantasy names, they're all actually origins that derive outside of that. Plus, Gunblade as well is also like a Monster Hunter term. Like all of their weapons, like there's basically relic weapons that are like the most ancient weapons, and there's 14 styles of them, and they're all based on Monster Hunter weapons. So you have your gun lance, you have your sword and shield, your chain sword, your switch axe, insect glaive, light and heavy bow gun, bow, hammer, hunting horn, I'm missing a couple, lance, just regular lance, and there should be one or two more. I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head, but either way. Yeah, a lot of weapons like that. So they'll be like, you'll be able to tell they're like the relic weapons are so awesome. And like the whole idea is that the main character is not the hero, he's a mentor. His job is to facilitate the training of the warriors of light who are the heroes. And the reason why they're the heroes is because they have the genetic enhancements of the monarchy. Because they're direct descendants of the monarch. But their entire lives are built upon the dark side of the guild, which is basically they're facilitating the black market because it's like a mutually assured destruction. If the criminals rat them out, the monarchy will kill them. If they rat out the criminals, well then the monarchy would know they were there and kill them. So they're like, in order for our survival, we basically have to facilitate this criminal economy, but we're going to make sure we're the ones that control it. Because I love duality of existence, of being like, despite you're the heroes, you have to live off the dregs of society and have to do bad things despite being the heroes. Then you always question yourself entirely down the line. Am I really a hero, or am I just someone who's been put in this circumstance? And it's very much a very self-doubt driven book. Especially with the main character being the only human in it. Like a shit place to live in. Well, the upside to it is that the main place that they're in, because they're in the roots of the tree, at the bottom of the tree in the old city, so they get all the benefits of basically being immortal, being inside the tree. So it's like a give and take. So they have like all the technological advances as well as all the magical advances. That's why they're like so overpoweredly, ridiculously powerful, and why they can kick the shit out of anyone else. But they're not bad people. They're just like, we would literally be killed if we were found out. Literally strung up in the streets if we were found out. So the only way to facilitate our hidden existence is to work with the darkest of the most fucked up criminals who also would be strung up in the streets. The only problem is that all we do is facilitate the black market itself by like warehousing, location, and like neutral ground. But they don't have to partake in the actual like slave trade themselves, right? They only have to facilitate, let's say, relics and stuff like that. So they can have a say in saying, hey, these are certain things you can't do under our roof. So in a way, they're actually curtailing what the dark side of the guild can actually do. So it's kind of like having, like, putting a wall around it. Because then there's all of the ships on the other side of the world where yeah. You think Epstein and eating babies and raping kids is the worst thing you can do? You have no idea. What the dregs of society when there are no rules, no laws, no nothing, you can power rules? That is not a society you want to know that could possibly exist. Chapter 1 complete and sent. I have a mark where you left off. Alright, sounds good, Happy. We're about 2/3 of the way through this. Anyways, enough rambling. Let's get back to the story. I don't think there's anything worse than raping and torturing babies, bro. But that's only like one half of it, right, Yuri? Right? Like there's the raising them to be like you. Right? There's also like, you know, building a society that tolerates it to begin with. Right? It's the how do you get there, to me, that's the scariest part. Because the how you got there is like, yeah, I could see how you got there. But then someone twisted it. Right? It's like, well, we started eating babies for survival, but now we do it because it's fun. And I think the reasoning for it... Well, no. They don't have to be dead. You could be eating them alive slowly. Like putting like tourniquets on their arms and legs and literally like biting off their toes and shit like that. Like, I don't think you understand how far you can really go with this shit. Like, my mind goes to every possibility uncensored. My mind's just fucked up like that. Because I know it's not real. And I'm sure there's somebody done that. That's just torturing, which I mentioned already. No, because you're eating them. You're just eating them alive. Right? It's like adding insult to injury, right? You've never read a 40k book of the Dark Eldar. Oh, I know, but that's the thing, is you look at things like that literally are like the most fucked up things ever written, or like the Sarabian film and shit like that, right? It's like, yeah. And it's like, that's why I never write anything like that. But it's like, it's the thought of it, or the inference, or like alluding to it. Like alluding to the fact that Cactuar eat, babies. But you know how Cactuar eat babies? This is how the Cactuar gain their knowledge. The Demoncular. So, yo, what's up, Ebola? Hey, Psychation in chat, how's it going? So, basically, you know how the Vikings would, like, and, like, a lot of people... Oh, ads. Well, ads, I'll talk about this after ads. I am fantastic, Ebola. We're kind of in a really fucked up conversation right now. And this topic should be stopped altogether. I have to make one more point, Yuri! I have to make one more point! Three, two, one, go! Don't worry, I forgot what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something really fucked up, but I don't remember what I was gonna say. So maybe it's a reason not to say it. The arms of the machine began to glow and stiffen as they heated up, eventually appearing as swords of emerald light. The left arm swung at Kalmosh. Oh, by the way, I'm doing great, Ebola. We're reading my story. This is what I read wrote a year and a half ago. This is the old beginning to my story. It's not the first chapter anymore, but this event is like the onset event of the story. The main character learning all the information that's inside of this video, because right now it's the main character. He's basically, the events that are taking place, he's watching a video of them, basically, like an old video. And he's like, what the fuck? This isn't supposed to be. Because you'll find out at the end what happens. But the idea is that the 100 quest has still not been cleared. And you'll hear that in the first chapter that leads up to this. And when you finally see this, you'll be like, wait, this is the 100-year quest. What the fuck? And then, yeah, it'll get into everything. But left arm swung at Calamash. He raised his shield and steadied himself for the impact. The screeching sound of metal faded into a hiss of burning flesh as the shield failed. Calamash's scream echoed through the room as he jumped back, clutching where his arm used to be. Hanmik rushed to his side immediately and began to heal the wound. Calamash swore loudly as he moved into the black lines. Aetharg gave the signal to go full offensive. The melee lines charged towards the tanks and began their most powerfully infused magic attacks to create fissures for the mages to implode. The machine began to lose ground as its treads were beginning to fail. When I switch chapters, I switch character as being followed in close third person. All of the book is done in first person, but you see events like he'll be watching like a compro, like watching a stream live or watching a video of something, and you'll be experiencing it third person through his eyes first person, right? So it's like a way to manipulate having first person only in the character, because I can have the character watching something that is then third person. Right? The Alliance continued to press the machine back as it was approaching the back door of the room, and then it allows me to have like hidden information in certain areas because the character wouldn't know that because they weren't there for that event. And they would just assume what had happened or been told, and you can make it so characters can lie about the information, which gives you a whole range of things you can do with the plot when characters are consistently lying about shit, or they think they're telling the truth, because it'll be like, you know, one character thinks this, one character thinks this, one character thinks this, and then something in the world will happen that will affirm one of those beliefs, or something completely different about it, and be like, oh, it's actually this. And that's how, like, exposition will work. So it's like you can believe, and it'll be like the logical one, oh, this is how it works, but then you'll find some little tiny nuance that changes it around, just like we kind of do with science in real life. First narrator I, better in improvising a speech than relying on one I've written ahead of time. Location, octopi is multiple, not singular. Word, preference, it is a proper species name. Octopi is the name of their species. Avian is the name of their species. Insectoid is the name of their species. A pit or the pit, audible. The camera, repetitive grew speed. Fading to black is counterintuitive. The paladin is also a time mage. Hulking cube. After it unfurls, maybe, but not while it's just a cube. Does it matter where on these things they are shooting? Elemental essence, repeated woven leather. Too many names and characters. You may need to better establish races or descriptions. Deal with the name later when the names are pertinent other than identifiers for what a new character you have no idea who it is. Image of a laboratory. Just a painting on the wall. Took the group's attention. Palace? Are we not in a dungeon? Geography may need more explanations. Definitely need more descriptions of your people instead of just dropping a name in a single article. Closing. Unless all of this happened after everyone's already been introduced in detail. Otherwise, it's like walking into a movie theater during a Hobbit's war scene with zero context as the elves, dwarves, humans, and hobbits killing random shit, smashing, machine. Figured I'd put this here since no one else is waiting for it to be over. So are we going from Levi close third person to Jade close first person? Or head hopping? Listening to it, I have the problem to follow the plot, especially if it goes fast into combat zen. And that is exactly why this is no longer the first chapter. Because this is too much in the middle. Because every single character dies. So it's like, what's the point of having this chapter with no establishment, no prior stuff, and every single character that's introduced dies? Not a good first chapter. My new first chapter, though, this is the reference to it, because Husai will be like holding the calm sphere in his hand. Are we supposed to care that they die? Yes, Turner. Because Husai, the main character, made a choice of either going on this quest with his party or becoming the leader of the Adventurers Guild. And everyone in his party and the Alliance said, go become the leader of the Adventurers Guild. We have 75 people. This has never been done with 75 people. We're going to crush this dungeon. And Husai said, I'll trust you. And then everyone dies. So the entire first character introduction is his remorse for the decision that he's made. And the fact that he knows that he's supposed to save the world. And he thinks he made the wrong decision and he fucked up saving the world by not going on the 100-year quest. And then just everything starts falling downhill. He becomes a fugitive. He gets framed for murder. He gets literally framed for what happens in here. And he has to become a fugitive and leave the tree. Then neither chapter 1 nor 3 will make sense. No one is going to be emotionally invested in these people in that short of a time. Turner, it really ain't that bad, to be honest. It's good money-making slot for a site that, like web novel. I can see a lot of people reading it if the grammar is fixed. I know, but Turner's just being ridiculously harsh on me, right? Which is understandable. I told him to be. And I said, like Chapter 3. I don't know where it's going to fit in. And it's only going to be bits and pieces. Like, for instance, Chapter 3... so, I'm just going to do this so it's easy. So, Chapter 3 would be like... these first 2 paragraphs. Right? So, like, you'd know about the 100-year quest, and about Husai, and him making his decision. That's all you would learn, right? And it's like, okay, well, this is the reason why Husai feels the way that he does, right? Then he's gonna have to challenge and fight himself, and it's gonna, like, slowly be revealed, you know, that, like, more and more things. Like, each kind of one of these sections of the story will be thrown throughout different chapters. To any of these 30 or so people appear anywhere else later in the book. They're all introduced slowly through references. Characters will talk about great heroes, and then they'll pull out a book, and they'll say, oh, these are the guys you should look at, and it'll give a description of the character and stuff like that. So you'll have built up the main, like, 5 or 6, like, Julek, Chalcum, Honmik, Torg, Vimkal, I can't remember the fucking, the Omni-Mage's name. But basically everyone who can title. Everyone who titles in the Emerald Weapon scene is like the characters that you will know about beforehand, because they're all like, basically like commanders, generals, admirals, like leaders of some kind in a hierarchy of command. Right? They're like the top of the top people. So you'll know who they are, right? So it's not so much that you're caring so much about them dying, but it's the impact. I feel like 2 books would be good. Book 1, learning all these people in their training. Book 2, they're all dead, and following the money trainer. The Moppy trainer. I don't know what that... Mopey trainer? I don't know what that's... But the whole point of all of this is the event that happens at the end, Turner. The event that Husai gets framed for. So maybe somehow it feels like you're writing an ending at the story. That is what it is, because this story, it's the end of an era, and it's the start of a new age. So, like, the entirety of this is based off of, like, the intro to Lord of the Rings, right? Like, it's showing you what happened before to set you up in the story so you know why the world is the way it is. Yeah, but no one's going to care about the heroes of the last era is you killing them at the end of the book. Turner, you should judge my book, too. But again, it's not so much you're supposed to fall in love with these characters, Turner. They're supposed to make you realize why the main character feels the way that the main character does. Does that make sense? Like, this is just like backstory for the main character, right? And it's almost like C or D plot. But it's like, okay, there's three main characters: Husai, Varius, and Gluttony. Right? Other than that, the two side characters are Zaid and the Viceroy. Those are like the five characters in the book. You pick up other party members along the way to the point you have like 20 characters by the end of the book. That's why I don't give them, but in Mom Banging, I'm not introducing a single name until the very end. But Turner, that's why I'm splitting it up. So like, you'll learn about one character like every 2 chapters. Right? So it's like every 2 chapters you introduce a new character. And every time before that, it's like... And basically what I want to set up, Turner, is there's like a formula for how I introduce characters. I think it's a reveal chapter that's supposed to come later. Yeah, that's what I mean, Turner. Like, this is like 7 different chapters all smudged into one giant exposition. But this is the inciting incident, right? This is what sets Husai off on his journey. The only way to introduce a billion characters and make it work is making all of them important. The fuck is that, bro? OP Ragnar! Yo, what's up, bro? Welcome, welcome. What the fuck is what, bro? What the fuck is what, bro? Yo, what's up? Yeah, so just imagine this being like backstory of some kind, right? Reader doesn't need to know why he's on the journey. That's something that you learn as the book gets deeper. No, Turner. That's what makes him leave his comfortable life. It's like it sets a standard of normal. What is normal life? Right? His normal life is a bureaucratic nightmare that he wants to get away from, and he misses his old adventuring life. So what happens? Well, he gets thrown back into that old adventuring life, but against his will. And now he's like, shit, I used to have a comfy desk job, now I'm running around getting fucking almost killed and shit. And then him having to find out why he was framed, and why he is the way that he is. Because he's a human in a world where humans don't exist, and he knows that he's a human, but everyone sees him as an octopi. And he spent his entire life trying to figure out why. Yo, what the fuck is this? OP Wi-Fi, yo, what's up? I don't know, what the fuck is what? What the fuck is what, bro? Agree to disagree. You're giving too much exposition. You need to show, not tell. Give him already have left his job, and slowly let the reader learn he's on the run. Slowly learn why he left his good life. But Turner, the first chapter is him getting accused of murder and blackmailed. We should shit in Turner's mouth a bit too. Like, yeah, Turner, valid, but who do we gotta... So I'm just saying, does that make more sense? Like, as I'm explaining it, like, so the order of the book is Is this about the Jews? Oh, absolutely. The octopi are 100% representing of the Jews. 100%. The octopi are the Jews, and the monarch is like the king Jew, whatever that is. Oh, no, we good. So Turner, does this, like, I'm gonna restructure the book for you for what the actual structure is, and you tell me if this structure is good for the beginning of the book. Main character is in the inauguration of a new leader. That new leader declares that racism is no longer good, and beastmen are equal to all of the other races. And to prove that this is not only his opinion, but other people's opinions, he takes the #1 voted council member that is the highest, like, citizen approval rate in the council, who is a mediator between the Adventurers Guild and the government. And he says, take off your helmet. And the guy takes off his helmet, and he's not an avian, he's a Lamia. And the Viceroy is like, yo, look, your favorite dude this entire time is actually a Lamia. They can do good, the Beastmen are good, don't worry about it. Then the fanatics freak the fuck out and start rioting. Alamnia is... a half snake person. My avians are snakes. So imagine Alamnia, but with like a bird upper body, right? They've got like a beak, they've got wings, right? But this adventurer was said to have his wings cut off because he's basically crippled and his face is all fucked up. That's why he wears the helmet 24/7. And no one's seen him without his helmet. But it's actually a Lamia. And everyone's like, what the fuck? So they basically riot and kill him and say, Viceroy, what the fuck are you doing? And in order to save his ass, the monarch comes in and says, hold on, this actually wasn't the Viceroy's plan. This was the leader of the Adventurers Guild plan who brought the Viceroy into it. And he points out Husai, and then he brings up the video of what's going to happen at the end of this chapter. And Husai is like, are you fucking kidding me? And he runs the fuck away. That's how the first chapter goes down. Does that sound like a good first chapter that you would be interested in, Turner? Nobody want to hear this. True, Ragnar. Not a good first chapter. Okay, why? What did I do wrong? Let's talk about... I mean... it is what it is, man. It is what it is, right? World's a fucked up place, right? That's all I'm gonna say. Too complex, too reliant on unexplained things like hatred of the Beastmen, betrayals, why this Lamia is a counselor and no one knows what he actually is. Fuck the world. World is a fucking joke. No, really, it's feels all over the place and too much. I have no idea what it's even about. Your scene is a mid-book scene. They got my boy Sneeko. I mean, that's fair enough, Turner. You might need to write earlier chapters that explain a lot of this. And the main crisis is, oh shit, I'm being framed. So... after that event, Husai gets pulled down to the bottom 15. So what you're saying, Turner, is I should start later in the book and refer back to this. Because yeah, a huge part of the book is massively political. It's racism, it's classism, it's speciesism, it's technology, it's magic, it's transformation of the world. Is that from Sword Art Online? Asuna, my mouse pad? Yeah, because I rest my hand on her tits all day long. Establish his role as guildmaster. 6,578 words is in my final chapter. Damn, 6,500. That's a lot. Well, I haven't written it. If I was the writer, it had the power of typos. Yeah. True. No, you want to see? I'll show you guys my real hair. You want to see my real hair? I'll show you my real hair. This is my real hair. Where is it? This is actually my real hair. You've summarized what's led up to these events into non-existence. Talked about this before, Scotty. You summarized a lot. I would say too much. Okay, fair enough. So, Turner, would then it be fair to say, let's follow along and let's find where the book should start then, right? So, Husai is kicked out of the tree. He goes down to the bottom 15. The bottom 15 is like the dregs of society, right? And he goes from the top of the tree to the bottom of the tree. We were in the council chamber at the top of the tree. What happened 1 month before the riot? 1 month before the riot is the monarch died. Or I guess like the X, because the it's like the X, the base. Okay, I guess you have to know how the structure of the monarchy works. There is the monarch and the viceroy. They're the two leaders. Like the monarch is basically the president, and the viceroy is the vice president, but they're military leaders. Their concubines' wives are voted in as the president and the vice president. But the monarch and the viceroy basically have final say, and they have military power. Because they basically have like infinite power inside of the tree. Do we have a timeline written down? It really helps with structuring the story. Oh yeah, I have a full timeline. It's in the Google Doc. Basically all of creation up until now. You want people to understand the dynamics, you need to explain the government prior to all of this. Explain the role of the guildmaster and these politicians. You need to explain why people hate Beastmen. You need to explain, well, the thing is, hold on, what are you talking about? I'm talking about a book. Don't explain, show. No, I meant a timeline for your story, not the world lore. That includes the timeline, Hoyle. If you want like a break, like I do like a quick breakdown of the basically, Husai gets framed, leaves. Once he goes to Ifrit, he realizes there's rumors of a dragon, and a dragon hasn't been seen in 300 years or 600 years since like the fall of the world basically, and there's a bunch of adventurers that are basically going around trying to find the dragon, and 3 of them come back and they say, we fucking found proof. We gotta go do this shit. So, they go and try and find proof, and they go and ask the beastmen in the area, the Sahagin, and they go to one of, that person's, like, friends' Sahagin village, and finds that there's goblins there rounding up the Sahagin, and they go into the caves, and they find that basically they're preparing for war. So they find the chieftain, and the chieftain says that the beastmen have united under a new leader, and all of the clans are basically forcibly either taking the people that are not turning to attack into slaves. And they're literally ready to attack now. And everyone's wondering, why the hell would you want to attack the Adventurers Guild? We'll fucking crush the Beastmen. Could never write about any Beastman, Goblin, Golem, slop that's been done so many times. Well, it's Final Fantasy based, right? So it's like, all of the Beastman races are based off of different animals. And it's like, they have like a lower level intelligence, and they're like children, basically. So they don't have like the full understanding of the world. They're very primitive, right? Very, very primitive. Especially in like their brain functionality, right? They're like smarter than apes, but like not as intelligent as humans, right? Across the line, and then each species has like different levels of it. But then you have like the 20 smartest in the entire world called High of the species, which is the High Lamia who's in the council, because they're like, you know, the 300 IQ, but they're at like 120 IQ, so they're like on average with everyone, but they're the highest of their own. I honestly, you should post it on Web Novel. It belongs there. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna write into a book, split chapters into 1K words. Fuck white boys! Not allowed to say that, are you? Or is that like, again, are we reclaiming that? Are we reclaiming the goys of the world? I don't know. But yeah, then they go to the Battle of Garuda, and all the adventurers are like, oh shit, man, this is gonna be so easy. Why would the Beastmen ever bother to do this? Beastmen come over the plains, and they're all just laughing, having a good time, joking. It's like, okay, let's do this. And then the lake explodes, and they're like, what the fuck? And then the sun gets blotted out by a dragon, and they're like, what the fuck? And then it's like people are parachuting down. There's helicopters, tanks, planes, and they're like, what the fuck is this shit? And then they literally get completely fucking overrun, entirely annihilated. And then Husai goes like full epic mode, stays behind, goes berserker mode, and like holds off long enough for his party to escape. Then they all get back to the tree to find out that at the tree, it's even worse now, because there are rumors about, you know, if a Beastman ever got into the tree, it would restart the Beastman Wars. A Beastman got into the tree, now the Beastman Wars have started. Why do I understand less how more you explain? Because the world gets bigger! The world gets bigger as you go! It expands out! I mean, it's completely fair, right? Because that's how Scotty's brain works. That's why I need help, guys! Because I'm retarded! I'm retarded, so I need help so it's not retarded! That's why I don't get offended by stuff, because I know it's fucking retarded. I just need people to tell me that it's retarded so I can fix it. How can I make it not retarded? Right? It's fanfic at this point. Readers would have to know everything about whatever game he's based it on. But it's I'm not basing it on anything. I'm only using the tropes. This is 100% made up completely by me, my own fucking world. So of course you're not gonna know anything. The only thing you know is it's based on Final Fantasy, so that's where it can put your headspace at. This is retarded and you know it. Exactly. Then you need to explain all of this. But like, you explain it slowly over the book. That's why you explain it slowly over the book. You start with the character. You're writing ain't bad. I write about someone sniffing girls and Turner writes the psychology behind eating sandwiches. No, this is why I need the critique, guys. This is why I need it. Because I'm retarded. So, how do you, like for instance with Brandon Sanderson, how do you start a Sanderson novel? Or like Game of Thrones, right? You don't know anything at the beginning. You have all these characters thrown at you, right? So like, it's not like it's not possible. It's just I'm not trying to aim this book at a wide audience. This book is meant to hit a very specific, very niche, very void, like, audience, right? Like, people that are tired of the standard original fantasy. I write furry fanfic. Well, there you go, Happy. So I'm like, you have to be in the mindset of willing to go on the journey to read this book, right? Well, I'm not in that niche, so I've tried to think of it something like that becomes a blockbuster. And that's fair enough, Turner. And that's why I need more input, because maybe that's not how the book should be, despite that's what I want the book to be, right? Which is why I have to have people convince me out of where I am. Which you do make a very strong point about not knowing and not being interested in, you know. Makes a lot of sense. But I don't want to spend, you need to explain more. I think you need to start not at the big events. Well, that's because, Turner, the problem is you think these are big events. But these aren't big events. These are tiny, minuscule, little pieces. Right? Like, this is the setup. This is the appetizer. Right? Wait till you get to the real meat of the story. Happy, the entire time I was reading that combo, you guys had about furry characters. I was like, please don't say what my main character would say seeing this. Let's go the FF10 route. You have a character and he has two themes. Let's take Wake, his character, and two main themes to introduce. First, Blitzball. Second, Commoners. Few of the world of Final Fantasy X. All the heroes dying, and the guy being framed is the small event. No one will get the meat of the story if they're confused from page 1. But how are you, like, this is what I don't understand. This is where my head gets twisted, right? If you don't read, like, if you don't, like, you need time, right? You need time to build up all of this information, right? 3, 2, 1, toke! The hook of the chapter, Turner, is Husai going to Sid and saying, look at this. And then how the chapter ends is Sid looks at Husai and says, how tall is Torg? And Husai says, like, 5'6"? And Sid says, Husai, how tall are you? And Husai goes, 6'3". And then Sid points at the image and says, then why is Torg looking down at you? Is that good enough of a hook for you, Turner? I'm not hooked by a war of people who die in the first chapter or confusing political events that aren't explained. Well, then maybe I'm confusing what a hook is. Because to me, a hook is like, you're like, wait, then that means that can't be Husai in the image, which means it wasn't him who committed the crime. Like, am I just, do I just have such a complex brain that, like, I'm just, like, I can't think on a single level, I can only think on, like, multiple levels? Like, if someone's framed for murder in a video, and then someone immediately says something that completely disproves it being that person, isn't that an interesting, like, hook? Because to me it is. I would just say you've over-summarized. It's the question of passing. The information that is not needed should be not in the book. For me, that feels 70% of this chapter, because it talks about people, why or death, and have near to no influence in the story. But that's the thing, Hoyle, is if you know who these characters are, they're Husai's best friends. So this is proof of Husai losing all of his friends, because he never knew what happened to them. They just disappeared. Anyone who entered the 100-year quest just disappeared. Was never seen again. And then the dungeon door just closed, and they just waited until someone else would go in. And nobody completed the dungeon. But now Husai knows that they all died. That's why I said this is a bad first chapter. Exactly. That's why I said it's a bad first chapter, and I needed to move it after I wrote it. Because it doesn't fit. It's too overloaded. It needs to be split up. It needs to have defining... no, it's more you overshoot in you writing. You want to explain everything at once and completely derailed from the story. But... I guess the best example I could give is like the beginning of Wheel of Time. Where the beginning of Wheel of Time starts like 3,000 years and it's just some guy walking through a house of like destroyed shit just talking about stuff. You want to tell a story that requires the depth of character knowledge that you're not building. But Turner, I've already said that the whole point is that this is going to be split up so that it will have character building. So, like, with all of the information that I've given you to build up how this would look, does that not make sense? Right? Like, you're gonna learn why these characters were so powerful, what accomplishments they had in their life, what those accomplishments did to the guild, how that changed people's perspective, how the world changed because of it. Right? And it'll be like I said, there'll be like a formula of like, character name is mentioned. Quote from character with character name is mentioned. Would Back to the Future make sense if you watched it part 2, part 3, part 1? Probably, but again, it's one of those things where you just have to wait to get the information. Like, all the information's there, saying there is information you need before the framing. But to me, Turner, the framing is all in the name. So you're relying on the name to set a headspace. So you're going to assume that it contains time travel. It's late, I'm tired, I'm going to bed. Alright, Haffy, sounds good. Sorry for dragging on my story and we didn't get to the end of it, or the epic part, or anything. But, I mean, that's fair enough, right? Like I said, I wrote this 1.5 years ago, and then I realized, nah, this needs to be changed. But all of, like, everything you guys are saying is completely valid. Personally, if I would read that as first chapter, I would not read further. Simple as reader, I have not the patience to explain everything later to understand what happened in chapter 1. That's why this isn't a good chapter 1, right? You can't get away with waiting for information unless you have established audience or reputation. 7W1! But that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to, like, you have to start with a narrow focus. And that's why the beginning of the book is the character being framed. And the character basically proving that it's not him, but he can't prove that to anyone else. right? So this whole... But how is that not a narrow focus? Like, what you want the entire first chapter to be the character writing reports at his desk, wondering how fucking boring his life is, thinking back to being the Adventurer Guild? I think that's the worst possible. That's so boring. God, I'd put that down after like 200, 300 words. I'd be like, what is this? You were gonna fucking desk job? I thought this was a fantasy book. Like, what the fuck? Then you look at like Harry Potter and it's like, oh, this baby's parents were killed, but it couldn't be killed by the Dark Lord. Now, we can't have it with us because it must remain a secret. Like, something like that, right? Like the beginning of Harry Potter. How is that not like, you know... Because to me, like, I look at the formula, and I look at the structure, and I look at what you're saying, and you're like, and then I look at comparisons in fantasy, and I say, like, almost every single fantasy, like, almost disagrees with what you're saying with that, including the Wheel of Time. Yeah, no, don't write boring stuff. You gotta start with something happening. That's why the character finds out what happens at the beginning. So what if there is no... You know what? I'm gonna read the rest of the chapter, and then you guys tell me what you think of the event that happens. But these fantasies are simple premises that get complex as time goes on. Boring can be good. It's an introduction to the character. Also, please understand if it's something boring, you don't, doesn't mean it's boring for others. That's true, Hoyle. That's true. Yours appears to be complex from the start. Turner is overpowered. He's making even you not read your own chapter. I mean, it's fair enough. I asked for it. Guys, I asked for it. I can't say shit. I asked for it. I want it. I like it. All of Turner's, like, everything he's saying is 100% valid. But anyways, let's get on with the fight. I work tomorrow. Alright, no worries, Turner. I know, we still got the big fight. Everyone else was interrupting him. And now I got everyone peacing out while I'm trying to fucking finish the story. Goodbye, Turner. He will be so missed. True, Yuri. Okay. The front line began to reform in front of the hulking mechanism as the screech of gears rang throughout the room. The giant emerald on the chest of the machine began to glow brighter as it detached from the top of the chest, lowering itself to reveal a dark obsidian glass tube appearing from underneath the gem. Stop this man!
You are in for it now, sweetheart.
Turner, can you at least wait around for like another like 2 or 3 minutes and have this event? Because I want at least your opinion on this event. Oh god, Scatman and Brown? No, Scatman. Stop this man. I buy Scatman to cancel Scatman. I will catch the VOD. Alright, sounds good, Turner. Sounds good. Scatman to cancel the Scatman? Alright. Okay, we have gotten to this point. I canceled Scatman. Okay, you do what you need to do. 3, 2, 1, tour. Scatman should definitely be
I
more
miss my
expensive.
sexy librarian. You can put those sweet sight setters back in place, slut.
Somebody gonna get a hurt real
Okay, here we go. The inside of the cannon began to glow as the emerald reached the peak brightness. Harnamick suddenly fell to the ground and screamed, "I tidaled! Thunder and fire resist, max defense, now!" His head slumped to the ground as he fell from consciousness. Full tidal! Aethard called instantly, recognizing the danger. How is bro reading fast in Indian? Oh, I can talk very fast. What do you mean? How you talk very fast? That is the true way to do it. The only Indian is to talk very fast. Yes, that's how you do it. You can only talk very fast when you go in the Indian. They know how fast you talk. You do not connect about it. You do not know what to talk about, and that is why you do it. Do you not understand what I'm saying? No, you don't. Or you are so bad at this. Don't worry about it. No one else gets what I'm saying either. Don't worry. You are okay with it. It is all good. I don't understand. No, it is okay. It's a lot of practice. You know, you just have to do what you do, and it just feels natural. Like, this is actually what I sound like, you know. But, you know, the skin color and everything just makes it a bit like, oh, no, it is not that way. Don't worry about it. Oh, no, it is back to normal. Okay. Full title! Aethar called instantly, recognizing the danger. He left the front line, putting himself between the tanks and melee. It was an honor, he nodded to Kalmosh and Julek. Captain goes down with the ship. Who could ask for more? Julek cried back to Aethar with a smile on his lips. Beyond reach, he spoke quietly as the dark blue misty aura surrounded him, connecting him to the soulscape. The magical barrier extended out, enveloping the entire alliance. Did his brain shortcut it a few moments ago? Maybe. Maybe. 1K sounds right. It is what it is. It is what it is. Magical barrier extended out, enveloping the entire alliance. Kalmosh raised his head as an etheric mist began to engulf him. Last to think, he said promptly as the magic engulfed the room, causing Kalmosh to instantly heal their wounds. It could have only ended like this. The three men faced their oncoming fate as the buzz of electricity sparked the air. Emeril ran between the mages and the rangers, beginning her final dance. Self-serenade! She sung, the aether enveloping her. All the needs of the alliance were met. Nellium invoked her title. To be feared, she spoke as she stared into the cannon of the emerald weapon. The magical essence encased the hulking beast, stopping time from its perspective. Mixed and matched! Gladdock shouted as he threw the remainder of his alchemical mixtures into the air. They engulfed the room in a purple and green haze. Seklim jumped into the air as the aether enveloped him. His Buddha essence formed and held him in a protective palm while he unleashed a multitude of etheric charged attacks that exploded the soulscape. Chalcum raised his bow and notched 4 arrows. Clutch Claw, he said as he released the spell. The magical time bubble around the mechanical wonder dropped, with the raised pitch of the sound coming from the cannon almost deafening the party. The aether surrounding the arrows, drawing them into the soulscape. They pierced through the center of the weapon, exploding fissures as it traveled until it struck the door behind the machine. Fight it out! Yedver roared as he jumped into battle, the aether engulfing him, his strikes becoming more fierce and brutal as a maniacal smile crossed his lips. Jalcum unleashed everything she had as she titled, Grand Junction! She cried as all the elemental magics morphed into an omni-element and shot a cannon of magic at the machine, imploding all of the rifts created by the melee. The mages stacked all of their defenses in front of the tanks and prepared. A blinding light, followed by a catastrophic explosion, engulfed the room. Usai stared in awe at the sight before him. Was it over? Had this been the undoing of all that came before? The heavy breathing and rasped gasps began to accumulate. A voice rang out. Attendance! Muffled voices raised as the sight became clear. The off-tank stood shaking, tattered, but on their feet. The room was charred to a crisp. The only adventurers left standing were directly behind Julek and Kalmosh. They looked around in dismay and disbelief at the mangled, burnt corpses of their comrades. The emerald weapon could be heard crashing to the ground as its energy was significantly drained from the attack. Finish it, you fools! A shaking, broken voice could barely be heard. Under one roof! He mumbled as the aether engulfed the remaining party members. The group looked on in horror as they saw the charred remains of their leader. As if in unison, the Malian mages that were left bellowed a mighty war cry and sent everything they had at the machine. The 20 or so remaining members of the party gathered around their fallen comrades and gave them their final goodbye. The door behind the destroyed machine had opened. So imagine from here on being the prologue. Just like, what do you guys think about that? The remaining 20 or so members of the party gathered around their fallen comrades and gave them their final goodbye. The door behind the destroyed machine had opened once the mechanism had fallen to the ground and ceased to make sounds and all the lights had died out. The adventurers solemnly stood for their friends as long as they could, but they knew the journey was not finished. They began what felt like the eternal walk to reach the doors. Once they were inside, a control panel opened on the inner wall next to the door. "This appears to be a moving platform," stated Shootle, as he inspected the device. "I've seen these before in other dungeons. I believe this should activate it." The doors began to close, and the group could feel themselves begin to move downwards. I think 90% of the time, prologues are useless crap that should just be chapter 1. True. I like short kind of snippets that are like 2 paragraphs. Most probably don't agree with that. I like a quick flashback to, like, get me excited for what's to come. I'm like, ooh, now I have something to look forward to. Right? Like some sort of idea or something like that. That's what I want. As he inspected the device, "I've seen these in other dungeons before. I believe this should activate it." The doors began to close, and the group could feel themselves begin to move downwards. The elevator ride seemed like an eternity. No one wanted to break the silence. A creaking sound, and the floor stopped. The group shook on their feet as the door began to open again. The sight before them was imposing, but knowing they had to push onwards to see the final secrets this place held in order to justify the sacrifices they had made to get this far. "I go now. I wish you all a wonderful and God bless the day." True, Hoyle. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out, man. Always good to see someone new in here. Hopefully I'll be able to read some of your work sometime. Take care, brother. The sight before them was imposing, but knowing they had to push onwards to see the final secrets this place held in order to justify the sacrifices they had made to get this far. The white, almost illuminated stone of intricate design, that it had been carved and placed by mortal hands, seemed impossible. This must be one of the lost chapels of the dragons! Torg finally broke the silence as something caught his eye. He rushed past the group into a large building. The floor was a moving picture of what appeared to be multiple continents in a bird's eye view. The waves of the oceans crashed against the edges of the great land masses. This is magnificent! I've never seen this type of technology in any dungeon. Whatever this place is, it must be newer relative to other dungeons. Which begs the question, why is it buried so deep underground? Chalcom was muttering to himself as he walked past the lines of pews. It seemed odd to him because the chairs appeared to be facing in the wrong direction. "You think that is impressive? Look up." Vimkul was wide-eyed as Chalcom looked over at him and then to the roof. The roof was an imposing, realistic view of the heavens. The stars shone bright, and the last light of the sun could be seen fading into darkness. One thing stuck out like a sore thumb, though. There was another orb in the sky. Like the sun, but not as bright. It seemed as though it was not emitting its own light. It was simply a reflection of the sun. That would be the moon! The god of the dragons! Torg yelled to the group as he pointed to the back of the room. "It's a massive statue of a dragon's head!" Torg looked back towards the statue. The great eye opened before him. He was running at top speed before he even had the chance to blink. Pure adrenaline and realization struck him like a hammer. He was roaching out so fast he didn't even have time to understand what was happening. The doors felt they took an eternity to close. The heat and light of the fire scorched his face as the doors closed and the elevator began to ascend. The light of day peeked through as the grand doors of the dungeon opened, revealing the terrain. Torg gasped for air as he fell to his face. As soon as he cleared the door, he saw a figure in the distance and tried to call out, but couldn't. "My poor child, the deeds you've done this day will echo in eternity." A voice of rasping hate, sounding as thunder, meant to crush you beneath its heel. The figure came into view, a dark smile on its face as it unleashed a sword and slowly drove it into Torg's neck. "Shh, go to sleep." I breathed in a staggering breath, realizing I had not for some time. The figure on the calm pearl took the pearl in his hand and stared towards me. I stared at myself. My head was clouded as it had not been in many decades. I closed my eyes and tried to take in the raw data without jumping to conclusions. "Master Husai?" I heard Zaid from outside the door. His voice was strained and he sounded uncertain. The first time I had heard his voice without his profoundly naive confidence. It shook me back to reality. We're gonna miss the inauguration." "Not on my watch." I clapped my hands against my cheeks and prepared myself as I lowered the magical lock on the door and walked into the unknown. And then, like, chapter 1 would be the inauguration. So it's like, you know something fucked up happened, and Husai's like, what the fuck? And then he immediately goes to Sid and says, yo, dude, look at this shit. And then Sid's like, yo, dude, he's shorter than you. That's not you on there. That's someone else. Who's shorter than Torg? Torg was one of the shortest dudes. You know who's shorter than the Torg? The Monarch. And then what happens later on is basically Zaid, the guy who was talking in this, gets killed in the exact same way that Torg does. But, like, plays, songs, poems, books, and dances are super important to the story. So, in order to, like, and, like, Husai basically, like, loses all of his will to live. And they have to, like, bring him back from, like, the grounds of desperation by immortalizing Zaid through a play. And in the play, through the like, eyewitness accounts, it's the exact same thing. The walk, the drawing of the sword, stabbing into the heart, the go to sleep. And that's when you put, like, 2 and 2 together and you realize that the leader of the tree is actually the fucking bad guy. And you're like, I fucking knew it! Doesn't that mean the Viceroy is bad too? And it's like, you look at the Viceroy, like, he's been acting like a fucking idiot this entire time. There has to be something wrong with him. And of course there is, right? He's the spy! But he doesn't know it because he has a partitioned brain, and he's actually Gaia. He's Gaia and Anima all in one. The two celestial beings fighting for power over the planet. One wants to consume all life, and the other wants to procreate life throughout the entirety of existence. Yeah, there is so much lore, so much backstory, and so much stuff in my book. But it's like, it is what it is. Like, it's really meant to be like, you gotta have the patience to just strap in and prepare for the fucking ride. Right? Well, Yuri, I have it all in my head. I just haven't written most of it down, because last time I wrote it down, I don't know what site it was I used. Like, I'm pretty sure the site's gone now, so I wrote from scratch, but I've changed things around so much. And now I'm thinking, well, should I change things around more? Now that Turner's like, that's not a good start to the book. I'm like, okay, well, how do I make a good start to the book then? If that's not a good start, how do I make a good start? Right? That's how I think about it. Imo, your issue is the way you tell the story. Okay. Okay, I can get behind that. Yeah. Yeah. Presentation is key, right? And the entire first chapter is supposed to be, like, kind of a speech, I guess? For multiple people. Can't exactly say what you need to change, though, since I'm not a fan of fantasy stories. That's another thing, Yuri. It's all about taste, too, right? So, it's finding that balance of what I want as an author, and what, you know, like I said, I don't really... At the end of the day... Like, if I just write this book and no one reads it, at least I wrote it. I wrote a fantasy story once a slop. I could show it once you're done with Horrible Life. I could check it out. I could check it out. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things that's like, I wrote this chapter and I was like, I need to be a better writer to write this book if I want the full potential of this book. So that's why I want to write my first manuscript as Stoner Girl Evolution, so I can learn structured story versus my, like, short story writing, right? And then I'd have, like, a mistake first book manuscript, and then I could work on making the Final Fantasy book. And then maybe I'll write I'll make the manuscript for the Final Fantasy book, then I'll write the manuscript for the sci-fi book, come back, change around the Final Fantasy book, go back to the sci-fi book, and then go back to my morals book of, like, everyday, like, predicaments and morals and things and stuff like that. And now we can go even deeper now that we've got the Epstein files and shit. I can do some really fucked up shit. We're not just having Biden, like Hunter Biden crash Air Force One to the Burj Khalifa. We're not just having a guy who's addicted to the farting sounds that dead corpses make. We're past the point of eating yourself in a ritualistic cannibalism. I think we can go darker than these topics. I think we can do more than this. I think we can delve deeper into the depravity of humanity. A prison where it has a biological lab where after the end of the world, the character, after basically like raping all of the inmates, puts wombs in them to birth babies so they can rape more people, and then one of those babies, the first woman ever born, is like fucked up, and then she becomes like the main leader warden because she uses like her sexuality to control and kill people, and then she becomes the main warden who basically eats people and has the main person who abused her as her main like cleaning tool, and she eats people, and he uses the tips of his fingers that are cut off like toothpicks that like take the cartilage out of her teeth, and she's like 600 pounds, and she has Kuru, and she just shakes the entire building that she's in. I don't think shock fantasy novels are any good. No, but this is just like a progression, and that's the origins of the character, right? Like how it got to be this so fucked up after the world ended. And those are just like 5 examples of stories that I've written. Those are all short stories that I've written. The only one that's not on YouTube is the Carnival of Carnage, because I thought it was too dark. It was way too dark. But apparently it's still not dark enough. So I'm now thinking, well, that's my most controversial story because it has, like, a lot of fucked up things in it, right? Want to finish reading the 3 chapters? I mean, if no one else has anything they want me to read. But yeah, 7. Are those, like, topics too much? You know? Like, I like delving on fucked up topics sometimes. Like, I just think it's intriguing to, like, go down the line of thought. Right? You know? I mean, people write serial killer stuff. Why can't I? Right? Refreshing. I appreciate you. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you as well. I don't compromise my storytelling because of morals or ethics or politics. Well, Yuri, the whole point of that series is very much depends, because like your audience will be much smaller unless you turn it into smut or something. Exactly. It's like that's the thing, is I'm writing these stories for myself because I want to. Whether I have an audience for them or not, it is like, it would be nice, but it's not like I know in writing these that they are not. That's why I write smut. Like I said, my smut has made, because I also write smut because I write everything. 25 cents. 38 pages were read. It's a 34-page book, so that's pretty good, right? And it's 6 different short stories. So, you know, in general, it looks like people read pretty well through it, right? For like a really... Yeah, I know. For like... It's called Bondage, Water Sports, and More, a collection of explicit encounters. And since then, we've written a bunch of new ones. So we did a Bonnie Blue kidnapping story, where she was like kidnapped and then like ran a train on inside of a van and then dumped off on the side of the road. We did one where a chick is like, it's basically like Choke from Chuck Palahniuk, where she like wears vibrator panties and she goes out to bars and she picks fights with chicks to try and get their boyfriends. and then basically, like, fucks them over by not taking them home, just fucking up their relationships, all the while getting controlled by, like, a third party with, like, her vibrating panties, and she gets off on it, and she gets kicked out of bars and stuff, and she's basically bar hopping through all this shit, fucking people's lives up, getting off on it. And it's like, yeah, I could see that happening in real life. I'm pretty sure there's bitches out there that actually do that shit. I'm sure there absolutely are. I've met chicks that I know would probably do that if you gave them that idea. Because they're not smart enough to come up with that idea on their own. Guys, I don't hate women, I swear, okay? I'm just a realist, alright? I have a sister. And no, that's actually not true. That's actually not true. It's actually true I have a mom. My sister is actually really smart. My mom? No, I'm just saying, like, I was gonna say, because I have a sister, I've seen what women are. That's what I was gonna say. It had nothing, and then I was like, no, actually, it's because of my mom. Because my mom's not the brightest, you know, she's not the brightest. My dad and me are like quantum mechanics, like, talking about science and shit. My mom's like, I made a nice puzzle, you know. Oh, there was a beautiful sunset, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a different level of intellectual, like, approach, right? She's just not interested and doesn't understand heavy mathematics, which is completely fair. Not a lot of fucking people do, you know? So it's nothing against them. I'm just saying, like on a statistical average, right? It's like the women who spend more time thinking about themselves because they're, like, pretty tend to just not aspire to higher things because life is easier for them, right? It's like it's easier to go on OnlyFans than it is to become a doctorate. Like and this is like provable, and I don't know if you know, I don't remember her name, but there's a porn star who went to college to become a not surgeon, but like someone who basically like looks at like brain scans and stuff like that and can like look at an x-ray of a brain and tell you if there's something wrong with the brain, right? But not like actual surgery or anything like that. And she made like millions and millions of dollars on OnlyFans to the point that she dropped out of her doctorate because she was like, it's not worth it. It's not worth going to school when I've already made all this money. And it's like, yeah, it's something I really want to do, but it's like, there's really no jobs in the field, and it's like all this other shit. And she's like, I already have the knowledge, so I could do it for myself. And it's like, at that point, like, isn't that just a sad statement about the world that we live in? That a beautiful woman is far more encouraged in her career to be an OnlyFans creator than like someone who looks at brain scans. Because I think that's a sad reality that we live in. And I want to, like, do something that can maybe change that reality. And I think the worst thing you can do about it is not accept that that kind of is a reality that we live in. Right? And it's not saying that, no, you shouldn't be a neurosurgeon or you shouldn't aspire to stuff. It's just saying that, like, when another road is given to you and you have no more will left in you because the road you're taking takes all of the will and strength that you have, you start to wonder why you're on that path when there's such an easy path beside you. And I think that's sad. And you could say that about anyone too, right? I mean, it's just, the world is the way it is, and I think the biggest thing to get out of that is the reality of the world and not the fantasy that people try to live in. And it's hard to accept what reality is, and I think, again, biggest problem is that people can't agree on a simple objective reality. Like, there's gonna be a point when people are gonna start questioning gravity. And it's like... Like, how do you start questioning something that is so instantly provable, whether you want to call it whatever it is or whatever? It's like, you drop something, it falls. Like, I swear, there's going to be a point where people are going to start saying, no, if you throw something 1,000,000 times, the world will glitch out and it'll actually start floating upwards. I literally feel like that's the world we're moving towards, where people are so delusional, they can't accept basic reality about, like, science and physics. Where it's like, oh, no, actually, which is funny, because I wrote, actually, I haven't wrote it, I have a script for it. Just think of the average person. Exactly. So, in this script, it goes to show how ridiculous things are. And remember, half people are dumber than... Well, I love to say this. I am way too stupid for this many people to be dumber than me. Yep. And remember, for outliers, there's like 0.00001% in like the top, let's say 10% of like intelligence. But there's like 35%, 30% on that bottom. Like the bottom 10% of intelligence is like 30% of people that are like NPCs to the point they don't have homunculi in their heads. Like they don't have inner like thought, inner self, inner like recognition. Like they're just literal fucking NPCs. And it's sad. I couldn't imagine a living... But then again, it's like it's bliss, right? It's like you don't know anything else. When you don't... It's like going from a consciousness to another consciousness level is like someone like a normal intellectual human, and then you go to like a level above that of like 8 dimensions and like thoughts like being like universal storage, and like time not being linear, and like your experiences being like fabricated, your mind and everything and all of reality basically being faked. And then you can fall down those kinds of rabbit holes that are like, reality isn't real, why can I do this thing? And I think that's when people start to snap, especially when they're told that something is like the way that it is. And eventually, even after that, people are eventually going to be told gravity is something else, because they need some sort of other thing to latch onto. Dear Nietzsche's, I just want my book read. Through Raymond would feel the same way. Okay, I'll take this toke and then I'll read it, Yuri, okay? Okay, how does that sound? 3, 2, 1, toke! Like I say, the entirety of the stream isn't just beta reading, right? It's just, I really do enjoy reading your guys' work and stuff like that. But I also really enjoy having these conversations. And I just love talking, period, and just blabbing my mouth and saying whatever and doing whatever and just fucking around and being whatever, you know? Yeah, just going with the flow and being fluid about it and doing what I'm doing, right? That's what I'm about. That's and that's the other thing. It's like it's a stream. It's entertainment, right? It's about keeping people's attention and providing a value, right? Like Fish was freaking out about value yesterday. I'm like, if you don't think that my stream provides value for you, then honestly, like, why are you here? Like, if it doesn't, then I hope that one day it can, and that I can evolve the stream to hit maybe a wider audience. But I would say the reason, if anyone think, like, people are like, man, this is such a good stream and stuff, and I'm like, well, maybe for you guys, but the problem is, I alienate people a lot based upon what I say, because I don't hold back what I say, and I don't care about being, like, misconstrued or taken out of context, because I know I'm retarded when it comes to communication, but I just like to say things anyways, and I like engaging in topics. And people tend not to like that. That's why I created the chalkboard rule, why people can just say chalkboard and we can move on with it if it makes someone uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, it's like, if you're not enjoying the content, then that's my fault for not making good content, and I need to make better content so more people watch me, right? Or if I want more people to watch me, I need to make better content in a wider variety that does more things, that appeals to more people, that's not as alienating, and not talk about those kinds of things, right? But it's like, at the end of the day, that's not what I want my stream to be. I just want my stream to be a place where you can feel like you don't have to be ruled over. You know, you can just kind of say whatever and do whatever and just fuck around and be serious or not. Unless you're breaking Twitch TOS, right? It's like, breaking the law or breaking Twitch TOS, it's like, other than that, I really don't give a fuck. I'm just trying to have a good time and do whatever, and engagement from people is what it is, right? And that's how I look at it. Because I think that's the strongest mentality to have through the longevity of it. Because, again, I am using the stream as a means to hold myself accountable to writing and reading and building my creative skills. So as long as I'm doing that, I consider myself a success. So anything on top of that is just a bonus that's like, fuck yeah, it means I'm going in the right direction with something, right? Like the fact that we've had like 5 new people in here today. Like, that's fucking insane. On a day that I was going to read my story, because I was like, man, I'm really going to need to fill some time today. It's Sunday. People are going to go to bed early. Maybe I'll read my story today, because I don't have a video out. Yeah, let's do that. Nope, complete opposite, but that's the way it is, you know? The DM plans never go according to the DM plans. You always got to improvise. Another good thing about being a DM, you know how to work with different paths, and you have contingency plans, and, you know, everything's kind of set up in a way. So, that's how I think about it. But anyways, Yuri's story, chapter 25. Cat Cafe wasn't too far away, but we still had to get on the bus to get there. We held hands while walking towards the bus station and sat at the very back of it once getting there and there. Woo, true. Johan, isn't life just the funniest? Smiling. Huh? How so? Well, we started talking because of a question. That alone just, I guess, makes me feel really lucky, then I. So cute. I'm the one that feels lucky, she giggled, and let's just say we're both lucky. Quiet voice, you know, there's barely anyone on the bus, and we're at the back of it anyway. What about it? Well, you know. Oh shit, PDA! 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 Then afterwards, I leaned in for a kiss. As my face moved closer to her, I could see surprise in her expression. Does she consider this boldness unexpected? I got close to her using a shy persona, but later on I learned that she preferred the opposite. Neither act is out of reach for me, so I'll inevitably utilize the favorite. Oh, he's a sneaky bastard. Then I pulled my face away from her. Huh? Abby? Embarrassment, huh? Hey, it's your fault. With a cheeky smile. I hope you didn't actually mind it. If you just let me know and I won't do it again. She cut me off just to... I don't mind it. Maybe warn me first, though? You don't mind it, huh? So does that mean you like it? She looked at me and... Johan, what's with you lately? You've been pulling the moves. What about it? We continued having this kind of flirty and corny dynamic the entire way. And finally we arrived at the cat cafe. Right away, she got all over the cats. My mind was slightly ridden by speechlessness, as much as I knew from the get-go that she really loves cats. Once a few minutes had passed, with me sitting and watching her play with them, Johan, don't you also really like cats? After a very, very faint giggle. I love cats, but... Caught! After a pause, worth a second or two, watching you play with them makes me feel strangely warm and happy. She looked at me for a moment, looked away, and then let out a soft squirm. Is she embarrassed again? Huh. Was it what I said, or the overwhelmingly warm smile I was putting on? Quietly, I hate you. And with happiness in my voice, I replied, I love you too. Once I said that, immediately she hugged one of the cats. Was that her way of hiding embarrassment? Or am I digging too deep? Once you have a monopoly on someone's feelings, it's easier than ever to make them fall truly head over heels for you. I could become the most abusive asshole on the planet and she would likely still stay with me for months to come. See, and I've had my fair share of experience with that, like I've said before. 8 fucking years. Not me being the third wheel in it. Trying to negotiate, trying to stop literal domestic fucking police calls and police fucking reports and shit. So, been there, done that, telling her the entire time, just leave the piece of shit, just leave the piece of shit, and then she gets pregnant. Oh god, and then she leaves him. What a fucking joke. But anyways, this chapter has the answer to a puzzle that would be answered only at chapter 1. Perfect time to leave. Take the baby and run! Love makes people blind to reality. Yeah, they were high school sweethearts. He was a good guy until... Well, this is to be fair, because later we found out, well, she was a cheater. She never did cheat on him. But, like, she cheated on a lot of other guys. He was lucky she never cheated on him. She probably never cheated on him because he held such a tight rope. But he may have also turned her into a cheater because she couldn't handle being in a relationship anymore. I don't know. But either way, his predictions came true that caused him to turn into being a piece of shit because he thought she just wanted to fuck other dudes. Even though if she wanted to, she could just leave him and go do that. So truly, they're both retarded. Because the whole time he wanted to go fuck other chicks too. It was just like, you're both fucking retarded. This is what communication is for. And I can say this because this is how I grew up, right? So my mom's parents, right? So my grandparents, their spouses were unhappy. And one of the spouses cheated with the neighbor. And when they found out, instead of like fucking everything over, they basically had a discussion about what's best for the kids. So basically, they swapped spouses, and one of the sides took all of the kids. And it worked out perfect for everyone. And sometimes you just have to make those sacrifices for the kids, for the greater good. And that's kind of like the philosophy on which I was raised. Plus my mom was also in an abusive relationship before my dad, and the guy broke her eardrum when she was like 19. So she hasn't been able to hear out of her right side for 50 years. And she's always had to deal with her fucking ear for like 50 years. Because she wouldn't leave this abusive relationship that eventually my dad got her out of. And she was married to the guy. And I didn't even know my mom was married to someone until I was like, before my dad, until I was like 17 or 18. I just never put 2 and 2 together with like all of the shit. But yeah, no, I've had a really like interesting life. My parents both, like my dad's mom died of cancer from celiac disease when he was 17. He had a really rough upbringing and shit, drugs, fucking everything. His brother is a homeless, like meth head. Like my uncle is a homeless meth head who I haven't seen in like 25 years. I don't even know if he's alive or dead. Yeah. He also has like, he's also on a medical mystery list because he had celiac disease for 2 years, which just doesn't happen. You don't just get celiac disease and then it just disappeared. So he couldn't eat gluten for 2 years. So they think he had something else, but they don't know what it was, and then it was just gone. We always say it was just a miracle of God. He got cursed for like what he was doing because he was being bad, and then he turned himself around and he started being good, and the celiacs went away. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. Right? And that's kind of like the point that his life turned around, and then we won the whole thing with his work and everything. It was like, I swear to God, it was literal divine fucking intervention from him, because he was literally going down like he thought he was gonna lose the house. He thought we weren't gonna have anywhere to live. He was gonna lose the whole family. We were gonna be fucked. And it was literally driving him insane. And then I guess he just took a step back and he said, Lord help me. Everything fucking turned around. It's crazy as shit, man. I don't know what to say. And I don't believe in that. I just believe that, like, the power of consciousness. It's not fucking divinity and God. It's the power of consciousness and bringing those probabilities of reality into existence. And using your own consciousness to fuel your own existence. And your perspective and your outlook on a life literally dictates what path you will take. And that is why people fall deeper and darker into depravity, and why people raise higher and higher into the light. That's my opinion. Anyway, sorry for the rant. Once I said that, immediately she hugged one of the cats. Was that her way of hiding embarrassment? Or am I digging too deep? Once you had a monopoly on someone's feelings, it is easier than ever to make them fall truly heads over heels for you. I know you enjoy and love Johan at the moment, but I wonder if you'll grow to hate him once time comes on. No, I love him because I hate him. I love him because I hate him, because I know of what he can do, and what he might do, and what he's probably going to do, and the person he's going to turn into. And I love that because I get to see the journey of him, like, actually hate him. Well, I'm expecting, like, this is my expectations, Yuri. He gets her pregnant, and then he kicks her in the stomach, and then throws her downstairs to the point that she gets, like, a miscarriage. And then he just, like, leaves her there, and then, like, never talks to her again. And then, since he's built up such a good reputation, he has stuff on her that he's basically gonna, like, call her a whore and say that, no, this is all fake shit that she's making up, and completely, like, turn it all around on her and completely destroy her life. Like, that's, like, the main path that I'm, like, going towards. So, I think I already hate him, but I don't know if that's what he's actually gonna do, right? Who knows? It could be worse than that. Who knows? That's why I'm excited to find out. How fucked is this character? And could they ever be redeemed? And who could take them down? Yeah, nothing you predict will be right. I can still predict it, Yuri. I can still predict it. I could become the most abusive asshole on the planet, and she would likely still stay with me for months to come. Ads! Necromancer, true. Sitting on Kick, refreshing out. No need for ads over here, bitches. You don't get ads on Kick. You only get ads on Twitch. Only losers. I just keep reading. I'm exhausted. Like all ads like 5 hours ago. Yeah, I'm like, wait. We're actually 6 hours into the fucking stream already. Like, what the fuck happened? Where did the time go? Where did the day go? What the fuck? I mean, I'm glad, because again, I was like, man, I need to fill some space today. I wonder if Shadow's gonna show up, or Relic's gonna have something more for Cinder to read. Yap stream, I mean, that's what I try to do, right? I try to make it so there's basically no downtime except for ads, and even then, during ads, I'm doing something retarded during ads. I was just listening. I mean, I feel like my goal is to create a stream that's something that you can have on the second monitor, right? This is just something, it's like a radio show that you tune into, listen to, laugh at for like 30 minutes, and then you go back to doing whatever the fuck you were doing and watch another YouTube video, right? Like that's how, like, how I would want people to interact with the stream. If you're not sharing your stuff, right? If you're just like hopping in and having a good time and peacing out. Like, that would be my assumption of mostly what people do, right? Fair, but you gotta pick favorites if you want to yap or read someone's stuff, otherwise separate. Well, that's why it's a queue list, right? So this is how it works, Yuri. You have a free queue, and when that queue gets maxed out, you start adding stipulations to minimize that queue. And then when your queue still continues to max out, then you start adding priorities. Once you've established priorities and your queue starts maxing out, then you add monetization. Hey, if you donate or subscribe, you get first place in the order of readings. Otherwise, you might not get your things read today. And no one's forcing you to pay. It's just saying, hey, if you didn't get here first, you could butt your way in for the first round. And then you start building that up, and then you start raking in the money. That's the system you build. Bud, I know you just want to yap when people yap. Nothing wrong with it. Oh no, I'm just explaining my goals to you and my strategy. Is it smart? Because that's the whole plan. Plus then elongating and adding in the tangents and replying to chat. It's like, it's all a conglomerate of create the problem, sell the solution. Well, the problem is that I'm interrupting you. Well, if you paid me to read your story, then I'd probably ignore everyone else because that would give you a higher priority. But we're not there yet, right? That's like 2-3 years down the road, right? Like we're still at the accumulation stage of like making a queue, right? So we got a long ways to go, but that is the goal, and that's where we're trying to go. 3, 2, 1, toke! You'll get there in no time, you keep yapping longer? Well, I mean, if you look at it, I consider myself doing fucking amazing considering the size of the reading and writing section. Like, to have, like, 5 to 10 people in the stream, like, consistently when I stream every day for 6 to 8 hours, like, that's fucking impressive in a category when it's, like, generally 50 to 200 people watching the entire category. Between, like, 30 streamers. And, like, the English category is still even smaller among, like, the French and the German writers. I don't think that's a good tactic. Annoy into payment is realistically just bad design and expect people to pay for a better one, which has never had success in marketing. Ultimately, good design is what makes people stay. No, that's the thing, Yuri, is it's just, no one ever has to give you money. You just have to show up in earlier so there's a supply. But if you want to jump ahead of the line, there's always the option for that, right? That's the thing, is you create a demand where people are willing to have that option. That's why you just keep adding more and more options as you get more people. And then it becomes a supply and demand issue. And then eventually, once you've established the market, then you add the monetization because you know that people aren't going to leave because they've already established. And this is like only like, you know, for $1 donation, you get if you're here, you get your story read 2,000 words at the beginning of the stream, right? And then you turn it into like an auction where the highest donator at a certain point gets their story read. And then those people that want to have their story read first, and then the people that come first will still have their story read, right? So it's like you're building incentive and then you're offering it to people. And then they go, you know what? I don't want to wait in line. So I'll go through the VIP line, right? But no one has to go through the VIP line. You have to show up early and say first, right? And again, that comes down to when you have like 40, 50, 60 people every day asking you to read their work. It's like, well, that's just not viable, right? So at some point in time, you have to start adding hurdles that make that list shorter, so you give everyone an opportunity. Like, I'll only read one chapter of your work once a week, so that everyone gets a chance. And the whole point is the giving everyone a chance. and then people be like, and then the people that feel that they have never gotten a chance, right? They can be like, oh, I'm gonna donate. And then if there's like one guy who always does it, be like, okay, bud, I'm gonna refund your donations, and I'm gonna cut you off, and I'm gonna say, wait a week, and then come back, you know? Like, let's have someone else get into it. Oh, I'm getting sleepy. Sorry, yeah, okay, sorry. Once you have a monopoly on someone's feelings, it's easier to make them fall truly head over heels for you. I could become the most abusive asshole on the planet, and she would likely still stay with me for months to come. Love makes people blind to reality. A common understanding that magically disappears upon love actually entering the equation. You're just a tool to me, Abigail, yet you'll continue living oblivious to how I actually feel about you. As I was having these thoughts, my eyes became wide and depraved of emotions. Once she turned around to take a look at me, it got wiped off of the surface of my face in less than a second. Stop smiling and join me already. Giggle and okay. Short while had passed, and as we were looking at the menu to figure out what we wanted to order, actually catching your attention? Anything catching your attention? She replied in an unsure tone. Before she could say anything. What about this strawberry cake? Slightly excited. Strawberry cake? Where is it? Somewhere at the end. Here, take a look. Then I proceeded to hand her my menu. This looks really yummy. You like strawberry cakes then? I'm allergic to strawberries! Fuck you! I can't eat strawberries. Strawberry shortcake is the reason I'm allergic to strawberries, because I ate way too much strawberry shortcake and way too many strawberries. Like, I'd get the sponge cakes, and I'd take like 8 strawberries, and I'd like dice them up, and then I'd sprinkle them on top of whipped cream with like sugar, and then I'd just like eat like 8 of those, and that'd be like an entire pack of strawberries. Like, I'm also allergic to apples because of that, because of apple pie. Yeah. It's bad. It sucks. Overconsumption is a real fucking thing. Your body builds up enzymes and then it just can't handle it anymore. So I always imagine this, like, thing, you know, it's like the sexy, like, you know, eat the strawberry, but it's like it's coming at me and I'm like, oh god, what are you trying to do? Kill me! Knock it out of her fucking hand. Murderer! Murderer! God, such a fucking retard. I smiled and I loved them. Once we were done stuffing ourselves with cake, I excused myself to the bathroom just so I could stare at the mirror for a moment or two. I needed to personally overwrite the feeling I had willingly brought upon my... Sorry for the wait, it's getting dark already, so let's hurry home. Then, once we left the cat cafe... Actually, Abby, want to stay for a bit longer? Huh? At the cat cafe? Nope. This place is right next to a park, so I thought maybe we could go around for a walk around for a while. The usual expected reaction overcame her face, excitement and surprise. The sun was setting, dimly lit in a romantic way, and it was a destination for couples, the perfect location to take your date if you're already somewhere up in the closeness pyramid. Holding hands, we walked around. I've never heard anyone quite say it that way, but I mean, yup, closeness pyramid. Yup, that sounds, yup, okay. I completely understand that. Holding hands, we walked around while talking in an overly content and peaceful way. The perfect date moving towards the perfect ending. The conclusion was set in stone when it comes to the score it'll receive in progress and happiness. Abby, because of my pause, well, something about saying it right now is a bit embarrassing. I love you too, Johan. I stopped walking after she said that. I just looked at her in astonishment. My reaction made her gently giggle. You stole the words from my mouth. So mean. Then she... Better be faster next time. I went for a hug, and she just warmly laughed in the process. She's so comfortable with me. after a while had passed, on a bench. It's kind of scary how many similarities we have, I replied with a simple, I guess. To which she replied, for example, you also love the flavor of mint. Is it your favorite? For example, you also love strawberry cake. Is it your favorite? Then I answered, no, strawberry cake makes me want to die on my own vomit. Yeah, strawberry cake is my favorite. See, this is just one of many. What are the odds? Well, I mean, strawberry shortcake is fucking delicious. How could you not like it? Well, smiling, I replied, I'd like to think it's magical, not scary. Then, after a short pause, magical, That's a good way to look at it. We're kind of like... Before she finished the sentence, I cut her off. Soulmates? Oh, boom! I was gonna make a sexual joke, but I'm not gonna make a sexual joke about an underage character. I can call him a hoe, but I ain't gonna make like a direct... Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. Can you figure out the puzzle? Do you mean Abby? Like what he's gonna try and do? Like he's setting up... Or like, you know, he's trying to set up a reputation, right? So that, like, he has plausible deniability. This chapter hints at something that will be revealed at chapter 41. Okay. So looking for something that's foreshadowing. We already talked about NFTs, so chapter 26. Hi there, NFT Bozo. Today I'm selling you art that I took oh so long to personally create for you. Oh, for how much? Yes, about that. Very cheap. The finest doctor in a third world country will inevitably make significantly less than the worst doctor in a first world country. Following this principle of devoting your resources towards where it's a high concentration of wealth, you get the uncovered truth that money is derived either by sucking off the rich or collectively milking all of the poor. I mean, yeah, if the rich weren't super rich, the poor wouldn't be super poor, and it'd be more of a medium grain stance, where it's like the richest have $10 million and the poorest have $100,000. Instead of the poorest having negative $4 million and the rich people having upwards of hundreds of trillions of dollars, potentially. Chapter 26 is funny. Alright. The internet gives us access to everyone. We're no longer limited by where we've been put in life against our will. You can find places with both the rich and the poor, and you'll be able to observe their struggles in person from anywhere in the world. Once returning home, I took a quick shower and immediately began replying to everyone on the NFT. Is he talking about, like, looking at cameras? Like, that seems really fucking weird. Like, that looks like some, like, I'm going on the dark web and I'm, like, looking at security camera footage live and, like, watching people live their lives. That's some creepy-ass shit right there. Once returning home, I took a quick shower and immediately began replying to everyone on the NFT Twitter. I'd pose as a nice, somewhat intellectual person with high literary proficiency that would put out interesting questions and statements. This marked the beginning of doing the very first doing this. Wait, is he gonna become a politician? Is this his first step to becoming a politician? Ah, shit! That's how it always starts. They start asking questions. And they start posting it, and the next thing you know, they're president. What the fuck? This marked the beginning of doing this every night for weeks on end. A horrendous pain that I'd have to endure in order to get money. Abby wanted me to hang out with her after we returned home, but I refused her by saying I had some work to do. This once, I wasn't pulling the strings to get her away from me. Next morning, during the first period, or before the class begins, with a slightly anxious expression. Huh? A few days ago, a student from a neighboring school was, well, not easily tangibly embarrassing every single student in the classroom, murdered. I guess this relates to the police officers from yesterday. The details aren't known yet, but as a school, it's our responsibility. Wait, did he kill Sean? Wait, did he kill Sean or did he kill Andrew? No, it was from a different school, so it had to have been Sean, because Sean's from a different school, right? So, did he get Daniel to kill Sean? Did he manipulate Daniel into having a confrontation with Sean and killing Sean? Maybe over drugs? Details aren't known yet, but as a school, it's our responsibility. As the teacher said, responsibility. Immediately, my right eye twitched against my own will. Oh dear God, don't let them take any safety measures, or it'll be an extra pain to deal with. To make all the students get home safe. Oh, of course, apprehensiveness gradually rising. We heavily encourage using the school bus to get home, or just going home in pairs of 2. On hearing this line, weights were instantly lifted from my shoulders. It was foolish to think they would actually take any substantial safety measures. We'll update you on the situation once more details are released. Stay vigilant, students. For the rest of the class, we underwent a lecture on safety. The points discussed were rudimentary and nauseating level. Even a child would know these things. As the classes continued, gradually police officers kept showing up and talking to the teachers. Everything was slowly transforming from a potential bother to something unforeseeably intrusive. Regardless, I wasn't going to let something like this get in my way. I hope. And finally, it was time to meet up with the stoner. Going there with so many police officers around made me feel like I was some criminal. Well, technically, I am one. As I opened the bathroom door, he... Boo! What the fuck? I gasped. And why would you do that? Cheekily and quietly. Did I scare you, Johan? He did. That was the last thing I expected for someone like him. After hearing him say my name like that, however, and getting reminded of Sean, I get my face next to his, and I guess yesterday wasn't enough to show you not to mess with me. I said it in the most threatening emotion absent voice. I tried. I'm tired of people thinking they can pull shit like this and get away. He smiled and started pulling his face even closer, as if trying to kiss me? What the fuck is wrong with you? He then replied while laughing, Don't be so serious, I'm just playing with you. No homo. No homo. Afterwards, my face endorsed the showcase in the most disappointed expression on the planet, in order to perfectly say, You sack of horseshit, you're so weird. Why do I keep having to deal with these jackasses? So rude. What's wrong with kissing a homie? What the fuck is he? Homie, you stoner bitch, you're just a tool. He giggled. Stoner? Johan, you... Really, you don't know anything about drugs, do you? I don't know how that's relevant. You know what? He then cut me off, still giggling. So, tool? I'm your tool. The way this man talks irritates me. Typically, I would never say anything so corny out loud, let alone directly to another person. I let out a sigh. Do you want to see me use you then? Nope. Scary. You're gonna get violent again, aren't you? He's such a pain. You know, I like you more when you're high on meth. Subsequently, while chuckling in a way that gives off appreciation for the line. Damn. Ho ho ho. That's the most damage you've dealt to me thus far. Ho ho ho. In a tad robotic, emotionless way. I'm really not trying hard enough then. Well, anyway, Johan, you got the phone? This man is beyond unpredictable. His mood swings are unlike anything I've seen in my life. First, he was robotic and calm. Second, bold yet fed when it came to any banter. Third, now witty, weird, and overly playful. Byproduct of meth or just drugs. His brain is fried! His brain is fried! The holes in his brain, it's Swiss cheese! Yeah, though, let's do the call another time. What of unwelcoming drama with so many police officers around? Okay, thank you. He's funny, though. I mean, most druggies are, right? Like, have you watched, Yuri, have you watched The Umbrella Academy? Then he cut off and stared at me for around 5 seconds as if having something stuck on his tongue. Oh my god, Klaus in Umbrella Academy. Do you care if I spoil it for you? It's a really good fucking show. His power is to talk to the dead. But he doesn't know that his power is talk to the dead, and his dad locked him in a mausoleum for, like, years. Like, every night for, like, years when he was a kid, because he was trying to unlock his power of speaking to the dead. And basically one of the other kids who's, like, because they're, like, a bunch of superheroes in, like, an academy, right? His brother died, but he can talk to his brother because he can talk to the dead. And he does drugs because he uses drugs to deal with the fact that he can talk to the dead, and he sees, like, fucked up things and shit like that. So he's, like, a super fucked up drug head, but he's, like, fucking hilarious and shit. And, oh my god, it's so great. And when you learn that he can, like, his power is actually to talk to the dead, it's like, wait, what the fuck? And it's like, it just gets crazy. But yeah. Fucking awesome series. You should check it out. Umbrella Academy. It's a comic called Dark Horse. Have you heard of the Dark Horse comic? It's an iteration of that. It's really fucking good. It has the chick who played, I don't know what the chick's name is, but she's the one who cut off her tits. She played in Inception, and she played Kitty in X-Men. She transitions midway through the series. But still good series. She's still a good actress or actor. I don't know. Act thing. Fuck if I know. So what are you supposed to say at that point, right? Wait, why am I thanking you? You smashed... Okay, then he cut me off and stared around 5 seconds with having something stuck on his tongue. Wait, why am I thanking you? You smashed it to begin with, huh? In here, I thought you'd say something meaningful. Afterwards, in a friendly manner, cunt! Lean in and punched me in the stomach. Proceeded to nonchalantly look at him and then slapped him straight in his bird shit face while profusely coughing. I was just playing. Why are you like this? He just said, last part is in a feminine voice. Why? Yeah, same. I guess I'm just built different. Oh, shit, my nut. Boom! Oh, fuck! Why did I punch fucking 6 foot tall, fucking slightly buff, fucking angry dude? Shit! Ah! Stopped coughing and looked at me like having a bleeding. It's like you know, you go. I literally imagine like he goes to push him and then he is the guy who falls on the ground. Hey, he pushed me! Hey, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. At least have the dignity to stand up on your own, motherfucker. Wait till I do push you. You won't stand up afterwards. I'll tell you that right now. Stopped coughing and looked at me while having a bleeding nose. Okay, that's pretty funny. Got slapped across the face. Oh, you're not laughing though. Immediately puts his hand on his face and making noises of someone in pain. Bit busy, hurting, sorry. This man makes me miss Abby. Wait, is he gonna hit Abby? Is he gonna beat the shit out of Abby in chapter 41? Who knows? But I do have to be honest. Makes my blood boil just saying that. Fuck, man. Alright, he's gotta die at the end of the book, right? It's the only justice we have, right? This kind of banter isn't enjoyable, to say the least. It's way more real than I've ever been around her. Oh shit! Girl at a desk. Yo, what's up? How's it going? Welcome everyone. Thank you for the raid. What are you guys up to? Are you writers? Are you readers? Are you purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you explorers of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to help you improve your skills, some beta reading critiques, and all the kind of banter and tangents you need in life. I am a writer, but today I was streaming Cuphead. Oh, Cuphead, nice. Yeah, yesterday we were playing Rain World. We have a viewer who made a fanfic of Rain World, so we started playing the game. Other than that, we've been playing Diablo for, we've been doing narrative stories for Diablo playthroughs for the last 2 weeks. But yeah. What kind of genre do you write? I mainly write, short stories in fantasy and sci-fi. Currently working on an isekai. Stoner Girl Evolution in Isekai Satire.
700 septillion.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for following Girl at a Desk. I hope you
I'm
are
gonna put the
enjoying
book down because
stream
we are
less than 4
currently
less than 3
reading
plus 1.
Yuri's book. I hope you have a horrible life. And then go check out Girl at a Desk. I'm already following! Of course I'm already following. I follow everyone. That's right. I think I remember rating you a couple of days ago. I'm really bad with names, though. My short-term memory is bullshit because of the amount of weed that I smoke. Just what? It is what it is. Okay, can we finish this chapter before the ads? My serial is called Stellar Snow. It's a double reverse isekai, though I'm only 8 chapters in. Oh, that's crazy. I love that. Double reverse isekai. This man makes me miss Abby, but I have to be honest, this kind of banter isn't unenjoyable, I'll say the least. It's way more real than I've ever been around her. The element of unpredictability is suffocating, however. Everyone seems to defy what they appear as. It's downright humorous how I'm constantly being fooled by what I believe is a real personality. By the way, you can now afford meth? Isn't it really expensive? Instantaneously replied, almost cutting me off. It is, but sometimes it's more about the money. Huh? Is he implying he's willing to sacrifice as long as he gets his feed to his addiction? That doesn't really answer my question, though, with wide eyes, irritation in the voice. Do I really need to? I replied, well, I don't really care. Pain, pain, pain. Yes! We made it to the end. With time to spare. I'm a fucking legend. Win! I mean, that was pretty good, right? That was pretty good. Six hours and 32 minutes to read 3 chapters. Let's fucking go. True, Yuri. True. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? You gotta power through. Which is what we did, you know? We did it. We're here. We're at it. We got it. We're done. That's what it is. Hells yeah. I believe we has the power. So now the question is, do we play Diablo? Do we play whatchamacallit? MC is a VR MMO NPC who reverse isekai to Earth and lost her memories, then logs into the game she was originally from onto her old body. Cue existential crisis. Oh, I love that! I love that! Sean has an isekai that's called Freedom from Isekai. I guess I'll wait until the ad's over in case you're in ad, because I think you might enjoy this one. I can actually give you a link to it if you want to go check it out yourself. No, not mine. Oh, I'm not logged in. Freedom through Isekai. This is Sean's story. And basically, it's a video game character who gets pulled into another world, so they get isekai'd. And it's kind of like there's like video game stats, like lit RPG style. And, yeah. Combatella, a popular fighting game character, is ripped from all media worldwide. She awakens in the middle of a forest, confused and alone. How will she fare in a world without life bars, where death is permanent, and, oh yeah, biology is a thing? Because she used to have a digital existence, and now she has physical existence. And it's her, like, coping with becoming a real person. Instead of just, like, literally being every match of every video game of that character. Like, it's basically like a Street Fighter character or something like that, right? So it'd be like every match they ever had across every media in all of existence. And that's the only thing they ever knew. And then they get pulled into the real world. Which is like, not Earth, but like a fantasy world with a bunch of other people that get pulled from other, you know, other isekais as well. And characters that recognize her and stuff from like Earth and stuff like that. But it's a good time. Sean's got his shit going. Yeah. He's a little stumped on it right now. I think there's only like 8 chapters, but he has other ones as well. A lot of isekais. I think he's got five different books up there right now. Queendom of Shalara. Cat version. Oh, I can't remember what the other one is. And then Freedom Through Isekai. Ooh, yes. Follow, favorite, read later. Perfect. I would absolutely love to check it out. Quentin Ridgewood's best friend Moonlights is a space pirate in the VR MMO Karen Galaxy, and makes real-world bank doing it. When Quentin's invited into a crew alongside a signing bonus of a top-of-the-line VR pod, he jumps at the chance, but things immediately take a turn. Despite never using VR before, Quentin already has a character, Trisha, and he hasn't been logged in as her since before he was born. Her sense of touch is missing. Her user interface is glitching. She's spawned in a cryopod stationed light years away from any normal tutorial. Her texts with her friends show up in her quest log instead of their chat history, and she keeps knowing things about Karen that she doesn't remember being told. Trisha had a life here once before reincarnating as Quentin, and her attempt to get her body and Karen back in working order without sacrificing her body on Earth has transformative consequences. Alongside the divine ire of the dragons Karen has instead of stars, there's a reason, after all, that vampires fear the sun. I love that ending. That definitely is like, oh shit, okay. I definitely get a feel for that. Space vampires with dragon stars? I'm sold. Instantly sold. Fuck yeah. That sounds epic. Yeah, she ain't got her fangs yet. But one day. No worries. I love fantasy like that. I love out of the box, like over the top. You know. Not your standard fantasy. I think standard fantasy is boring nowadays. It's just such a flooded market. There needs to be, like, more things that are, like, way the fuck out there. Like, space vampires. Right? Let's do space vampires. I like space vampires. Everyone likes space vampire pirates. That's even better. You've got, like, space, you've got vampires, and you've got pirates. I'm fucking sold. Plan is for her to become, Yukiona. Ah. Yeah, I was like, gender swap, that's usually what Sean does. Like, you know, they're swapped into opposite bodies, like a dude becoming a chick. Or something like that, and then so you have to deal with all of the... That's what cat version is. Turns into, a chick. and then she has to deal with being a chick and reincarnated in a world and dealing with, you know, slice of life, basically, in lit RPG. Turns into a harem. Of course it does, right? 3, 2, 1, choke! Anyway, I should go to bed. Take care and good luck. True girl at a desk. Have a good night. Thanks for the raid again, and thank you for your community. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out. Always a good time. Thank you, thank you. Have a great night. What to do now? Should we just call it? Like, I could play Diablo, do a couple of farming runs or something like that. I need to get a better weapon for Hell. We just finished Act 2, so now we're on Act 3, Nightmare. But I still gotta also figure out a story for Act 2. But I know there's a bunch of, like, underground places that are not there. Like, if I looked up a zone list for all the areas, seeing, like, what I can do, right? Like, how can I work between each thing using the same idea of how I did with Tristram in story 1, or in Act 1 story, where it's like Tristram is cut off. Well, since Tristram is cut off like that, Valley of, or Canyon of the Magi is cut off like that too, right? And it's like the power that's needed for that, draining from the Soul Stone. And character is still gathering more of the pieces for the Ebonheart. Because first they were gathering the blood, and then they realized that the difference between making, like in this story, they find out the difference between a Soul Stone and an Ebonheart is a willing sacrifice. So they basically need to find blood of the willing sacrifice, and where do you get blood of the willing sacrifice? Well, that's in Act 3, right? Khalim's heart, Khalim's eye, Khalim's brain, and Khalim's flail, i.e. his penis, or genitalia. That's where you would get the source of willing, because Khalim was a willing sacrifice, right? So if we could drain his blood, we could make Ebonstone from him. And that's where it's going to lead into for Act 3. So we're going to learn that the things that we're gathering now from all the scrolls and everything, all the information that we've gathered, all we need is Khalim. But we spend Act 2 trying to see if we can find the body parts of different, like, Herodrum in the Temple of, or the Tomb of the Kings, and seeing if, you know, the ones that don't have Duriel in them, that have other, or you know, Baal's tomb, for instance, have other Herodrum in them, and maybe we can speak to the dead of those Herodrum, placing other people in there to give us information about things. I was thinking about doing something like that, so it actually takes us through every single one of the tombs, and each one of the tombs is a new piece of information, basically, and have it kind of set up like it's not done in order, and then being like, oh, well, if I order them like this is what it's trying to tell me to do, right? And it's like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here, and it's like pages left over of angelic script from, like, different parts of the tombs in Sanctuary. Like, you have your normal stuff, and then you have your off-the-wall stuff, then you look back at the Arcane Sanctuary, and it'd be like, oh, okay, well, we know why these are here now, the pedestals and everything. And you can use that with, like, I was thinking of using different playthroughs of the Arcane Sanctuary for the different stages of it. Like, there's the ones that have, like, the walls that zigzag. Then there's the ones that have the teleporters on them. Then there's the ones that are just normal stairs. Then there's the ones that are just normal flat platforms. And, like, going through all the combinations of those, like, it's an endless area, like, infinitely large, just like the Arcane Sanctuary, like, should be like, right? Maybe doing, like, an idea of, like, farm runs in there or something like that. Because it's, like, going into the hyperbolic time chamber, and then my character is just, like, getting stronger and stronger and do, like, loot runs and stuff like that in there. That might be interesting to do. I don't know. I just want to somehow incorporate all things, like talking to Radamant, so that's quest 1. Quest 2, you know, go get the staff and everything in the Herodric Cube, but we already have the cubes, we don't need to worry about that. So going there instead, we're going to have to find something else. You know, we find, like, another scroll or something. Maybe we find a dead Herodrum, maybe we find another angel. Now that angels are in the world, right? Because that was kind of the whole premise of it, so now angels should be able to be found in places, like new places in Sanctuary. So then talking to those angels will give us like new quests and new information for going to do new things to build the narrative in the background for the B-roll of playing Diablo, to make it seem like there's more backstory, more things you haven't heard, you know, just make it more enticing for the gameplay. But I think we're gonna call it here. So, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Today was fucking awesome. Thanks for being you. Never stop being creative and imaginative and having ideas and spreading your joy in life and your creation to others. And remember, I will be back again tomorrow, exact same time, every day. So, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, who we rating today? Where we going, what we doing? I think I already know, but hold on, let me see one more. Abo do whoppy for whop in der beep doop oop. Beep doop oop beep whoop. I know, maybe, has been, what did, will do. Alright, here we go. Get your wheels ready. Here we go. We will see you on the other side. Alright, we will see you guys tomorrow.